Chapter 88. You lost. This scene made the surrounding people sigh. Lin Ling was too strong. In the entire Gu Yan sect, only he could stop Zhang Juyun's arrogant steps. Who is he? The people from the three sects were very curious about Lin Ling's background. This was simply a dark horse, a very terrifying dark horse. In one battle, he stood at the top of the core disciples of the four sects. So it's you. No wonder you're so strong. However, I've been looking for you. I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the Gu Yan sect. Zhang Juyun withdrew his sword. His face was gloomy. His words made many people curious. Lin Ling seemed to know Zhang Juyun? But was that possible? Hee, that only shows that you're stupid. You searched for so long before finding me. You didn't get anything in the burial ground. You should be very angry. Lin Ling smiled faintly without fear. After these words, Zhang Juyun's face became ugly. In the burial ground he didn't get anything. Instead, many of his subordinates died. One of them was an expert. He was furious, and the main culprit was this young man in front of him. Today you won't be able to escape. I think other than me, many people are also curious about your identity. Then I'll announce it to the world. You are the ghost-masked young man. Zhang Juyun coldly said. Ghost-masked young man? So it's him. He's the ghost-masked young man who defeated all the geniuses 2 months ago? How is that possible? Hearing these words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The ghost-masked young man's identity was finally revealed. It's him. Mo Jingtian's face was extremely complicated. Not long ago, he and the other elders wanted to find the ghost-masked young man and accept him into the Gu Yan sect. Who would have thought that the person in front of him was Lin Ling, who he didn't think highly of? This dramatic change made him feel all sorts of emotions and he sighed endlessly. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the surrounding voices. To him, the ghost-masked young man's identity wasn't important. It didn't matter if others knew. His current goal was to defeat Zhang Juyun and then threaten him. Only then could he take the initiative. So what? Next, let's continue. Lin Ling indifferently said. I won't look down on you anymore. I'm going to kill you to relieve the hatred in my heart. Killing intent flashed across Zhang Juyun's face. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. Looks like your arrogant talk of letting me have 3 moves is just nonsense. But forget it, I didn't think you would let me have 3 moves. Let's go all out then. There's no point in talking. I'm going to kill you. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Zhang Juyun could not put down his face anymore. He might as well reveal his killing intent and strike first. The boundless sea. With a wave of the sword in his hand, the sound of waves could be heard. At the same time the sky changed. Countless water spiritual energy gathered around Zhang Juyun's body. Waves after waves rolled like endless seawater. Clearly his spirit body was related to water. Furthermore, he had turned water into a sea. Kill. With a slash of the sword, the blue light was dazzling, and a crazy wave rushed towards Lin Ling. What terrifying strength. The crowd was shocked and retreated. In their eyes, the square had become a sea. Many people couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Zhang Juyun had already used his full strength. If Lin Ling was only at this level, then he would die without a doubt. At this moment, many people from the Gu Yan sect were nervous for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was the only representative of the Gu Yan sect. As expected of the peak of the body transformation realm. However, water and fire are incompatible. I want to see if the water is more turbulent or the fire is more violent. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In everyone's eyes, his whole body was emitting flames, drifting, swallowing as if a flame god had descended. Clearly Lin Ling had used his strongest trump card. The eggshell in his dantian had been sealed. Innate spirit body, so he also has an innate spirit body. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone from the Gu Yan sect sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did they know that they had underestimated Lin Ling. Moreover, they had underestimated him thoroughly. Boom. The flames exploded, and a scorching heat soared into the sky. One side of the square was burned black. After reaching the 9th stage of body transformation, Lin Ling could unlock more seals and control more flames. From afar, one side was a sea of waves and the other was a world of flames. It was extremely dazzling. This is the first time I've unlocked so much power. I wonder if I can use the Tyrant Dragon Seal? Lin Ling stood proudly, his eyes flashing. Last time, when he defeated Tai Mo, he only relied on the power of flames. This time he planned to use fire spiritual energy to use the Tyrant Dragon Seal. Boom. He stretched out his right hand. At his palm, flames danced wildly, forming fire dragons that burned everything. Fire Dragon Hegemony. Boom. Lin Ling struck out with his palm. Rumble. 9 terrifying fire dragons roared and rushed into the sea, dancing crazily. Chi-chi. A large amount of seawater evaporated. Zhang Juyun's eyes burned. In his eyes, 9 fire dragons rushed over. 4 of them were extinguished and finally, 5 arrived in front of him. Zhang Juyun had the ancient bloodline, and Lin Ling's bloodline was obviously not lower than his. Furthermore, Lin Ling's cultivation technique was of a higher level than his. Unless he was a true martial spirit realm, no matter how talented a body transformation realm cultivator was, Lin Ling would not put them in his eyes. This power, how is it possible? This is at least a 3rd grade innate spirit body. Zhang Juyun sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes widened. In the next moment, the 5 fire dragons rushed in front of him, entangling him and burning him. Rumble. The entire square suddenly turned into a world of flames, and the seawater from before disappeared. You lost. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded. He walked towards Zhang Juyun step by step. On the other side, Zhang Juyun was unable to block Lin Ling's flame power and was seriously injured. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. When Lin Ling walked over, his eyes were filled with panic. He never thought that he would lose. Swish. A moment later, Lin Ling's sword fell on Zhang Juyun's neck. This scene shocked everyone in the square to the point that they did not know what to say. Zhang Juyun had the ancient bloodline. He was confident that in the 100,000 mountains, no one in the body transformation realm was his match. However, in the ancient face sect, he had lost to the ghost-masked youth, causing the Zhang family's honor to be tarnished. You dare to kill me? On the ground, Zhang Juyun's face was ferocious, as if he had yet to react. Can you change the topic? Lin Ling's face was full of ridicule. This young master of the Zhang family was overconfident. Back then he had refused to join him and immediately sent people to kill him. Now that he had lost, he actually dared to ask if he dared to kill him. What a ridiculous question. Could it be that only Zhang Jiyun could kill him and he could not fight back? Unfortunately, I may not be able to fulfill your wish. Uncle Daoxian, kill him. Zhang Jiyun suddenly sneered. Yes, young master. Cold. In a corner of the square, the temperature suddenly dropped. An old man appeared like a ghost, flying towards Lin Ling at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. His hand was covered in frost as he grabbed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned, preparing to use Zhang Jiyun to threaten him. Haha, you are truly worthy of being a son of my Lin family. Zhang Jiyun, you don't want to admit your loss? Chapter 89. Ancient Clan's Lin Clan. It's you. Yes. Lin Ling's gaze swept over him and he was secretly shocked. This man was the one who had given him the sword in the boneyard. Lin Li. Zhang Jiyun's face turned ugly. Zhang Jiyun, you already lost one of your subordinates in the boneyard. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? The man laughed disdainfully. He took a step forward and the ground erupted with flames. He punched out, his target being the old man who had ambushed him. Daoxian, your life is going to end here. Yes. This fist was made of red flames, and it was clearly hotter than Lin Ling's flames. The old man's face changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only take it head-on. He growled, icy corpse. Yes. Instantly, his entire body transformed into a block of ice, becoming incomparably hard. But he was still unable to block the man's fist. Bang. The ice shattered, scattering all over the ground. Uncle Daoxian was dead. What a powerful uncle. Yes. Lin Ling stared blankly at Lin Li, a hint of yearning in his eyes. He wondered when he would be able to reach such a level of strength. As for Zhang Jiyun, his face was pale. He had never imagined that Lin Li would appear here. Suddenly, he realized that he had overlooked a crucial point. Lin Li had come here to find the Lin clan's bloodline, and that person was the demon-masked youth. Thus, it was normal for Lin Li to appear here. Unfortunately, when he saw Lin Ling again, Zhang Jiyun had only wanted to kill Lin Ling, and had forgotten this point. Ancient Clan's Zhang clan? Are they powerful? Yes. Lin Li drank as he walked towards Zhang Jiyun. He extended a finger, and a red flame appeared at the tip of his finger. He flicked it. You're just a branch disciple of the Zhang clan. There are as many of you as there are hairs on an ox. Without you, would the Zhang clan dare to start a war with my Lin clan? Yes. Swish. The red flame he flicked out was like a grain of light, but when it landed on Zhang Jiyun's body, it immediately exploded into flames, burning Zhang Jiyun to ashes. Who is this person? How domineering. Yes. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a cold breath. Not only was that middle-aged man very powerful, but he also did not fear the ancient clan's Zhang family at all. He had casually killed the Zhang family's young master. Evidently, this middle-aged man possessed an extraordinary origin. Carefree. Lin Ling's heart thumped wildly. This was the kind of expert he yearned for. He was free and straightforward, and if he didn't like someone he would make a move without any fear. Unknowingly he found himself admiring that middle-aged man. Perhaps that middle-aged man's way of doing things was what Lin Ling yearned for the most. "Uncle, thank you for your help." Lin Ling had left a good impression on Lin Ling, and so Lin Ling cupped his hands in greeting. "Uncle? Fuck Ling, I am your 14th uncle." In order to find Lin Ling he had to act as both a father and a mother. After the Summit of Geniuses had concluded, he had immediately gone to find Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had disappeared like a fox. And in the boneyard, after the person in the tomb had awakened, he had immediately chased after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had run faster than a rabbit. Now that they had finally met, Lin Ling actually called him uncle, which made him extremely depressed. 14th uncle? Lin Ling blinked. In truth, he had always felt an inexplicable sense of closeness towards this middle-aged man. It was just that after coming to this world, he had witnessed the fickleness of the world, so he was a bit more cautious. "I wanted to tell you last time, but you ran too fast. This time I'll tell you everything. You Lin Ling have the bloodline of the ancient clan's Lin family, and I am your 14th uncle. When you turn 16, I will be responsible for bringing you back to the ancient clan's Lin family." Lin Li continued to explain. Lin Ling's eyes widened and his heart shook like thunder. He actually had the bloodline of the ancient clan's Lin family, and this Lin Li was his 14th uncle. All the bloodlines of the ancient clan's Lin family had to return to the Lin family at the age of 16 to test their talent. And right now he was almost 16. Thinking back to what Hua Leitang had said before, when he turned 16, there would be someone coming to pick him up from that place. It seemed that place was the ancient clan's Lin family. Lin Ling has the bloodline of the ancient clan's Lin family? The people of the Guyan sect were also shocked. The situation had changed beyond their imagination. As for the people of the other three sects, they could only smile bitterly. Who would have thought that the demon-masked youth would turn around and become the young master of the Lin family? It had to be said that this was extremely dramatic. Lin Ling was stunned for a long time, but in the end he had no choice but to accept this reality. He couldn't help but look at Elder Xuanhuan and indifferently said, "Elder Xuanhuan, shouldn't we settle the accounts between us?" In the distance, Elder Xuanhuan's face was extremely pale. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that Lin Ling would go from an ant-like existence to a person who could control his life and death. "Lin Ling, we don't have any great enmity between us. How about we both take a step back?" Elder Xuanhuan said nervously. "Haha." Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter carried a hint of frivolity, as if the pressure in his heart for the past year had finally been released, making him feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Do you think that's possible? Ling, does this old man have any enmity with you? You've got guts, daring to offend my ancient clan's Lin family. Haha, 14th uncle doesn't have anything to give you today, so I'll help you get rid of your enemy." Lin Li coldly stared at Xuanhuan. With his temperament he could guess that the old man had some enmity with Lin Ling. However, this wasn't important. The important thing was that the old man was like an ant in his eyes. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can escape from me, I'll let you live." His expression was as if he could control everything, causing Lin Ling to admire him even more. With strength one could be domineering. "Elder Xuanhuan, didn't you hear me? If you don't run now, you won't have the chance later." Lin Ling lightly smiled. He liked this feeling. Not letting someone control his life but controlling the life and death of others. Elder Xuanhuan's expression constantly changed. In the next moment he madly fled into the distance. 1, 2, 3. Count. Lin Li calmly counted. In the next moment his eyes lit up. He stretched out his finger and drew a cross in front of him. A cross formed from flames appeared, transforming into a beautiful light that slashed forward. This flame cross was not only fast but it also burned everything. Elder Xuanhuan's pained voice came from the distance. He had been cut into 4 pieces and each piece was burning. An elder of a generation had fallen just like that. So strong. Elder Xuanhuan had already fled 1,000 meters away, but he still couldn't block 14th uncle's attack. This is the power of an attack breaking through the body. Lin Ling inwardly admired, then sighed in his heart. His enemy Elder Xuanhuan had died just like that. Then Lin Ling looked at the remaining elders of the 5 peaks. Young Master Lin, please spare my life. Yes. That day we were only bewitched by old ghost Xuanhuan. In reality, we didn't want to make things difficult for you. Yes. Yes, I also tried to persuade old ghost Xuanhuan many times, but he wouldn't listen. Yes. The remaining elders of the 5 peaks all knelt down and begged for mercy. They no longer had their former high and mighty attitude. Chapter 90. Regret? During the inner sect exam, if not for my master saving me, I would have died. But my master was killed by you. Do you think I will believe your words? Lin Ling's face was indifferent, unmoved. He had been soft-hearted too many times. How could he be fooled again? If he let them go today, they would rise from the ashes and make a comeback. The one who would suffer would be him, and even the people around him would be implicated. Kill? Kill? Lin Ling said indifferently. One sentence decided the life and death of those 5 people. That attitude of being in control of everything shocked many people in the Guyan sect. In the past, no matter how talented Lin Ling was, he would always be suppressed by the sect. But now he alone decided the future of the Guyan sect. Young Master Lin, please spare our lives. Kill? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the 5 elders all begged for mercy. If you were in control today, I wonder if you would have spared my Linger's life? The answer was very obvious. Kill? Lin Li laughed mockingly. He took a step forward and shot forward. Then his body exploded with flames, causing the entire mountain of Guyan sect to shake violently. In the next moment, the flames disappeared like a tide. Lin Li walked back and the 5 elders disappeared without a trace. Obviously they were burned to death by the flames. This is the ancient clan's Lin family's mixed fire body. The lowest grade is 3rd grade and the highest is 10th grade. Mine is a 5th grade innate spirit body, 10,000 waves flame. Lin Li said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Obviously, his dantian was sealed with the Lin family's mixed fire body. But he was not sure what grade it was, so he had to go back to the ancient clan's Lin family to test it. But he guessed that it was at least a 3rd grade innate spirit body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat Zhang Juyun, because Zhang Juyun should also have a 3rd grade innate spirit body. The reason he lost was because his cultivation method was not as strong as Lin Ling's. From today onwards, the 4 major sects of 100,000 mountains belong to the ancient clan's Lin family. Any objections? Kill? Lin Li walked back and said indifferently. No, we will definitely obey the ancient clan's Lin family's arrangement. Kill? My flying snow palace does not dare to have any objections. Kill? We have admired the ancient Lin family for a long time. To be able to become one of their subordinate sects is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. The leaders of the various sects all spoke out. How could they have any objections? The ancient Lin family was a great power that wasn't any weaker than the ancient Zhang family. With their strength, they didn't have the qualifications to resist. This is the sorrow of the weak. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. However, this was also the law of survival in this world. He couldn't change anything. The only thing he could do was to become stronger and not let others control his life. Lin Ling, good job. Originally, I thought that Guyan sect would change hands. Fortunately, you are here. Just as the crowd was in silence, a soft chuckle was heard. Mo Jingtian walked back excitedly. Today's situation was full of twists and turns. In the end, he was surprised that Lin Ling was the one who changed everything. However, Lin Ling's arrangement was better than Zhang Juyun's. At least Mo Jingtian could keep his position as the sect leader. Unfortunately, this was only his wishful thinking. Lin Ling didn't think so. Although Mo Jingtian didn't have the intention to kill Lin Ling still remembered that day when Mo Jingtian gave up on him to help Elder Xuanhuan. Lin Ling wasn't a saint. His principle was to treat others the same way they treated him. Zuolin, you said that Mo Jingtian didn't know how to be a good person. I think that's true. From today onwards, you will be the sect leader of Guyan sect. Lin Ling ignored Mo Jingtian and looked at a middle-aged man from afar. That man was Zuolin, who was supposed to replace Mo Jingtian. As soon as Lin Ling finished his words, Zuolin's expression changed. He was ecstatic. He thought that he would return empty-handed today. However, he didn't expect that the young master of the Lin family would support him. Lin Ling, what do you mean? Mo Jingtian's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe Lin Ling's words. Shut up. Who are you to call my Linga by his name? You are just a sect leader from the countryside. How dare you be so rude? Lin Lei shouted angrily. Young Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Yes. Mo Jingtian hurriedly said to Lin Ling respectfully. However, he laughed bitterly in his heart. As a sect leader, he actually bowed respectfully to a former disciple. It would be a disgrace if word got out. Looking at Mo Jingtian's unwilling expression, Lin Ling sneered, Mo Jingtian, can your face be any thicker? You gave up on me that day. That decision is the result of your suffering today. You should know that you chose Elder Xianhai. Why didn't you ask him for help? However, he seems to be the first person to give up on you. Yes. Hearing this, Mo Jingtian was stunned for a moment. Then, his heart was filled with bitterness. Yes, what right did he have to ask Lin Ling for help? Everything that he had was brought about by his wrong decision. If he had stood up for Lin Ling during the inner sect assessment, perhaps everything would be different today. He couldn't help but look at Master Mu from afar. He recalled what Master Mu said at that time. The river of time flowed. Today he would definitely regret his actions. Now, Mo Jingtian was indeed regretting it. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After hearing what you said, I am indeed not qualified to be the sect leader. Perhaps when you killed my illusion in the Heart Pagoda, my future was decided then. Mo Jingtian sighed and turned to leave. Mo Jingtian, to think that you would have such a day. You are headstrong and indecisive. This is what you deserve. Not far away, Zuolin sneered. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling. Young Master Lin, let's not talk about anything else. I can only promise you that from now on, Alcade Peak will only have one elder. That is your master Huoleitang. This is a promise that will never change. Good. Alcade Peak is the result of my master's painstaking efforts. I only hope that you will remember your promise. Otherwise, I can make you the sect leader, but I can also make you step down from your position. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, pondered for a moment, then said, also the rules of Guyan sect should be changed. In the outside world, the weak are prey to the strong. The disciples who cultivate are already very tired. I hope that Guyan sect can reduce the fickleness of human nature and care more. Only when the disciples are weak, when they are strong, will they have a sense of belonging to the sect, and treat the sect as their own home. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Jingtian, who was far away, trembled. The bitter smile on his face deepened. When the disciples of Guyan sect heard this, they sighed in their hearts. Lin Ling's words were exactly what they were thinking. Without a doubt, Lin Ling had changed the future of Guyan sect. Young Master Lin, I can promise you this. Currently, in all the major sects, the strong will rise and the weak will be eliminated. In this process, many potential strong cultivators have been abandoned. After I become the sect leader, I will change everything. Zuolin said sincerely. He also had the mentality of a leader. Well, since this is the case, let's disperse. Yes. Lin Ling nodded his head in satisfaction. He looked around and said indifferently. The people around said respectfully and slowly left. However, they still felt like they were in a dream. No one would have thought that the person who would decide the fate of the 4 major sects in Xuanhuan mountain range would be Lin Ling. Chapter 91. The 8 Great Ancient Clans. After deciding who the Guyan sect would belong to, Lin Ling did not act as ostentatiously as everyone expected. Instead, he stayed at the Alcade Peak as usual. 14th Uncle Lin Ling's arrival made Lin Ling realize that he had to return to the ancient clan Lin clan to take the talent test. This made Lin Ling sigh. However, he did not feel any reluctance to leave the Guyan sect. His goal was to leave the 100,000 mountains and meet the experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Ling, you should have a mysterious master. Lin Ling, he was checking on Huoleitang's injuries. Huoleitang was the most loyal subordinate of Lin Ling's father. Thus, no matter what, he had to find a way to heal Huoleitang. Mysterious master? Yes. Lin Ling was puzzled by Lin Li's words. You practice the best body refinement realm technique, the 9 Dragon Strength. This is a technique that the Cloud Sea Imperial clan does not pass down. That's why I said that. Lin Li laughed. Lin Ling paused and laughed bitterly in his heart. Of course he had a mysterious master. However, he was a dead man, a lost time. However, he finally understood why he could fight those above his level. It seemed that the 9 Dragon Strength had an extraordinary origin. It was a technique that the Cloud Sea Imperial clan did not pass down. Haha, I was just asking. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. However, Huoleitang's injuries are a bit troublesome. The longer you delay, the worse his injuries will become. I have to bring him back to the ancient clan Lin clan. Only there can treat him. Lin Li did not continue on the topic of the 9 Dragon Strength. Instead, he looked at Huoleitang. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a bit worried and hurriedly nodded. After I leave, head towards the East Court. There are still 3 months before the ancient clan Lin clan's talent test. That should be enough time for you to make it. Linli was still a bit worried. Also, I have a set of mystic-ranked martial arts here. Once you break through to the body refinement realm, you can practice it. Yes. Linli took out a bamboo scroll from his robes and handed it to Lin Ling. Then he explained the origins of the ancient Lin family. The 8 ancient clans of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had a long history and had been passed down since ancient times. They had an illustrious reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The ancient Lin clan was also known as the Fire Ancient Clan. Their clan's bloodline was all fire attribute astral bodies, and they were the Imperial Fire Clan. Lin Ling listened quietly. His yearning for the outside world grew even stronger. He wanted to become even stronger. That was why he had to go to the ancient Lin family. However, after a brief conversation, Lin Ling discovered that the eggshell seal in his dantian was different from the other bloodlines of the Lin family. They didn't seem to have an eggshell seal. Lin Ling wanted to ask Lin Li about this, but he felt that this matter was too important, so he didn't ask. As for his parents, Lin Ling asked, but Lin Li hesitated and didn't say much. Lin Ling only knew that his father was dead and his mother's whereabouts were unknown. The two of them talked for an entire night. The next day Lin Li left with Hua Leitang. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. However, he knew that he had to make some preparations for his departure. For example, the Guyan sect now belonged to the ancient Lin family. It wouldn't be right if he didn't take some cultivation resources from the sect. First was the essence gathering pill. Next was the ingredients for the spiritual spirit cleansing pill. As for these cultivation resources, the new sect master Lin didn't have any reluctance. He was extremely generous and allowed Lin Ling to take enough essence-gathering pills for cultivation. At the same time, he also prepared sufficient ingredients for the spiritual spirit cleansing pill. Lin Ling might have the pill formula for the spiritual spirit cleansing pill, but he didn't know how to refine it. After all, he didn't see the passing time of the spiritual spirit cleansing pill. Without a choice, he could only look for Master Mu and let him guide him on the refinement. At the same time, he also showed the pill formula to Master Mu. This was considered as returning Master Mu's favor. On this day when Lin Ling came out from the Alcade Peak, a figure ran towards him. "Senior brother Lin, I've been waiting for you." The person who came was Fatty Hu with a face full of smiles. Lin Ling also smiled. Fatty Hu was his first friend in the Guyan sect. He asked, "What's the matter?" "Yes. It's like this. I'm cultivating a martial art, but I don't understand it very well. I want senior brother Lin to give me a few pointers." "Yes." "Good." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded. He didn't ignore Fatty Hu because of his status. This made Fatty Hu smile excitedly. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't the kind of person who would forget his friends once he gained power. "Go to the square to teach me." "Yes." Fatty Hu hurriedly pulled Lin Ling away from the Alcade Peak. The corner of Lin Ling's eyes twitched slightly. It was just giving pointers. Why did they have to go to the square? "Hello, senior brother Lin." "Yes." "Greetings, senior brother Lin." "Yes." Along the way, all the disciples respectfully saluted. When Fatty Hu brought Lin Ling to the square, he immediately asked Lin Ling to give pointers. This action made the surrounding people talk about it. "I heard that Fatty Hu helped Lin Ling before. Now Lin Ling is very good to him. Envious. I'm so envious. Fatty Hu has finally found a powerful backer. Envious." These voices made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He laughed in his heart. He knew what Fatty Hu meant. Fatty Hu wanted to tell others that he was Lin Ling's man. Bullying him was equivalent to provoking Lin Ling. This Fatty Hu was very cunning. However, Lin Ling didn't care. He was going to leave anyway. Before he left, he would help Fatty Hu. The pointers took an hour. When Lin Ling wanted to leave, several figures hesitated for a long time and finally came over. "Hello, senior brother Lin." "Greetings." These people were Nu Ba, Ning Fei, and the former core disciples. The current Lin Ling not only had a high status, but his strength was also not low. They didn't dare to look down on Lin Ling, N. Lin Ling nodded slightly. This made Nu Ba and the others feel relieved. They knew that Lin Ling didn't care about their previous arrogance. Although senior brother Lin is magnanimous, the past conflicts won't disappear so easily. Sometimes you have to spend money to avoid disasters. You know. Lin Ling was too lazy to care, but Fatty Hu next to him said with a smile. Nu Ba and the others' eyes lit up. They all knew what he meant and politely said, "Senior brother Hu, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. See Suppressing Heaven's restaurant, I'll invite you to dinner tonight. Senior brother Hu, you're a talented man, like a dragon among men. I Ning Fei want to become sworn brothers with you. Hearing those polite words, Lin Ling was speechless. This fatty who was born to be a businessman. Lin Ling knew what fatty who meant. He wanted Nu Ba and the others to give him some money and other things to appease Lin Ling. It was also a form of flattery. However, Lin Ling was too lazy to care. This kind of small matter should be dealt with by fatty who. Waving his hand, Lin Ling left the square. As soon as he left, the disciples immediately surrounded fatty who and called him senior brother. They were so polite that fatty who felt like he was floating. This kind of feeling made him feel incomparably satisfied. 3 days later, a horse was moving along the main road. On the horse was Lin Ling and Yu. They were currently moving towards the East Court. The East Court was far away. They had to cross mountains and rivers. On the carriage, Lin Ling looked at the beautiful scenery around him and felt heroic. When he first came to this world, he fought to survive. When Hua Leitang was injured, he fought for revenge. Now that everything was settled, he was fighting for freedom. Chapter 92. Arriving at Cloud Sea City, Brother Ling, I heard that the East Court is a big city, and the martial artists there are all very powerful. Will they bully us? Yes. In the carriage, Yu had a face of interest as she looked at Lin Ling with a smile. I will be stronger than them and I will be the one to bully them. Lin Ling let out a radiant smile that was filled with confidence. I heard from Uncle Linley that all the 16-year-old Lin clan's bloodline will return to the Lin clan. There will definitely be a lot of geniuses gathering. Yu blinked and said. Lin Ling nodded. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is divided into the East Court, South Sea, West Sand, and North Ice. The Lin clan's bloodline is scattered in the various regions. Yes. But Yu believes that Brother Ling will definitely surpass them and be heavily nurtured by the Lin clan. Yu waved her little fist and cheered for Lin Ling. Lin Ling laughed heartily, feeling even more heroic. The carriage in front, stop. Let us ask for directions. Yes. At this moment, there was a voice that came from outside the carriage which made Lin Ling frown. After pondering for a moment, he walked out of the carriage and came to the front of the horse to observe. He saw that they were in a canyon, and on both sides of the canyon, there were towering cliffs that reached into the clouds. There was only one mountain path that led out of the canyon, and in front of the mountain path, several figures appeared and blocked the road. There is a main road that leads straight ahead. Is there a need to ask for directions? Yes. Outside the carriage, Lin Ling stared at the figures in the distance and revealed a sneer as he spoke calmly. Asking for directions? They should be blocking the road to rob him. After coming to this world and experiencing hardships, Lin Ling's perception was naturally stronger than his peers. His temperament was also more mature, making it easy for him to guess the other party's intentions. As for Lin Ling's horse, it was a rare iron hoof lion that was gifted to him by Zhuo Lin. This horse had a half-demon bloodline and was very fast and aggressive. In addition, the carriage had been specially modified. The body of the carriage was covered with obsidian and was very hard. Therefore, when Lin Ling did not stop the horse, those people did not dare to stop the horse. Therefore, they used the excuse of asking for directions to make Lin Ling stop the horse. The face of the leader of the group turned cold. What a cautious young man. Then he smiled and said, Sire, you're thinking too much. We really are here to ask for directions. Would you mind stopping your horse? The horse can't be stopped. You'd better get out of the way. If you get hit by the horse, I won't be responsible for the consequences. Lin Ling said calmly. He knew that if he stopped the horse, it would be very troublesome, so he didn't plan to stop. Big brother, that brat is not a novice. Moreover, there are no seniors in his carriage. Why don't we forcefully intercept him? Someone from the burly man's side suggested. Well, be careful and don't let the horse hit you. The burly man nodded. Even if they couldn't stop the horse, they still planned to get the young man off the horse. You couldn't help but attack? Lin Ling shook his head. The brilliant resurgence sword appeared behind him. With a boom, the entire sword was burning with flames. He looked forward and slashed. With this slash, a fiery red cross appeared as if it wanted to burn everything. It slashed forward. Flaming Heaven Cross Slash. This martial art was the first grade profound class martial art that Lin Ling had left for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had thought that Lin Ling would only be able to practice it when he was in the martial spirit realm. He didn't expect that Lin Ling had already liquefied his spirit energy in advance. It wasn't difficult to use it. This martial art was even stronger than the 9 dragons contending for hegemony because it could sense the enemy's spirit energy. It could automatically track the enemy and then kill them. The attack broke out of the body. Not good, it's a martial spirit realm expert. The faces of the people in the distance changed. They saw that Lin Ling was young and thought that Lin Ling's strength was only at the 7th level of body tempering. who knew that he could break out of the body. Dodge. Dodge. Swoosh. 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 The few people scattered and made way for the canyon. Damn, Junior, you actually dared to play with us. The tall and sturdy man roared. However, at this time, a scorching aura came towards him. In his eyes, there was only a cross in the sky, and that cross was filled with flames. It was as if the heavenly fire had descended. How is this possible? The slash can actually track people. The tall and sturdy man was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only raise the axe in his hand to block. Rumble. Flaming heaven cross slash, nothing can't burn, nothing can't cut. The axe was instantly burned, and the tall and sturdy man was also burned to ashes. A huge scorched cross appeared on the ground, causing the remaining people to suck in a breath of cold air. With this little strength, you want to learn to be a horse thief? Go home and train for a few more years. At the same time, the carriage rushed past them. Accompanying it was a young man's indifferent voice. Tough guy. The remaining people's faces were filled with fear. How would they dare to chase? The carriage quickly left the canyon. Lin Ling also returned to the carriage. He shook his head. After leaving the Guyan sect, the outside world was still the survival of the fittest. Flaming heaven cross slash, not only can it burn everything, it can also track people with spiritual energy. This martial art is much stronger than 9 dragons contend for hegemony. It is worthy of being a profound rank martial art. Profound rank martial art is a martial art cultivated by the martial spirit realm. There are 10 ranks. The higher the rank, the stronger the power. Lin Ling secretly nodded. During this period of time, he was not in a hurry to break through the realm. In addition to cultivating flaming heaven cross slash, he spent more time on fusing the spiritual energy sealed in the eggshell with the spiritual energy of the 9 dragons. Lin Ling did not know what kind of innate spiritual body was sealed in the eggshell. However, he guessed that it was at least a 3rd-grade innate spiritual body. The 9 dragons was already majestic and overbearing. After fusing with the eggshell, its power increased even more. Lin Ling planned to wait for the spiritual energy in his body to change before breaking through the realm. Once he reached the martial spirit realm, he would definitely be the strongest in the same realm. While thinking, Lin Ling swallowed a heavenly spirit cleansing pill at the same time. Currently, the spiritual energy in his dantian had already turned into 3 drops of liquid. Martial spirit realm was the first realm for martial artists to cultivate. Not every martial artist could smoothly enter the martial spirit realm. Some people could not even break through in their lifetime. For example, the core disciples of the Guyan sect had been stuck at the peak of the 10th realm of body transformation for several years, but they still could not break through. As for Lin Ling, he was confident that he could break through because he had the heavenly spirit cleansing pill. This was his capital. The carriage continued to move forward. After a month, they were getting closer and closer to the East Court. At the same time, in the direction of the East Court, 97 members of the Lin family were also heading there. These youths were all 16 years old and had returned from various places. Their strength was within the 9th and 10th realms of body transformation. A 16-year-old in the 10th realm of body transformation. If placed in the 100,000 mountains, they would definitely be a top genius. After all, geniuses like Nu Ba only reached the 10th realm of body transformation when they were close to 20 years old. Time passed by slowly. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. The East Court is huge. Not only does it have the 8 great ancient clans, but it also has the Cloud Sea Empire. It is hard to imagine how many experts this empire has. At this moment in the Cloud Sea City, in a restaurant, a youth looked out of the window and said, "This city was indeed huge and could not be seen with a single glance. Furthermore, it was divided into an inner city and an outer city. It was the core of the entire Heaven Mystics kingdom. In the outer city, all the major factions and vassals were gathered. The 8 great ancient clans were also located there. Brother Ling, I heard from passers-by that this area is the territory of the ancient clan's Lin family. All the restaurants and markets are related to the Lin family." Beside the young man, a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade exclaimed in surprise. "En?" The youth nodded his head. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This was an even bigger stage, which made him a little excited. Chapter 93. The Power of Flames. While the 2 of them were having their meal, there were shouts coming from below the restaurant. "What? There are no more private rooms? Do you know who I am?" A few luxuriously dressed youths walked into the restaurant. The leading youth was wearing a blue long robe and had a handsome appearance. He was frowning and speaking with dissatisfaction. "Young masters, you should know that the Cloud Sea City is the core of the Heaven Mystics kingdom and has always had the most people. Furthermore, it is currently noon, so where are the private rooms? Why don't the young masters eat in the main hall? The manager of the restaurant was in a difficult position. Do you know who we are? We are the descendants of the Lin clan, and you want us to eat in the main hall? Do you want to die? The leading youth let out a cold snort. Descendants of the ancient Lin clan? The manager of the restaurant changed his expression and didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly checked the private rooms, but the people eating in the private rooms were all influential figures, and he didn't dare to offend them easily. There are only 2 people here and they seem to be outsiders. Let's talk to them. All right. The manager's eyes landed on Lin Ling's private room and immediately spoke to the Lin clan's descendants. All right, we will take that room. Time is tight, and we still have to go back to the Lin clan in the afternoon to register. The blue-robed youth said indifferently. Brother Feng, it isn't good to chase people away when they are having their meal. If we offend someone with a powerful background, we will be in trouble as well. On the side, the blue-robed youth's companion laughed. TSK, this area is my Lin clan's territory. Is there anyone that I, Lin Feng, don't dare to offend? Manager, lead the way. Yes. The few of them swaggered towards Lin Ling's private room. At this moment, Lin Ling and Yu were having their meal. There was a sudden bang as the door was kicked open, and several figures appeared in the private room. I will give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. Scram. The blue-robed youth, Lin Feng, spoke arrogantly after kicking the door open. He had the bloodline of the Lin clan's branch clan and had been cultivating in the Western Sand Jade Toad Palace since young. He was the prodigy of that sect, so even when he came to the Cloud Sea City, he was still arrogant. Manager, what is the meaning of this? Scram. Lin Ling frowned and looked at the shopkeeper. He was displeased. These guys were asking for a beating. Young master. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly and told the whole story. After hearing this, Lin Ling gradually came to a realization. He let out a cold laugh in his heart and said in a calm tone, I'm not interested in your background. I'll give you 3 breaths time to leave this place. Get the hell out of here? Lin Feng and the rest were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This young man dared to ask the bloodline of the Lin family to scram in the Lin family's territory. This was simply courting death. The shopkeeper's bitter smile deepened. He believed that Lin Ling was so arrogant because he didn't know the other party's background. I've been cultivating in Western Sand for 10 years, and no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're the first. I'd like to see what ability you have to make me get out. The blue-robed youth, Lin Feng, laughed out of extreme anger. 1, 2. However, Lin Ling remained indifferent to their mockery and calmly counted. You have guts, but I don't know if you have the corresponding strength. Lin Feng was finally enraged. His face suddenly flushed red, and it was as if a bubble had been blown on his neck, making him look like a toad. Blazing Toad Poison Cloud, a 4th-grade innate spirit body of the Fire Ancient clan. That fellow is going to suffer. The others sneered when they saw this. Since Lin Feng could become their leader, he naturally had a certain level of strength and he was relying on the Blazing Toad Poison Cloud. Innate spirit bodies were divided into 10 grades. For example, in the Grand Myriad Mountains of the Southern Sea, those with 3rd-grade innate spirit bodies were already favored by the heavens. However, in Cloud Sea City, there were even rare 4th-grade innate spirit bodies. There was no doubt that for cultivators of the same realm, the higher the grade of innate spirit body, the stronger they would be. Therefore, in the eyes of these youths, Lin Ling was doomed. Fire element innate spirit body? Moreover, it looks like its grade isn't low. This young man is from the Lin family. Looks like the Fire Ancient clan really lives up to its name. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he was secretly surprised. He stretched out his right hand and a strange flame appeared. Within the flame, 9 black dragons circled around. It was the spirit energy of the fusion of Lin Ling's 9 dragon strength and innate spirit body. He also has a fire element innate spirit body? Seeing this scene, the youths were stunned, but they didn't mind. Fire element innate spirit bodies weren't unique to the Fire Ancient clan. Other cultivators had this innate spirit body as well, but the Fire Ancient clan was the strongest among all fire element innate spirit bodies. Playing with fire? I'm your ancestor. Lin Feng didn't mind at all. His aura rose madly, and the illusion of a huge flaming toad appeared behind him. This illusion was formed from clouds, and it was the characteristic of the blazing toad poison cloud. If it's just a toad, you dare to call yourself a fire-spitting toad? Staring at the illusion toad, Lin Ling sneered. The flame in his hand surged and he slapped out with his palm. The The flame shot out and transformed into 9 yellow and black dragons that pounced towards Lin Feng. An attack that breaks out of his body? He seems to be only at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Seeing such a powerful attack, Lin Feng was startled. His right hand touched his forehead, and the flaming toad behind him let out a strange cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a greenish-yellow flame. Lin Feng was already at the peak of the 10th stage of body transformation, so he could also launch an attack that broke out of his body. Pah, pah. The two types of flames collided in midair, like a small volcanic eruption. The people in the restaurant all retreated further away. The shopkeeper bitterly smiled and shook his head. He was most afraid of these martial artists fighting. Every time he would suffer great losses. Flames are divided into 10 grades. Lin Feng has a 4th grade innate spirit body. He once said that besides those few people, no one else is his match when it comes to playing with fire. That youth has smashed his own foot with a rock. Yes. One of the youths said affirmatively. The others nodded as well. They had already seen how powerful Lin Feng was. Rumble. At this moment, the flames in the private room erupted. The blackish-yellow flames let out a dragon's roar and the toad's flames dimmed. At the same time, a figure flew out from the flames and crashed to the ground, spitting out blood. Everyone looked carefully. This person was actually Lin Feng. And on Lin Feng's chest there were burn marks. One must know that he has a 4th grade innate spirit body. Unless the opponent's flames were of a higher grade than his, they would not be able to burn him. What happened? Several people were surprised. Could it be that this youth had a higher grade innate spirit body than Lin Feng? What innate spirit body do you have? What is your name? Why don't I know you? Lin Feng sat on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. His opponent was only at the 9th stage of body transformation, but he was able to defeat him. This made him feel that this was unreal. In the previous confrontation, he had already noticed that Lin Ling's flame spiritual energy was very vigorous and powerful. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not think of any fire attribute spirit body that would have such a sign. Lin Ling ignored Lin Feng's words. He was too lazy to speak nonsense and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Chapter 94. Fire Ancient Clan, in the beginning you were so arrogant. How come you're afraid now? What's the use of telling me who you are? Lin Ling was indifferent, and the ridicule on his face grew even stronger. I've already given you 3 breaths of time. If you don't get out, then I'll have to throw you out. Step. He arrived in front of Lin Feng and lifted him up like a little bird. He was about to throw him out of the window. If you touch me, the Fire Ancient Clan won't let you off. Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. In Western Sand, he was the pride of the heavens, the strongest genius in his sect. Who would have thought that when he returned to his family, there would be several people stronger than him? The most ridiculous thing was that he actually met someone of the same age as him when he was just having a meal. Fire Ancient Clan's bloodline? Sorry, but I'm also of the Fire Ancient Clan's bloodline. You don't have the qualifications to use your status to suppress me. Lin Ling laughed lightly. His words caused Lin Feng's eyes to widen. This youth was also of the Lin clan's bloodline? Shua. Lin Ling paid no attention to Lin Feng's surprise. He swung his right hand and tossed Lin Feng out of the window. Lin Feng fell onto the street with a bang, and it caused all the passers-by to watch curiously. Such incidents were actually not rare in Ocean of Cloud City. Some excessively arrogant cultivators intended to bully the weak, but they offended experts who kept a low profile instead, causing them to end up in a sorry state in the end. It's your turn. Are you going to scram yourselves, or do you want me to throw you out? Step. Lin Ling looked at the remaining youths with a mocking expression. Those youths were pale. If Lin Ling had an ordinary background, they might have been able to rely on their family's strength to get back at him. But Lin Ling was also of the Lin clan's bloodline. They were helpless. We're all from the same clan. How about you give us some face? One of the youths said with a bitter smile. I was just having a meal and didn't provoke you. You chased me away as soon as you arrived. Didn't you give me any face? Lin Ling said indifferently, I won't waste time. Scram yourselves or I'll throw you out. Choose. Step. We'll scram. Step. The youths were so angry that their faces were ashen. They wanted to turn around and leave. When I said get out, I meant out of the window, not the front door. Lin Ling coldly reminded them, making the few teenagers open their mouths. Lin Ling wanted them to jump out of the window? This was extremely embarrassing. Whoosh. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. With a move of his body, he grabbed a young man and threw him out of the window. When he landed on the street, he attracted even more attention. I'll do it myself. There's no need for you to do it. The rest of the people smiled bitterly and jumped out of the window. Although it was shameful to jump out of the window, it was better than being thrown out. Soon, only the manager was left in the private room. He had a bitter look on his face. Previously, he was afraid that Lin Ling and the others had the bloodline of the ancient tribe. Therefore, he wanted Lin Ling to give up the private room. Who would have known that Lin Ling also had the bloodline of the ancient tribe? Moreover, his strength was clearly stronger. Young master, I really didn't know that you have the bloodline of the ancient race. How about this? I'll waive the money for your previous meal. Young master, please be magnanimous and forgive this lowly one's mistake. The innkeeper bowed respectfully. In fact, Lin Ling was somewhat dissatisfied with the manager. He paid for the meal, but he was interrupted halfway through the meal and had to give up the private room. How could this be justified? However, the manager was also an ordinary person, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to make a fuss about it. I won't give you any less money. Change to a clean private room. If you don't have one, the hall is fine too. All right. Lin Ling said slowly. Then he left with Yu. On the way he was thinking that Lin Feng had a 4th grade innate spirit body. However, he lost to him in the collision of flames. Could it be that he had a 5th grade innate spirit body? However, when 14th uncle checked it, he seemed to think that it was only a 3rd grade innate spirit body. Lin Ling couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. Suddenly, he had a feeling that although his innate spirit body didn't seem to be of a high grade, it actually hid another layer of secrets. Right now, he could only go to the Fire Ancient Clan's Lin family to find out everything. The Fire Ancient Clan, the Imperial Fire Clan, was famous in Cloud Sea City. Today was the day of the return of the bloodlines. A total of 98 bloodlines had returned. These bloodlines had been cultivating outside since they were young and only returned to the ancient clan at the age of 16 for the test. Those with good talent would be heavily nurtured by the ancient clan, while those with poor talent would go to work in the ancient clan's subordinate sects or markets. In the afternoon, a large number of youths gathered in the ancient clan's Lin family's square. Besides them, many important figures in Cloud Sea City had also come to watch and were discussing animatedly. There are more bloodlines returning this year. It is said that there is a 6th grade innate spirit body in this batch. Lin Feng. It's Lin Qingqing, a genius from the Northern Ice mysterious ice sect. She is at the peak of the 10th stage of body tempering and her innate spirit body is the ice-fire dual lotus. Tisk, tisk, amazing. Tisk, there are a few others who aren't weak either. Lin Aofeng, 5th grade innate spirit body, Gold Emperor heaven suppressing flames, Lin Xianxia, 4th grade innate spirit body, Blackstone flame, Lin Feng, fire toad poison cloud. As for the upper echelons of the Lin family, they secretly nodded. They had been paying attention to these bloodlines since they were young, so they knew a thing or two about them. They had no doubt that a few of these bloodlines would become disciples of the ancient clan and be heavily nurtured. 98 bloodlines of the Lin family. A Lin Ling is amongst them. On a tall tower in the square, an old man around the age of 50 was frowning slightly. He was the grand elder of the Fire Ancient Clan Lin Nanshan. He controlled the operations of the entire Fire Ancient Clan, and his status was only inferior to the Ancient Clan's patriarch. I never expected that the son of 13th brother Lin Qin would still be alive. An old woman by his side spoke indifferently. So what if he's alive? He's just a nobody in the end. All those years ago, 13th brother possessed outstanding natural talent and was the #1 genius of the ancient clan. Who would have imagined that he would be together with that demonic woman and give birth to this bastard, Lin Ling? He simply let down the Fire Ancient Clan and the ancestors' nurturing. Now 13th brother is dead, but he left behind a bastard. The Grand Elder Lin Nanshan spoke coldly. The rest of the people fell silent. Lin Ling was the son of Lin Qin. Back then, Lin Qin was the most popular genius of the Fire Ancient Clan. Unfortunately, Lin Qin failed to live up to everyone's expectations and was stripped of his status as a bloodline descendant by the Fire Ancient Clan. Naturally, Lin Ling also became a branch disciple of the Ancient Clan. After all these years, everyone had already forgotten about Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling returning at the age of 16, their dusty memories wouldn't have recovered. So what if he's back? He won't be able to do anything anyway. Lin Qin is history and so are his descendants. The Grand Elder Lin Nanshan shook his head and didn't take it to heart. Moreover, he always had a secret in his heart. Back then, when Lin Qin rose to prominence and was valued by the ancestor of extreme flame, he would always be behind Lin Qin. Later, when Lin Qin fell, Lin Nanshan, had the opportunity to rise to the top. Now he was the ruler of the Fire Ancient Clan. After rising to the top, he wasn't willing to accept the fact that Lin Chen had bullied him in the past. Even though Lin Chen was dead, he still made a move against Lin Ling's descendants. He sealed Lin Ling's mixed fire body and made Lin Ling a cripple for the rest of his life. Although Lin Ling had returned, his dantian was still sealed. Therefore he didn't think that Lin Ling could do anything. The time has come. Those who want to test their talent, gather at the square. Yes. After a while the Grand Elder Lin Nanshan spoke. Chapter 95. Nirvana Flame. The word flame could be seen by everyone in the outer city. It symbolized the pride of the ancient imperial fire clan. What a powerful fire attribute spiritual energy. Wow. Lin Ling was in the midst of all the youths. He was secretly surprised. He looked around at the surrounding disciples and discovered that most of them were at the 10th stage of body transformation. Among them there were a few that attracted his attention the most. One of them was a young girl whose looks could cause the downfall of nations. She wore a blue dress, and the aura around her body was one of ice and fire. Another was a slender youth. His aura was calm and steady as if he was the ruler of the world. He had an innate domineering aura. The last one was like a mountain. His aura was hot and steady. Lin Ling knew that these three were the strongest disciples this year. Today the Fire Ancient Clan will test your talent. If your bloodline disciples have good talent, you can become a main clan disciple and be heavily nurtured by the clan. If your strength is good, you can become a main clan disciple and be nurtured by the clan. If your talent and strength are average, you can only be assigned to work in the clan's business. Great Elder Lin Nanshan's voice sounded again. That old man is so strong. Wow. Lin Ling stared at Lin Nanshan. He was different from others. His eyes could see the strength of others. In his eyes, the old man who spoke was like lightning from hell. His aura was extremely terrifying. It should be a powerful spirit body. At the same time, a stone tablet rose up from the square. It was used to test talent. The disciples came forward one by one. It was obvious that it was impossible to sneak into the ancient Lin clan. Lin Qingqing, branch family bloodline, peak of the 10th realm of body transformation. 6th grade spirit body, ice and fire dual lotus. Promoted to main clan disciple. Wow. Lin Aofeng, branch family bloodline. 5th grade spirit body, gold emperor heaven suppressing flame. Promoted to main clan disciple. Wow. Next is the main clan disciple selection. As long as these disciples stand out in the future, they will also have a chance to become a main clan disciple. Wow. Lin Changqiang, branch family bloodline. 4th grade spirit body, black stone flame. Wow. Lin Feng, fire toad poison cloud. The announcement of the spirit bodies shocked many people, especially Lin Qingqing and Lin Aofeng. Their potential was not inferior to the main clan disciples. Apart from these few people, most of them were relatively ordinary. Unless they were strong enough, they could only work for the family businesses. Lin Ling, my clan's bloodline. Suddenly, head elder Lin Nantian lowered his voice. What could possibly have the bloodline of the clan? Who is this Lin Ling? How can someone of the clan's bloodline go out to cultivate? He should stay in the ancient clan to cultivate. Could it be his son? The moment Lin Ling's name came out, everyone started discussing. Some of the people who remembered the history of the Fire Ancient Clan reacted. Lin Ling, the son of Lin Ling, the son of Lin Chen. Everyone in Ocean of Cloud City knew about Lin Chen. His strength had awed the entire city at such a young age. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses, and Lin Chen had died too early. And Lin Ling was Lin Chen's son, so he should be of the main bloodline. How did he become a branch disciple? Many people were puzzled. On the other hand, Lin Ling was puzzled as well. His background seemed to be quite big. Lin Ling's father was the pride of the Fire Ancient Clan, but he abandoned himself and disappointed the Ancient Clan. So, Lin Ling was stripped of his status as a main clan disciple at a young age and became a branch disciple. Head Elder Lin Nanshan said indifferently. As soon as he said that, everyone understood why Lin Ling was of the branch bloodline. However, since Lin Chen was a genius in the past, his son Lin Ling shouldn't be weak as well. Many people couldn't help but be curious about Lin Ling's talent test. Lin Ling frowned. His father was the pride of the Fire Ancient Clan, but he abandoned himself and was abandoned by the Ancient Clan. For some reason he felt that there was more to this matter. And all of this could only be found out after entering the Fire Ancient Clan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling walked towards the stone tablet to test his talent. Then he touched the stone tablet with his hand. At that moment, the stone tablet suddenly shook violently and emitted a dazzling light. What a dazzling light! Could it be a rare innate spiritual body? Wow! Seeing this, many people were shocked. Lin Qingqing and the others' expressions changed drastically. They were unwilling to accept this. They had already decided to be the top 3, but Lin Ling's sudden rise made them feel pressured. Impossible. When he was young, he only had an ordinary mixed fire body. Also, when did he break my underworld lightning seal? Had Elder Lin Nanshan frowned. Of course, what surprised him the most was that Lin Ling had broken his seal. Qin'er's son, sigh, he's finally back. Sigh. On a mountain peak far away, an old man sighed. His gaze seemed to pass through layers of clouds and landed on Lin Ling's face, making him reminisce even more. Lin Ling was very similar to his Qin. Qin'er has a rare 9th grade innate spiritual body, 7 heavenly flames. Could it be that his son Lin Ling also inherited his innate talent? Sigh. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the stone tablet was still dazzling. However, in the next moment, it suddenly dimmed and turned into a multicolored light, making many people sigh. They couldn't be more familiar with this multicolored innate talent. Previously, when many disciples were tested, they also had this color. This was a very ordinary 3rd grade innate spiritual body, mixed fire body. Hee, how ironic. The son of heaven turned out to be trash. What a disgrace to your father's pride. Head Elder Lin Nanshan shook his head. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling had a terrifying innate talent. Fortunately, looking at it now, it was only an ordinary mixed fire body. Everyone in the square also sneered. If Lin Ling had an ordinary branch family bloodline, then having a mixed fire body wouldn't be a big deal. However, Lin Ling was a son of heaven. A son of heaven having a mixed fire body, how could they not laugh? Mixed fire body, sigh. Far away, the old man also sighed and his body quietly disappeared. Clearly, Lin Ling had disappointed him. At this moment, on the square, Lin Ling was still in the same position of touching the stone tablet. However, his eyes were looking at the side of the stone tablet, where the lost time had appeared. A long time ago, this place wasn't the Fire Ancient clan, but a volcano where a meteor fell from the sky. A middle-aged man was cultivating at the side of the volcano. The flames around the volcano were all sucked into the middle-aged man's body. Nirvana flame, surpassing the 10th grade innate spiritual body. It is a heavenly grade innate spiritual body. According to legend, it is the flame left behind by a phoenix's nirvana. This flame is the origin of fire. Its initial state is similar to the mixed fire body, but in reality, this flame can continuously increase its grade as it goes through nirvana. Blazing flame technique, it is a technique to raise the nirvana flame. Unfortunately, the nirvana flame is difficult to pass down. I only hope that my descendants can have one of my bloodlines and then go to Mount Zhongnan to find the blazing flame technique. In the future, I will use fire-gathering stones to lay down a talent-testing stone. If the younger generation can make the talent-testing stone shine, then they will have the Nirvana flame bloodline. Lost time. The lost time quickly disappeared. Lin Ling stood there in a daze. Previously, he had felt a huge amount of fire spirit chi from the testing stone tablet. Then, thinking about the dazzling light of the testing stone tablet, he guessed that he should have the 1 in 10,000 Nirvana flame. Chapter 96. A former genius. Lin Ling frowned. He guessed that the Nirvana flame was too rare, and not even one would appear in millions of years. That was why no one in the Fire Ancient clan knew about it. If that was the case, then that middle-aged man should be the first ancestor of the Fire Ancient clan. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. But on second thought, his innate spirit body was indeed very strange. For example, he could fuse with the 9 dragons. This was something that other innate spirit bodies could not do, and he had never seen anyone who could do it. Right now, I have a heavenly spirit body, but even if I say it, they might not believe me. Since that's the case, I might as well find the blazing flame technique first and show it when I'm strong enough. Sigh. He knew that if he said it now, even if others would believe him, he would still be in trouble. Perhaps the ancient clan's enemies would assassinate him. Lin Ling thought to himself. Lin Ling, if your strength is not enough, then you can only work in the clan's business. Sigh. At this moment, Great Elder Lin Nanshan's voice was heard. His voice was full of disdain. A descendant of the clan who has been kicked out of the clan still wants to return to the clan. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling's face, Lin Nanshan was reminded of Lin Chen in the past. Therefore, he was very pleased to see Lin Chen's bloodline fall. Previously, you said that after the innate talent test, there will be a strength test. If you pass the strength test, you can also become a descendant of the clan. Great Elder, isn't your decision too hasty? Sigh. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Lin Nanshan indifferently. He sensed that Lin Nanshan's attitude towards him was not good, so he did not need to be too respectful. There is indeed a test, but that is a strength test. Your previous test was only at the 9th stage of body tempering. In this batch there are many people who are stronger than you. You better not be too confident, or else you will end up like your father and disgrace yourself. Lin Nanshan did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to talk back. His voice gradually turned cold. Lin Ling frowned. It was as if the old man was born to oppose him. His face turned cold. You don't need to worry about that. I just hope your eyes aren't blurred and you don't see it wrong. Lin Ling's words caused a lot of discussion around the square. This Lin Chen's son is really arrogant, just like his father, born with pride. However, in the previous test, not only was his talent mediocre, even his strength was only at the 9th level of body transformation. There were many people of the same age who were stronger than him, so where did his confidence come from? He has already offended the Great Elder before even returning to the ancient clan. He will suffer in the future. The Great Elder Lin Nanshan looked at Lin Ling mockingly. However, he did not say anything because it was useless to say anything now. As long as Lin Ling did not become a member of the main clan, he would be sent to various places to work. At that time Lin Ling would be in trouble. After the talent test was the strength test. This meant that if the branch clan members did not have a good innate spirit body, but their strength was not bad, they still had a chance to become a candidate to become a member of the main clan. And this year's strength test was the Beast Tide of Mount Xianxia. Mount Xianxia was south of Cloud Sea City. It was the territory of the Fire Ancient clan. Every year at this time the monsters in the mountains would swarm out. Everywhere they passed, people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore the Fire Ancient clan also had the mission of stopping the Beast Tide. In the Beast Tide, the 10 people who killed the most monsters would also become a candidate to become a member of the main clan. Lin Ling was only at the 9th level of body tempering, so many people were not optimistic about him. After all, among the disciples of the same age this year, most of them were at the 10th level of body tempering. Lin Ling did not care about other people's opinions. He was still very confident about the Beast Tide. 1. The Sword of Brilliance Resurgence, which weighed 30,000 jin. This was his trump card. 2. The fusion of the 9 dragon strength and the mixed fire body. It was very obvious that his innate spirit body had changed. On the surface, it looked like the mixed fire body, but in reality it was not. These 2 trump cards were the foundation for him to surpass those of the same age. Mine is not the mixed fire body but the Nirvana flame. The Nirvana flame is the innate spirit body of the first-generation ancestor. His bloodline inheritance is 1 in a million. I never thought that I would inherit it. However, the Nirvana flame needs to be continuously reborn and absorb other flames in order to become stronger. Lin Ling thought to himself. He also felt very surprised that he had an innate spirit body that was 1 in a million. It seemed that his luck was not always bad after coming to this world. However, the Nirvana flame needed to be reborn. Otherwise it would be as ordinary as the mixed fire body. The key to rebirth was the blazing flame technique. Lin Ling knew all of this from the lost time. Moreover, the Beast Tide was at Mount Xianxia. It was a good opportunity to find the blazing flame technique. Disciples, let's go. A loud shout came from the square. Everyone walked towards the south one after another. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of a city wall. Looking ahead, there was an endless mountain in front of them. It was the Xuanhuan Mountain. The Xuanhuan Mountain was said to be the birthplace of the Fire Ancient clan. The first-generation ancestor grew up there. 98 disciples, listen up. Your goal is to stop the Beast Tide. The top 10 people who kill the most demonic beasts will become the candidates for the clan's disciples. Lin Nanshan's voice sounded, raising the spirits of the bloodline disciples. Especially the disciples with average talent. This was their only hope. Lin Qingqing, Lin Aofeng and Lin Changqiang, who had already become the clan's disciples, were also in high spirits. This was also the time to show off their strength. Of course, they had outstanding innate spirit bodies and were strong. Everyone believed that they would be the best representatives of the Fire Ancient clan this year. The only difference was who would kill the most demonic beasts. You shouldn't have come back. While waiting for the arrival of the Beast Tide, Lin Ling stood quietly on the city wall. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ears, causing him to look up. The one who spoke was a 16-year-old girl. She was wearing a long blue dress. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She had an oval face and her skin was as white as snow. Under her thin and curved eyebrows were a pair of clear black and white eyes. Her small mouth was as red as a cherry. Her upper body was straight and her breasts were slightly protruding. She gave people a pleasant feeling. This girl was very good-looking. Lin Ling had an impression of her. She seemed to be Lin Qingqing, the proud daughter of heaven who possessed the ice and fire lotus. Lin Ling couldn't help but compare her with Yuer. Yuer was older and gave people a cold feeling. On the other hand, this girl gave people a feeling of liveliness. What? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Sigh, it seems like after leaving the clan for 10 years, you still don't know a lot of things. Lin Qingqing sighed. Although I was cultivating in the North Ice, I would occasionally return to the clan. Hence, I knew that if you came back your situation would be very bad. Why don't you find a quiet place and live a peaceful life? Why? Lin Ling asked again. Because Grand Elder Lin Nanshan didn't like you. Lin Qingqing shook her head. Back then your father was the proud son of heaven of the Fire Ancient clan. He had always been above Lin Nanshan's head. If he didn't fall in love with a woman from the Shixing nation, his life would have been smooth sailing. He would have become an existence that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom couldn't underestimate. Unfortunately, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Shixing nation were like fire and water. Your father's actions were tantamount to treason. Under heavy pressure your father finally died. Chapter 97. Zhongnan Mountain Beast Tide. Lin Ling's heart was filled with admiration. As expected of my father. Even if others oppose him, he still insists on his own way of thinking. Yes. He came from another world and was not a slave. As long as his father and mother loved each other, that was enough. He did not care about treason at all. Yes, Senior Lin Shen once said that when the world is awake, I am the only one drunk. But I believe that when the world is drunk, I am the only one sober. When the world is dirty, I am the only one clean. Lin Qingqing's small mouth opened slightly. Her eyes were filled with admiration, causing Lin Ling to be slightly stunned. Lin Qingqing continued, isn't the life of a martial artist to fight for freedom? Why should we be restricted by rules and regulations? The war between two countries has nothing to do with me. If you love, you should love vigorously. Why should you care about other people's opinions? Yes. This little girl. Lin Ling laughed. This Lin Qingqing was also a sentimental person. I won't hide it from you. Your father is my idol. So for his son, I advise you to leave the Fire Ancient clan. Let's not talk about the distance, just the beast tide alone will make you no match for us. When the time comes, you will only be sent to work in the clan's business. If Lin Nanshan wants to make things difficult for you, it will be easier for him to make things difficult for you. Lin Qingqing advised again. Thank you. But as Lin Shen's son, if I leave just like this, I will be burying his heroic name. I will not embarrass my father and become a deserter. Lin Ling smiled confidently. His words caused Lin Qingqing to be in a daze. She seemed to see the old Lin Ling. Then she smiled bitterly. This Lin Ling was indeed as stubborn as his father. But, other than your mediocre innate spirit body, your strength is only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. How can you win? Yu sighed. Lin Ling's fighting spirit was not bad, but he did not recognize himself. Qingqing, why bother talking to trash like him? He is still immersed in his father's pride and does not recognize himself. Yes. At this moment an ill-timed voice rang out. Not far from the city walls, a young man stood with his arms crossed and a disdainful smile on his lips as he looked at Lin Ling. He was one of the strongest 3 Lin Xianxia. Beside him was Lin Aofeng. However, Lin Aofeng didn't even look at Lin Ling. Instead, he was looking into the distance. Obviously, he didn't think much of Lin Ling. He believed that he was the one who had killed the most demonic beast. Not far from Lin Aofeng was Lin Feng. Lin Ling was ranked 4th among the 98 disciples. Now he was also a candidate. However, his goal was to become one of the top geniuses among the 98 and be valued by the Fire Ancient clan. Of course, his gaze was also on Lin Ling. Perhaps everyone thought that Lin Ling was useless, but only he knew that although Lin Ling had an ordinary innate spirit body, once he made a move, he was stronger than him. Lin Qingqing, Lin Aofeng, Lin Xianxiang and Lin Ling. These are all experts above me. Damn it, I don't know what went wrong with the clan's assessment stone tablet. Lin Ling is obviously stronger than me, but his innate spirit body is only of the 3rd grade. Bullshit. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Lin Ling, that's all I have to say. You're on your own. Lin Qingqing sighed and walked away. She couldn't persuade Lin Ling. She could only hope that Lin Ling would back off on his own. Yi Lin Chen's son. How impressive. When he is assigned to work in the estate, I want him to pour tea for me. In the future when I brag to others I can be proud. Lin Changqiang looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Then go ahead and try. Hee hee. Lin Ling coldly glanced at Lin Changqiang. He knew that his father's reputation was too great. After his death, many people wanted to step on his name and show off their might. Oh, you're still so arrogant. If the beast tide wasn't about to start, I'd teach you a lesson right now. Lin Changqiang narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Speak less and focus your attention on the beast tide. Why waste your breath on some servants? Hee hee. Lin Aofeng indifferently said. From beginning to end he didn't even look at Lin Ling. His reputation was gone, and his arrogance was like the wind. These people didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Their arrogance and disdain made Lin Ling laugh. His original goal was to kill the most demonic beasts and become a candidate for the clan's disciple. Since they were so arrogant, then he'll just fight. Let's see who will be first. Interesting. Since it's like this, then I'll take first place in this beast tide. Lin Ling indifferently said. Lin Aofeng and the others were stunned, especially Lin Aofeng. He finally turned his head to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he wants to take first place? Based on his innate spiritual body? Or was it because of his cultivation? What a fool's dream. Haha. Haha. Several people laughed. This Lin Ling was not only arrogant, he was also very arrogant. He was simply treating them as if they were invisible. Lin Ling ignored their ridicule. He closed his eyes and waited for the beast tide to start. He knew that these people wouldn't be able to laugh soon. Time slowly passed. Rumble. At Mount Xuanhuan, a wave of baleful aura soared into the sky. The sound of thousands of demonic beasts was deafening. At this moment the earth shook. The beast tide had begun. The strength of this beast tide was equivalent to the peak of the body refinement realm. There were even demonic kings with strength of 1 star of the martial spirit realm. It was certain that if this beast tide appeared in the 100,000 mountains, other than a few people, no one would be able to stop it. Even the core disciples wouldn't be able to stop it. However, in the Fire Ancient clan, a 16-year-old disciple was able to stop it. This was the difference between the East Court and the South Sea. Of course, if it was just one demonic beast, any of the 98 disciples could do it. However, if there were too many demonic beasts, it might not be possible. They might even die in the mouths of the demonic beasts. The beast tide is coming. 98 disciples, get ready. Go. A loud shout came from the city wall. Then flames rose on the city wall, forming words made of flames. They were the names of the 98 disciples. Behind the names was the number of demonic beasts killed. This is the beast-slaying leaderboard. This method should be brought by the 7th grade innate spiritual body of the Fire Ancient clan, the 8 Desolate Earth Fire. It's really powerful. The 8 Desolate Earth Fire is said to be owned by the 7th Elder. It can sense life through the earth and record the number of demonic beasts killed. Someone exclaimed in admiration. The Fire Ancient clan had the most terrifying fire-resistant body. It was said that Ancestor Taiyan possessed the 10th grade Heart Flame Ancient Demon. He was the second genius of the Fire Ancient clan in history. The first was the ancestor of the Fire Ancient clan. The third was Lin Qin, who possessed the 9th grade 7 Heavenly Fire. Lin Qingqing, Lin Qing, Lin Tian, you will be assigned to the east side of Mount Xuanhuan. Lin Changqiang in the forest, west side of Mount Xuanhuan. Lin Aofeng. Great Elder Lin Nanshan's voice kept coming out. Although the strength test was to see who could kill more demonic beasts, it was impossible to gather them in a group at the beginning. Therefore they had to be assigned to different directions. There was something fishy about this. For example, there were places where there were many demonic beasts but they weren't strong. This made it easier to kill more demonic beasts. On the other hand, there were places where there were few demonic beasts but they were ferocious. It was troublesome to kill them and they were at a disadvantage. Chapter 98. Sweep. Lin Ling, the southernmost part of Mount Xuanhuan. Lin Nanshan continued. The southernmost part? That's close to the source of the demonic beasts. That's where the powerful demonic beasts gather. Someone exclaimed. Although the demonic king was the strongest in the demonic beast tide, the strength of the demonic beast was close to the demonic king. The disciples assigned to that area would either run away or die. Lin Nanshan was clearly making things difficult for Lin Ling. Lin Nanshan, I will remember this. Sigh. Lin Ling frowned when he heard the commotion around him. However, he knew that he couldn't fight head-on for the time being, so he held himself back. Then, after Lin Nanshan gave the order to set off, he jumped down from the city wall. The most important thing now was to find the blazing flame art. Moreover, the southernmost part of Mount Xiongnan was close to the source of the demonic beasts. Perhaps the blazing flame art was there. After all, the closer to the city wall, the more people there were. If the blazing flame art was there, it would have been found long ago. Humph, that direction has the most powerful demonic beast. Even if you, Lin Ling, don't die, you have no hope of becoming one of the top 10 existences. When the time comes, you will be assigned to work in the industry and I, Lin Nanshan, will slowly toy with you. Sigh. Lin Nanshan stared at Lin Ling's back, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lin Ling's talent and strength were average, but he still did not intend to be fair. Instead, he added insult to injury and gave him the most difficult direction to kill the demonic beast. Kill? Sigh. I come from the northern ice. My strength is great and I can kill demonic beasts. Who can compete with me? Sigh. Whoever dares to compete with me for demonic beasts, don't blame me for being impolite. Sigh. A moment later, the spiritual energy in the distance was turbulent. Many disciples had already started killing demonic beasts. Moreover, because they wanted to kill more demonic beasts, many people started fighting each other. In order to become one of the top 10 demonic beasts, no one would be merciful. Look at the demonic beasts list. Some disciples kill demonic beasts so fast. In the blink of an eye they have already killed 10. Sigh. Lin Alfing is the truly terrifying one. There are now 20 of them and he's already at the top of the list. Lin Qingqing's innate spirit body is even better, but she is a woman after all. Currently she only has 15. Looking at the flame list in the sky, many people were discussing. Then they saw that so far among the 98 disciples, only Lin Ling had not killed a single demonic beast. Sigh. Lin Chen's son, you've really disgraced your father's name. Someone sighed. As for great elder Lin Nanshan, his cold smile became even more pronounced. In the area where Lin Ling was, it was very difficult to kill demonic beasts. And as they moved forward, no one would let him kill demonic beasts. At this moment, Lin Ling was heading towards the south. He wasn't in a hurry to kill because he knew that the beast tide wasn't as simple as a few hundred beasts. Wait, who let you pass through here? All the demonic beasts in this area belong to me. At the same time, a member of the Lin clan looked at Lin Ling and said coldly, his words filled with contempt. I'm just passing by. I don't intend to fight over the demonic beast with you. You want me to scram? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and stared indifferently at the Lin clan member. I don't care. Anyway, you're not allowed to leave this area that I'm guarding. Go in another direction, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. The Lin clan member disdainfully snorted. Lin Ling wasn't worth mentioning in his heart, but along the way who could guarantee that Lin Ling wouldn't kill some weak demonic beasts? This was equivalent to stealing his demonic beast. Moreover, he was looking forward to trampling on Lin Chen's son to satisfy his sense of superiority. Impolite? Then I want to see how you can be impolite. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head strangely. This person was really domineering. Since it was like this, then he wouldn't be able to kill a single demonic beast in his area. A mere third-grade innate spirit body and only at the 9th stage of body tempering. Being from the same fire ancient clan as you is a disgrace to me. Sigh. The Lin clan member gave up on killing the demonic beasts and rushed towards Lin Ling. He wanted to teach this arrogant son of Lin Chen a lesson. Disgrace? I'll disgrace your entire family. Umph. Lin Ling sneered and pulled out the Brilliance Resurgent sword. Using the reverse blood technique, he shot towards the Lin clan member. Although Lin Ling could see that the Lin clan member was at the peak of the 10th stage of body tempering, his strength was comparable to a core disciple of the ancient Face sect. However, after 3 months of bitter cultivation, the spiritual energy within Lin Ling's body had fused together and formed 3 spiritual energy liquids. Therefore, he didn't put the Lin clan member's strength in his eyes. He didn't even need to use his full strength. Whoosh! Lin Ling rushed in front of the Lin clan member and slashed out with his sword. Insignificant skill, you don't even know martial arts. Watch how I break your sword. The Lin clan member coldly snorted. A flame rose from his palm and turned into a lotus. Looking at Lin Ling, he slapped out. Abyssal Flame Lotus. This was the martial art he learned in the sect and was currently the strongest attack. Rumble. The Abyssal Flame Lotus and the large sword collided. A deafening sound rang out and the Abyssal Flame Lotus was cut in half by the Brilliance Resurgent sword. How is this possible? Your sword isn't an ordinary sword. The Lin clan member was shocked. The situation had changed beyond his imagination. Moreover, a 9th stage of body tempering cultivator could defeat his martial art in one move. That sword was definitely not ordinary. You're not too stupid. Umph. Lin Ling sneered. The large sword in his hand didn't stop. It smashed down with earth-shattering force. Bang. A dull sound rang out and the Lin clan member was directly smashed to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with disbelief. One must know that the Brilliance Resurgent sword was at least 30,000 jin. It was a weapon that even the 14th Uncle Linli couldn't stop praising. Coupled with Lin Ling's reverse blood technique, its power reached 40,000 jin. How could the Lin clan member block it? Unless his innate spirit body was of a higher level. With your strength, you dare to order me around? I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. Bang. Standing in front of the Lin clan member, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with ridicule, causing the Lin clan member's face to turn even uglier. However, he couldn't do anything. Lin Ling was very strong, at least twice as strong as him. He thought that Lin Ling was a third-grade innate spirit body and a 9th stage of body tempering cultivator and was trash. However, this was clearly an illusion. Whoa. At this moment, the sound of demonic beasts could be heard from afar. The demonic beasts in this area had arrived once again. I was just rushing over, but you were afraid that I would steal your demonic beast. Since that's the case, then I'll kill all of your demonic beasts. Lin Ling shrugged and laughed in schadenfreude. Don't go too far. Bang. The Lin clan member was enraged. I'm going too far. What can you do about it? Trash. Bang. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. In his left hand, a black ball appeared. On its surface, 9 black and yellow dragons coiled. At this moment, a scorching heat burst out, causing the grass on the ground to spontaneously combust. You and I are both of the mixed fire body. However, the fire attribute spiritual energy that you use is obviously stronger than mine. What's going on? Sensing the aura on Lin Ling's body, the Lin clan member was shocked once again. Lin Ling's fire was vigorous and domineering. It had an aura that could destroy everything. The reason is simple. It's because you're trash. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Then he slapped out with his left palm. Instantly, the scorching black ball rose up like a blazing sun, and 9 bucket-thick black and yellow dragons burst out, roaring as they looked at the demonic beasts in front of them. Bang bang bang. Chapter 99. Searching for the blazing flame art woo woo woo. Along the way, a large number of demonic beasts died. Although these demonic beasts were at the 10th stage of body tempering, they were not strong. At the same time, Lin Ling's ranking on the demon-slaying leaderboard rose rapidly. Fuck, you killed more than 50 demonic beasts in one move and you're at the 9th stage of body tempering. How can your attacks break through your body? The Lin clan disciple exclaimed again. Perhaps in his life, today was the day he was the most surprised. Lin Ling was too terrifying. At the 9th stage of body tempering, his spiritual energy had already turned into liquid, and the degree of it was even greater than his. One must know that at the peak of the 10th stage of body tempering, one's spiritual energy had already turned into liquid, but it was definitely not much, only a small portion. You think you can compete with me? Lin Ling replied indifferently, causing the Lin clan disciple to grit his teeth. This Lin Ling's words were too vicious. Blazing sky cross slash. Boom. Ignoring the Lin clan disciple, Lin Ling pulled out the resurgent sword from behind his back. Imbuing it with spiritual energy, flames erupted from the sword as he slashed out. Chi-chi. A cross formed by flames appeared. Berserk and scorching hot, this cross slashed forward in all directions. Chi-chi. A demonic beast's eyes were filled with panic. It turned around and tried to escape, but unfortunately, the blazing sky cross slash's greatest feature was its ability to track the enemy. It had nowhere to run. Chi-chi. In the next moment, the demonic beast was cut into 4 pieces, and the rest of its body was burned to ashes. The Lin clan disciple's eyes widened. Lin Ling's spiritual energy was not just one type of martial art. Although the blazing sky cross slash is stronger, it's only in a one-on-one situation. Furthermore, this martial art consumes 2 drops of spiritual energy. The Tyrant Dragon Seal's 9 dragons contend for hegemony is weaker, but it's a group attack and consumes only 1 drop of spiritual energy. Lin Ling had an evaluation in his heart. After a moment he wanted to test it out, but when he looked up, there were no more demonic beasts in front of him. Sorry, there are no more demonic beasts in your area. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Ling looked ahead and rushed forward. On the ground, the disciple gritted his teeth. He was afraid that Lin Ling would steal his demonic beasts, so he told Lin Ling to get lost. However, Lin Ling killed all the demonic beasts in his area, not a single one was spared. This caused him to suddenly feel slightly regretful. Lin Ling was only passing by, so why did he have to stop him? Lin Ling continued forward. He didn't plan to continue on his journey. He would kill all the demonic beasts he encountered. Along the way, naturally, many people wanted to stop Lin Ling. However, they realized that Lin Ling was very powerful. Although he was an ordinary third-grade spiritual body, he defeated them easily. As a result, none of the demonic beasts in their area were spared. How could they know that when he was in the Guyan sect, Lin Ling was already not afraid of those at the peak of the 10th stage of body refining? At the same time, Lin Ling's ranking on the demon-slaying leaderboard rose crazily. In the beginning, no one noticed. Even Grand Elder Lin Nanshan didn't care. However, after Lin Ling's name appeared on the demon-slaying leaderboard, it was hard for Lin Nanshan not to notice. At this moment, Lin Nanshan's face turned ugly. He had assigned Lin Ling to the worst area. Along the way, the other disciples did not allow Lin Ling to kill their demonic beasts. But Lin Ling still killed over 300, ranking 11th. It would be strange if Lin Nanshan was not surprised. Lin Chen's son is terrifying. He's only at the 9th stage of body transformation. How could he kill so many demonic beasts? This is not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is that Lin Ling will encounter many disciples along the way. Those disciples did not allow Lin Ling to kill their prey, but Lin Ling still killed them. Unexpectedly, Lin Ling defeated all of them. The crowd discussed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, 3rd grade talent, 9th stage of body transformation. Everyone thought he was a disgrace to his father's name. But now Lin Ling shocked the world. Lin Ling? Every disciple had a jade tablet in their hands. They could see their own ranking. When Lin Aofeng saw Lin Ling's ranking, he frowned. Lin Changqiang and the others' faces also changed. At this speed, it was not impossible for Lin Ling to catch up to them. But how could Lin Ling not be tired after killing so many demonic beasts? Would he run out of spiritual energy? Chop, chop, chop. Lin Ling sprinted all the way. The Brilliance Resurgence sword was like a giant sword that took lives. Everywhere he went, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. He would occasionally consume the Essence Recovery Elixir to replenish his spiritual energy and physical strength. His Essence Recovery Elixir was extremely precious. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only Senior He Yenshan could refine it. Naturally, the effect was not weak. This was also why he did not run out of spiritual energy. When he was free, Lin Ling looked at the jade tablet in his hand. He knew that he was ranked 11th, but he did not care. Finding the blazing flame art was the most important thing now. After a long time, Lin Ling finally arrived at the southernmost part of Mount Zhongnan. This place was extremely quiet. There were no sounds of demonic beasts, which made one feel a sense of oppression. The blazing flame art is in Mount Zhongnan, but I am not sure of its exact location. I can only rely on my eyes. Stopping on top of a huge rock, Lin Ling looked into the distance quietly, but he did not see anything special. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, an ear-piercing bird's cry echoed. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In this region, it was hard to see a single demonic beast. Why would there be a bird's cry? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling followed the sound of the bird's cry. Along the way, there were hardly any traces of humans. There were only sinister giant rocks in the surroundings. Soon enough, Lin Ling found the source of the sound. It was a pitch-black mountain peak. The peak was very tall, and halfway up the mountain he could vaguely see a giant cave. There are probably demonic beasts in that cave. If there is really the blazing flame art nearby, then it must be related to that cave. Lin Ling pondered silently. Soon enough, his eyes revealed a determined look. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No matter how dangerous the place was, he had to explore it. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to become an expert. At this moment, Lin Ling climbed up the mountain peak. When his hand touched the rocks, he could not help but be surprised. The surface of these rocks was pitch black but very hot. It seemed like they were burned black. Fortunately, although the mountain peak was high with Lin Ling's strength, it was not difficult to climb up. Soon enough, he stood in front of the giant cave. At the same time, a scorching wind blew out from the cave, accompanied by a demonic aura. It seems like there are indeed demonic beasts. Yes. Lin Ling frowned and cautiously walked in. The cave was very big and there were many small side caves. However, Lin Ling walked along the largest cave. After a long time he came to a cliff. Looking around, there was a huge valley below the cliff. In the valley, 2 giant birds were sitting there. These 2 birds had a huge aura. Their bodies were red, and their feathers seemed to be condensed from flames. When they sat, they were 3 stories high. It was hard to imagine how imposing they would be when they stood up. What made Lin Ling the most speechless was that the two giant flaming birds were also looking at him. Their sharp eyes were filled with a berserk intent. They rushed into the nest of demonic beast. Those two birds are definitely in the martial spirit realm or even stronger. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Mount Xuanhuan had a demon king. Perhaps those two giant flaming birds were the demon kings. Chapter 100. 9 Nether Flame Sparrow, can't they leave? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He looked carefully and found that under the two giant flaming birds, there was a small bird half the size of a person. The small flaming bird's eyes were not open and its aura was extremely weak. Looks like the bird is injured, so they didn't leave the nest. Lin Ling had a guess in his heart, and now was a good time to leave. After all, the two giant flaming birds would not pay attention to him. However, just as he moved, his eyes looked at the bird and his heart was somewhat unbearable. The bird's aura was very weak. It tried to stand up several times but fell down. The feathers on its chest were already stained red with blood and the wound was worsening. Perhaps it would not be long before the bird died. But even so, the bird still did not believe in fate and stubbornly tried to stand up. This scene reminded Lin Ling of himself when he first came to this world. At that time he was also very weak, but he was determined to survive every time. Its will to live is very strong. Since I have seen it, I can't be indifferent. If its injuries are external, the recovery pill might be able to heal it. Go! Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling climbed down the cliff. His actions caused the two giant flaming birds to let out ear-piercing cries. The cries were filled with killing intent. Lin Ling ignored them and gritted his teeth as he walked forward. At the same time, a scorching aura hit him in the face. Even though he had a fire attribute spirit body, he still felt very hot. I won't hurt it. I just want to do my best to save it. Go! Lin Ling did not know if the giant flaming birds could understand human language, but he still said it. The two giant flaming birds' auras gradually retracted, but they still looked at Lin Ling cautiously. Lin Ling nodded and stepped in front of the injured bird. Then he took out the recovery pill and a bottle of water. He diluted the recovery pill into a liquid and carefully poured it into the bird's mouth. Then he took out the recovery pill, crushed it into powder and smeared it on the wound on the bird's chest. The wound seemed to have been scratched by a demonic beast. There were traces of frost around the claw marks. During this process, the two giant flaming birds kept looking at Lin Ling, but their eyes revealed a human-like look of worry. Not long after, the injured chick let out a weak sound, causing the two flaming birds to cry out in alarm. They seemed to feel that the chick's injuries were much better. It's really effective, hee. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He took out several bottles of rejuvenation pills and placed them on the ground. Give it 1 pill every day and then rub some medicinal powder on its wounds. I think it will get better before long. GG. The two flaming birds cried out as if they understood Lin Ling's words. As for the injured chick, although its eyes were still closed, it gently rubbed its head against Lin Ling's leg. It seemed to know that Lin Ling had saved it and was thanking Lin Ling. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This little guy is really cute. GG. Suddenly, one of the flaming birds cried out to Lin Ling. Then, it looked at the other side of the valley and saw that there was a stone tablet with words engraved on it. Lin Ling was secretly surprised and hurriedly ran over. He saw that the words engraved on the stone tablet not only described the origin of the flaming birds, but also the whereabouts of the blazing flame art. This flaming bird was called the 9 Nether Flame Sparrow. It was found by the first ancestor of the Fire Ancient clan. And where the 9 Nether Flame Sparrow was found, there would also be the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames. This was a type of fire seed that was extremely powerful. The first ancestor had the Nirvana flame and wanted to use the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames to increase the level of his innate spirit body. In the depths of the cave there was a cave of flames. In addition, there were also the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames and the blazing flame art. And to reach that cave, one had to pass through the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames. GG. At this moment, the voice of the 9 Nether Flame Sparrow came from beside him. Lin Ling turned around and was shocked again. He saw a huge 9 Nether Flame Sparrow writing on the distant rock wall. It was writing with its mouth. Although the writing was crooked and many of the words were vague, it still surprised Lin Ling. The words said that they were brought by the first ancestor of the Fire Ancient clan from other places to find the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames. After the disappearance of the first ancestor, they had been living in Mount Xuanhuan. However, in the following days, other powerful demonic beasts came to Mount Xuanhuan. One of them was the Icy Void White Tiger. The injured bird was injured by the Icy Void White Tiger and it was a sneak attack. So that's how it is. But it's fine now. You can take revenge in the future. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. After pondering for a moment he asked, "Do you know where the first fire ancient clan is in seclusion?" GG. GG. The nine nether flame sparrow nodded. With a flap of its huge wings, sand and stones flew and came in front of Lin Ling, as if to let Lin Ling sit on it. This bird is really big. Lin Ling secretly clicked his tongue and quickly climbed onto the back of the nine nether flame sparrow. Then he saw the nine nether flame sparrow flying into the sky. There was a huge cave not far from the cliff. The nine nether flame sparrow flew into the cave with Lin Ling. After entering the cave they flew all the way down, which surprised Lin Ling. It seemed that they were flying toward the core of the earth. Not long after, a roaring sound came. Looking around, the ground was like a volcano. Crazy blue flames rose into the sky, making explosive sounds. Those flames should be the nine nether heavenly flames. What a scorching temperature. The nine nether heavenly flames, a 5th grade flame. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. If it weren't for the nine nether flame sparrow, he wouldn't be able to come here at all. He would be burned to death if he fell. There's a cave there. It should be there. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He saw that beside the nine nether heavenly flames, there was a cave half the height of a person. He guessed that the cave should be the place where the first-generation ancestor secluded himself. It was also the place where the blazing flame technique was hidden. The nine nether flame sparrow understood Lin Ling's meaning and stopped at the side of the cave. Lin Ling jumped down and entered the cave. Chirp. The nine nether flame sparrow seemed to know that Lin Ling was going to seclude himself. After chirping, it flew away. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded, took a deep breath and entered the cave. The cave was not big. There was only a stone bed and a stone table. It was full of dust. Lin Ling glanced around and didn't find anything special. He didn't see the blazing flame technique. Where was the blazing flame technique? Lin Ling frowned, looking forward to the appearance of lost time. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, the cave was still silent. Up until now, the patterns of lost time have generally been top-level items in the same realm. For example, the 9 Dragon Strength, a top-level body refinement realm cultivation method, or the Heavenly Realm Recovery Pill. In addition, if a dead soul died with extreme unwillingness, it will also leave behind a lost time exclamation point. Lin Ling constantly recalled, concluding the patterns of lost time. But the current situation clearly did not conform to these patterns, so lost time did not appear in the cave. Chapter 101. Nirvana. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling focused his mind and continuously condensed his soul power to scan the cave. In the process, his forehead was dripping with sweat. Obviously, it was not easy to actively find the lost time. But if it was before, his soul force would not be so strong. But after the trip to the ancient face sect, his soul force also grew. So, as he continuously released his soul force, he gradually saw a flaw. A vague figure quietly appeared in the cave, and he could faintly hear a voice. The blazing flame technique is an indispensable cultivation technique for the nirvana flame, but this cultivation technique is not useful to anyone. Therefore, I left this cultivation technique here. If there is a descendant who has the nirvana flame bloodline, then I hope that he can obtain the blazing flame technique under this stone table. Fake luck. The vague figure quickly disappeared again. Lin Ling sat down on the ground. Taking the initiative to find the lost time consumed a lot of his soul force. Right now he felt a splitting headache, so he had no choice but to rest in place. It seems that my eyes should be the eyes of time. I can see past history. But Lin Ling was ecstatic. This time he was more familiar with his eyes. It seems that with the increase of his soul force, the ability of his eyes will also be revealed. Blazing flame technique is under the stone table. If I could not see time, I would not have found this technique. After resting for a while, Lin Ling came to the stone table. With a slap, the stone table turned into dust. Under the stone table, a carved stone box appeared. Lin Ling quickly opened it. Inside there was a stone book. On the book's surface, the words "Blazing Flame Technique" were engraved. Finally got it. Lin Ling took a deep breath. His heart was excited. His nirvana flame must be combined with blazing flame technique to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be like an ordinary mixed fire body. Lin Ling guessed that in the history of the Fire Ancient Clan, he was not the only one who had nirvana flame. Unfortunately, those descendants did not have blazing flame technique, causing them to be unknown their whole lives. Even when they died, they still thought they had ordinary mixed fire body. Moreover, if Lin Ling didn't have the Eye of Time, he might also think so. So heavy. How do I open this stone book? Holding the stone book, Lin Ling tried to open it with his right hand. However, the stone book seemed to be connected to each other and he could not open it at all. Moreover, looking at the material, it was neither stone nor wood. It was extremely mysterious. Try using the spiritual energy in your body. Lin Ling tried again, but this time he opened it. It seemed that if he wanted to open the stone book, he would need to use the spirit chi of his innate spirit body. Moreover, Lin Ling had only opened the first page. 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames. The first page recorded precisely the 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames. There were a lot of words on it, introducing the 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames. At the same time, it said that if the flame of nirvana wanted to be reborn and turn the innate spirit body into the 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames, it had to be prepared. Flames of nirvana, as the name implied, used the flames of heaven and earth to incessantly undergo nirvana, allowing one's innate spirit body to rise in level. The first page recorded the 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames. Perhaps if I want to open the second page, I would need to have the innate spirit body of the 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames. Lin Ling secretly guessed in his heart. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of innate spirit body was on the last page of the Blazing Flame Arts stone book. 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames, a 5th grade innate spirit body. Its greatest characteristic is its explosive power. It has the power of adding fire to fire. Lin Ling looked at the stone book and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Above fire, that was fire. Adding fire to fire meant an even more terrifying flame power. Moreover, its characteristic was explosive. This also meant that martial artists with this innate spirit body would have explosive power in attack, defense, and speed. And if one wanted to go through nirvana and turn the innate spirit body into the 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames, the only condition was that one's body was tyrannical and their recovery ability surpassed that of an ordinary person. Only then would one have enough time to undergo nirvana. And a single failure meant death. Nirvana, 1 step of success, the sea and sky will be vast. 1 step of failure, ashes will scatter. Lin Ling's face turned solemn. If a martial artist wanted to become strong, the road was indeed not easy to walk. This is my only chance to become strong. Even if it's dangerous, I still have to try. Soon, Lin Ling's eyes revealed a decisive look as he continued to ponder. At present, his nirvana was not without hope because Lin Ling had the Heaven Stage Origin Recovery Pill. In addition, his 9 Dragons recovery ability was strong. Perhaps this was his hope. Those blue flames outside the cave should be the 9 Underworld's Heavenly Flames. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling walked out of the cave and stared at the blue flames that were emitting explosive sounds. The first-generation ancestor succeeded in nirvana, so I will definitely succeed as well. Lin Ling took off his rune bag and held a large amount of Heaven Stage Origin recovery pills. After pondering for a long time, he looked at the blue flames and jumped down. Succeed or die trying. What was different from other youths was that Lin Ling had come to this world and experienced many trials and tribulations. Thus he was more decisive than his peers. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls could not pull him back. Chi-chi. Just as he fell into the blue flames, a scorching hot aura swarmed over, and there were also many explosive sounds. Ping ping ping. Lin Ling not only suffered from the burning flames, he was also constantly being bombarded by the explosions. In just a breath, his entire body was covered in blood, but it was quickly burned clean by the flames. However, the 9 Dragon strength was also frantically repairing his body. Origin Recovery Pill. Lin Ling quickly stuffed a large amount of Origin Recovery Pills into his mouth. Once he felt that something was wrong, he immediately swallowed one. Right now he was racing against time. If he was a step slower, he would be turned into ashes. Time slowly passed. Every time he was injured, every time he was repaired, Lin Ling was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The eggshell seal in his dantian was completely broken at this moment. A strange spiritual energy spread out, fusing with the blue flames that had rushed into his body. Lin Ling's cultivation had unknowingly reached the 10th stage of body transformation, and it was still crazily rising. I cannot die here. Lin Ling firmly believed in his heart. The Origin Recovery Pills in his mouth had been completely consumed by him. However, he gradually felt that his body was not as hot as before. It was as if the 9 nether heavenly flames had recognized him. If someone was here at this moment, they would definitely be able to see that Lin Ling's entire body was flickering with blue light, as if he had been reborn. Moreover, his hair and other things had unknowingly quietly turned blue. However, this change quickly disappeared without a trace. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He quietly stood in the sea of blue flames, as comfortable as if he was in the sea. The surrounding temperature was no longer scorching but rather cool. Nirvana success. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. On his palm, a blue flame was constantly jumping. At the tip of the flame it was like a firecracker. Peak of the 10th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling smiled slightly. Not only had his strength increased, but there were also 9 drops of true qi in his dantian. This also meant that he was only a step away from the martial spirit realm. The 9 nether heavenly flames are indeed powerful. I'm looking forward to what kind of innate spirit body will be next. After faintly smiling, Lin Ling jumped out of the ground and climbed out of the cave. Not long after, in another cave, he saw the 9 nether flame sparrow. After greeting her, he left without stopping. Chapter 102. You're the stupid one. Rumble. The earth trembled and dust billowed in Mount Xianhuan. A large number of demonic beasts swarmed towards the human world. On the city wall, everyone's expression was solemn. This was the 3rd wave of demonic beasts. According to the yearly pattern, there were a total of 5 waves of demonic beasts. Each wave was stronger than the last. The 5th wave was a demonic beast king. The disciples of the Fire Ancient clan are really powerful. They blocked all 3 waves of demonic beasts. Yes. Lin Aofeng is currently ranked first. 560 demonic beasts. This kid has extraordinary potential. Yes. Second is Lin Qingqing. Third is Lin Xiangxiang. Unfortunately, Lin Ling charged to the 11th place in the beginning, but in the following period of time, he didn't kill a single demonic beast, and his ranking dropped to 80. Yes. Maybe he's already dead. Yes. Everyone was discussing. He was assigned to the south of Mount Zhongnan. That's close to the source of the demonic beasts. It would be strange if he didn't die. Great Elder Lin Nanshan sneered. He was sure that Lin Ling was already dead. Lin Ling's position on the beast-slaying leaderboard hadn't changed for a long time. At this moment, the vast land of Mount Zhongnan was filled with killing intent. The disciples of the Lin clan were fighting with all their might. Lin Feng, are you sure you want to compete with me? Yes. Lin Changqiang stood on top of a towering boulder and looked at the youth opposite him. It was a critical moment. If he could kill one more demonic beast, he might be able to obtain first place. Therefore, Lin Changqiang wouldn't let go of any opportunity. There were many demonic beasts in the area he was in, but they all belonged to him. Lin Changqiang, I'm currently ranked 4th. You're ranked 3rd. I'm just 1 step away from surpassing you. How can I give in? Yes. On the other side, Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He was also competing. I know you're the number 1 genius of the Western Sand Jade Toad Palace. Unfortunately, the sect I'm training in is the Stone King sect of the Eastern Court. My sect is stronger than yours. Your title as the number 1 genius is nothing in my eyes. Lin Changqiang laughed loudly. His words were filled with arrogance. I'll know after the battle. My goal is to surpass Lin Aofeng and become number 1. Lin Feng showed no fear. His aura. Lin Changqiang shrugged and similarly released his aura. However, at that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the rocks in front of them. The 2 of them were stunned. This area belonged to the 2 of them. Everyone in the Lin clan knew that. Who would dare to come and take a share of the loot? Sorry, this place is mine. You 2 get out of here. An indifferent voice accompanied by the sound of footsteps drifted out like the wind. Lin Changqiang and Lin Feng were even more stunned. How arrogant. Even Lin Aofeng wouldn't dare to say such words to them. Who was this person? How could he be so bold? Their gazes locked onto each other as they saw a young man dressed in black slowly walk out from the edge of a rock. This young man had a slender figure and delicate features. He carried a large sword on his back and his every move gave off a sense of confidence and calmness. Most importantly, the young man's eyes were like stars. If one looked into his eyes, they would seem to be lost in them, possessing an enchanting brilliance. Lin Ling. Their pupils constricted and they cried out at the same time. Up until now, Lin Ling's ranking on the beast-slaying leaderboard hadn't changed. Everyone thought that Lin Ling had died, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually appear in front of them right now? This person was indeed Lin Ling. He had missed the first half of the beast wave, so he wouldn't let go of the next beast wave. Becoming number 1 was his goal. At the very least, he wanted everyone to know that Lin Chen's son didn't disgrace his father's name. You fought with me before. You're not my match. Scram. Lin Ling looked at Lin Feng, his voice calm. You're telling me to scram. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, but his eyes met with Lin Ling's. He discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were calm, but there was an inviolable pressure. If Lin Feng wanted him to scram, he would scram. His aura has become even stronger. Even I wasn't his match before. I'm afraid it'll be even harder to defeat him now. Lin Feng hesitated. In fact, among the 98 Lin clan disciples, the only one he couldn't see through was Lin Ling. Okay, I give up on this area. Lin Feng was smarter than the others. He smiled and left. Lin Feng, are you stupid? Lin Feng's actions shocked Lin Ling. After all, Lin Feng's strength wasn't much weaker than his, so he dared to compete with him. But Lin Feng didn't dare to face Lin Ling. This was too inconceivable. This also meant that in Lin Feng's eyes, Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lin Xianxia. I'm not stupid. You're the stupid one. Lin Feng sneered, but he didn't leave. He wanted to see the battle between Lin Ling and Lin Xianxia. Lin Ling ignored Lin Feng. To him, if Lin Feng lost to him, then he would never be his match. He looked at Lin Xianxia. Now it's your turn. Are you going to scram? Or do you want to fight? Nonsense. Of course I'm going to fight. Lin Xianxia laughed angrily. That's fine. When we were on the city wall, you were high up and didn't put my father in your eyes. You even asked me to pour tea for you. Today I'll step on you and treat you to tea from the bottom of my feet. Lin Ling said slowly. From start to finish he was calm and relaxed. His words carried a trace of ridicule. Your father's time has passed. He is the disgrace of the Fire Ancient clan. He is trash. As his son you are the same. I want to see what qualifications you have to be proud of at the 9th level of body transformation. Lin Xianxia's aura erupted. His entire body was covered in green flames. His strength was at the peak of the 10th level of body transformation. Obviously, he wanted to use his strength to attack Lin Ling's pride and self-confidence. I'm sorry, but I'm also at the 10th level of body transformation. Lin Ling didn't know Lin Xianxia's intentions. He laughed and his aura erupted. Sand and stones flew everywhere. His protective aura shot small holes in the ground. Peak of the 10th level of body transformation? In the distance, Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Not long ago, during the talent test, Lin Ling was only at the 9th level of body transformation. But in such a short time, Lin Ling had reached the peak of the 10th level of body transformation. He was at the same level as them. It had to be known that to raise one's cultivation level, it took at most a year and at least several months. How could someone break through in just half a day? Lin Xianxia's face was ashen. He wanted to use his strength to attack Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would casually counterattack? His strength was at the same level as his, making him at the peak of the 10th level of body transformation a bit ironic. It seems that you were lucky enough to reach the peak of the 10th level of body transformation. But I, Lin Xianxia, was able to become 3rd out of the 98 disciples because I have a 4th grade spirit body, Blackstone Flame. Today I'll open your eyes. Bang! Lin Xianxia's entire body surged with spiritual energy. The green flames around him flourished, making him look like a man on fire. His flames were extremely mystical, like a mountain or boulder, powerful and heavy. This was a spirit body formed from the combination of fire and earth. Its greatest characteristic was its terrifying defense. Chapter 103. The Beast-Slaying Leaderboard's Crazy Rise. You've really opened my eyes. As expected of a genius. Yes. Lin Ling lightly nodded, his eyes revealing a mocking expression. It's impolite not to reciprocate. As a courtesy, I'll also show you my innate spirit body. Yes. Your innate spirit body? It's just a mixed fire body. Don't tell me you want to embarrass yourself. Lin Xianxia laughed loudly. Lin Ling shrugged and stretched out his right hand. With a gentle flick of his finger, a blue flame appeared on his fingertip. The flame seemed to have a spirit of its own as the tip of the flame crackled continuously. Following the crackling sounds, Lin Ling's entire body exploded with a boom as if he had ignited a raging fire with dry firewood. Bang bang bang. The blue flame enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. Moreover, it kept emitting crackling sounds. The surrounding rocks also cracked at this moment. This scene was extremely dreamy. Lin Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Not long ago, Lin Ling's innate spirit body was only mixed fire body. How could it be blue now? And looking at the power of the flame, it seemed to be even more ferocious than his own Blackstone Flame. Lin Feng's mouth was also wide open. Not long ago when he fought with Lin Ling, he remembered that Lin Ling's flame was black and yellow. But now it had turned blue. Could it be that this guy could change his innate spirit body at will? At this moment, Lin Feng's mind was buzzing. It felt very unreal. What kind of innate spirit body is yours? Lin Xianxia roared. He used his strength to attack Lin Ling and failed. He used his innate spirit body to attack Lin Ling and failed again. His pride was shaken at this moment. 5th grade innate spirit body, 9 nether heavenly flames. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. His words made Lin Chanxiang's pupils constrict. 5th grade. This was the same grade as Lin Alfeng's innate spirit body. It was 1 grade higher than Lin Chanxiang's. Impossible. Yes. Lin Chanxiang roared angrily. You'll know when you lose. Yes. Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward and shot towards Lin Chanxiang. His current goal, besides snatching the demonic beasts, was to crush Lin Chanxiang's self-confidence. This proud son of heaven was too arrogant. Lin Chanxiang hadn't provoked him, but he had mocked his father on the city wall. If his father was still alive, would he dare to say such words? Therefore, in the name of his father, Lin Ling attacked him with all his might. Let's see where your arrogance comes from. 9 dragons struggle for supremacy. With a palm strike, blue flames condensed on Lin Ling's arm, transforming into 9 blue fire dragons that shot towards Lin Chanxiang. After fusing with the 9 nether heavenly flames, Lin Ling's innate spirit physique had undergone a transformation. The seal on the eggshell had completely shattered, and the spiritual energy in his body had long since turned into the fire spiritual energy of the 9 nether heavenly flames. Moreover, the 9 nether heavenly flames carried a trace of the tyrannical power of the 9 dragons. The strength of the 9 dragons was a 10th grade body transformation cultivation method. Even when Lin Ling had a 3rd grade spirit body, he could still defeat a martial artist with a 4th grade spirit body. Thus, after the strength of the 9 dragons fused with the 9 nether heavenly flames, the 9 nether heavenly flames became even stronger. Heavenly flame. Roar. Lin Chanxiang roared and also attacked. He punched out, and his fist transformed into a black meteor, carrying with it turquoise flames as it shot towards Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling seemed to have a 5th grade spirit body, whether or not it was true would only be known after they fought. Bang! The 2 forces collided, and the black meteor immediately exploded. It was entangled by 9 blue fire dragons, and the flames on the blue fire dragons were extremely tyrannical. Even the black meteor's flames were burned away. The most terrifying thing was that after the entanglement, a terrifying explosion sounded out, as if several tons of bombs had exploded at the same time. Bang! In this area the rocks shattered, revealing a 10-meter wide pit. And in the pit, Lin Chanxiang's entire body was burning lying there. Lin Chanxiang had lost. He was not Lin Ling's opponent at all. It had to be known that even without the 9 nether heavenly flames, he might not have been Lin Ling's opponent, much less now. Genius? What an impressive genius. But I specialize in suppressing geniuses. Lin Ling smiled indifferently. He retracted the flames on his body and walked towards the pit step by step. Then he stepped on Lin Chanxiang's body. Didn't you ask me to pour tea on the city wall? Do you still dare to do it now? Oh. Lin Chanxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was extremely ugly. He had lost and completely lost. The funny thing was that not long ago he thought that he was the 3rd strongest and did not put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. But now he could not even block one of Lin Ling's moves. His pride had completely collapsed in front of Lin Ling. I said that I would treat you to tea from my feet. Are you satisfied now? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He stepped on Lin Chanxiang's face, causing the humiliation in Lin Chanxiang's heart to double. He groaned and fainted. Take him away. This area is mine. Retracting his foot, Lin Ling looked at Lin Feng and said. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with shock. He had long been unable to speak and could only nod numbly. Okay. He did not dare to say more. He came in front of Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Then he carried Lin Chanxiang on his back and ran away like a wisp of smoke. In his heart he was already afraid. Lin Ling shook his head. If these Lin clan disciples treated him with respect, he would return the favor. But if they looked down on him and mocked him, then Lin Ling would not give them any face. I'm currently ranked 80 on the demon-slaying leaderboard. Looks like I have to work harder. Okay. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There, the 3rd wave of demonic beasts was getting restless. They were gradually approaching. These demonic beasts looked like wolves but had horns. Some looked like cows but had 2 heads. Every one of them was extremely fierce. 9 underworld's heavenly flames, let me test your power. Okay. Unsheathing the resurgent sword, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot forward. Bang bang bang. There were explosive sounds. Looking carefully wherever Lin Ling went, there were footprints left on the ground. There were even blue flames burning in the footprints. The 9 underworld's heavenly flames had greatly increased Lin Ling's strength. Right now, even if he met a 1-star martial spirit realm expert, he was confident that he could defeat them. The martial spirit realm had 7 realms corresponding to the Big Dipper. Only experts in this realm could be considered as true martial artists. Furthermore, those in this realm could not eat or drink for an entire year, increasing their lifespan by 50 years. It was certain that with the strength of the martial spirit realm, they would be able to survive anywhere in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, Lin Ling was only 1 step away from the martial spirit realm. Rumble. As he continued to kill demonic beasts, his ranking on the demon-slaying leaderboard was crazily rising. On the other side of the city wall, many people were paying attention to the demon-slaying leaderboard. Lin Ling's ranking was rising too abnormally. Others only rose 1 rank at a time, but Lin Ling would sometimes surpass a few people consecutively, attracting a lot of attention. Lin Chen's son is not dead? Many people were shocked. Right now, Lin Ling's ranking had already rushed to the 50s. It had to be said that this progress was shocking. Everyone had an illusion that this son of Lin Chen would amaze everyone with a single feat. Chapter 104. First on the monster-slaying leaderboard. He's still alive. What a lucky guy. However, it's useless to be alive. The 3rd wave will end soon. With the current number of demonic beasts, it's impossible for him to enter the top 10. He can only be sent to the estate as a servant. Great Elder Lin Nanshan was stunned for a moment before he sneered. It's just the struggle of an ant before death. To me, an ant will always be an ant. Lin Aofeng also looked at the monster-slaying leaderboard. He was slightly moved by the crazy increase in Lin Ling's ranking, but he did not care. He was still first and Lin Ling could not threaten his position. It's too late. It's very difficult to enter the top 10. Yu sighed. She knew that Lin Ling was working hard, but it was still too late. In the 4th wave, no matter how hard Lin Ling tried, he could not catch up with the others in terms of the number of demonic beasts he killed. At this moment, Lin Ling killed his way through. The area he was in had already been cleared by him. 48th place. It said that there are a total of 5 waves of demonic beasts. The 5th wave is a monster king. That means the 4th wave is the last chance. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At this moment, if he wanted to enter the top 10, the only way was to kill all the demonic beasts in the 4th wave. However, this hope was very slim because the demonic beasts would scatter and not gather in one place. Of course, there was another way. That was to go to the source of the demonic beasts, which was the path that all the demonic beasts had to pass through. And that was the southernmost part of Mount Zhongnan. Of course, this seems simple, but it was actually very dangerous. After all, that was the nest of the demonic beasts. If one was not careful, they might be drowned by the demonic beasts. I won't leave a single one of the demonic beasts in the 4th wave alive. As long as it's not a martial spirit realm demonic beast, I'm not afraid at all. Lin Ling smiled indifferently and ran towards the southernmost part of the monster-slaying leaderboard. He still had 5 recovery pills, which were enough for him to recover when his spiritual energy was exhausted. Coupled with the 9 nether heavenly flames, what did he have to fear? The southernmost part of Mount Zhongnan was the source of all the demonic beasts. At this moment, it was completely silent and desolate. Only a thick demonic aura spread out. In that canyon, demonic beasts with red eyes were slowly moving forward. Some of these demonic beasts were as big as a small mountain, while others were as small as a finger. No matter what kind of demonic beasts they were, if they were to rush into a place where humans lived, it would be enough to plunge a village into misery and suffering. Bang! At this moment, at the very front of the canyon, a young man's figure appeared. His cold voice echoed throughout the canyon, "You demonic beasts will fall here." Brr. The demonic beasts in the canyon roared one after another. Although they didn't have spiritual intelligence, they knew that the puny human wanted to stop their herd of beasts by himself. This was simply asking for death. The youth's lips curled into a cold smile. Taking a huge step forward, he dragged his sword and charged towards the group of demon beasts. Reverse blood technique. 9 dragons struggle for supremacy. Rumble. Within the canyon, the blue flames were dazzling. It was as if the entire canyon was being burned by blue flames. It was a scene of carnage. At this moment, Mount Zhongnan was completely silent. All the Lin family disciples were waiting for the 4th wave of demonic beasts. However, they didn't see any demonic beasts. They didn't even hear the sounds of demonic beasts. On the city wall, everyone was also waiting quietly. However, there was no sign of dust in front of Mount Zhongnan. What's going on? Could it be that there are only 3 waves of demonic beasts this year? That means this year's demonic beasts are over. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. The current situation was too abnormal. Maybe it's over. Look at the rankings of the demonic beasts leaderboard. Lin Aofeng is ranked first, Lin Qingqing is ranked second. The leaderboard won't change anymore. Grand Elder Lin Nanshan nodded slightly. At the same time, he took a sip of tea and quietly waited for the arrival of the last wave of demonic beasts. Right, Lin Chen's son. Let's see what rank he has reached. Suddenly thinking of Lin Ling, Lin Nanshan laughed mockingly. He looked at the demonic beasts leaderboard formed by the flames in the sky. In the next moment, the teacup in Lin Nanshan's hand was crushed. The boiling hot tea flowed down his palm, but he did not feel it at all. In the sky, on the demonic beasts leaderboard, everyone's rankings were stable. Only one person rose up like a dazzling star. He crazily rose up the rankings from 48th to 38th, 28th, and 18th in the blink of an eye. And that dazzling star was Lin Ling. How is this possible? Lin Nanshan exclaimed. His voice was filled with disbelief. Everyone looked at the demonic beasts leaderboard in the sky and could not help but gasp. Lin Ling's current ranking was 12th. He had slain 417 demonic beasts. Everyone's rankings did not change. Only Lin Ling's ranking was crazily rising. Could it be that he had killed all the demonic beasts in the fourth wave? At the thought of this, everyone was shocked. In the history of the demonic beasts, there were only 3 people in the Fire Ancient clan who could guard a wave of demonic beasts. First, the first-generation ancestor. Second, the extreme flame ancestor. Third, Lin Chen. Now Lin Ling was the 4th person. Heavens! His ranking has rushed to 8th and it's still rising. 5th. 4th. At this moment, all the glory and pride belonged to Lin Ling. Everyone was paying attention to him, staring at the number of demonic beasts he had killed. It was constantly rising. This crazy rise finally stopped. In the end, it stopped at 2nd place. He was only one demonic beast behind Lin Aofeng. Terrifying. As expected of Lin Chen's son. It's impossible to guard the 4th wave of demonic beasts without a certain level of strength. It seems like a tiger father will not beget a dog's son. The rising stars of the Fire Ancient clan are each stronger than the last. On the city wall, everyone was discussing. On the other hand, Grand Elder Lin Nanshan's face was extremely livid. Lin Chen, it's Lin Chen again. Even if he's dead, even if he's become a disgrace to the Fire Ancient clan, the people of Cloud Sea City still remember him. His son Lin Ling has brought honor to Lin Chen today. Lin Ling, the disciple that everyone thinks is trash, has surpassed me today. How laughable. I even advised him not to participate in the demonic beast tide. Lin Qingqing was also looking at the demon-slaying rankings, and there was a bitter smile on her pretty face. She had a 6th grade innate spirit body, but she was surpassed by Lin Ling. Qingqing, don't lose confidence. How could he kill a wave of demonic beasts by himself? He must have used some underhanded method. Perhaps he used poison. At this moment, Lin Aofeng walked over and spoke with disdain. Such a person is actually ranked below me. He's only one demonic beast behind me. How humiliating. Perhaps. Lin Qingqing shook her head. According to convention, Lin Ling really didn't possess the strength to guard a wave of demonic beasts. However, Lin Qingqing intuitively felt that Lin Chen's son definitely possessed the strength to create miracles like his father. Let's return. The 4th wave of demonic beasts has ended. All the disciples returned to the city wall with complicated feelings in their hearts. Time passed slowly. Everyone returned to the city wall, and they stared silently towards the distance with extremely complicated feelings in their hearts. It wasn't long before a figure appeared within their fields of vision. It was a young man in black clothes. His expression was calm, his brows were sharp like blades, and he carried an enormous sword on his back. He seemed as if he'd come from the horizon. The expressions of everyone changed slightly when they saw this. Chapter 105. The Beast King has appeared. It's Lin Chen's son. He's back. Someone exclaimed softly. Lin Ling, currently ranked 2nd on the beast-slaying leaderboard, had single-handedly defended a wave of demonic beasts, setting a new record for the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling, you're really a disgrace to our Fire Ancient clan's reputation. For the sake of ranking, you actually resorted to unorthodox methods? Question. Above the city wall, Lin Aofeng stood with one hand behind his back, staring at Lin Ling as if he was the ruler of the world. The number of demonic beasts Lin Ling had killed was only one less than him. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling hadn't killed any demonic beasts in between, everyone would know that Lin Ling's ranking was definitely higher than Lin Aofeng's. Because of this, Lin Aofeng couldn't accept it. Lin Chen's son is the same as his father, deceiving the world. Ranking second on the beast-slaying leaderboard is too much of an exaggeration. Lin Nanshan's voice also sounded. On the city wall, everyone was looking at Lin Ling, waiting to see what Lin Ling would say. Although Lin Ling had broken the record, seeing was believing. No one had seen how Lin Ling had killed the demonic beast. Perhaps it was as Lin Aofing had said, using unorthodox methods. Lin Ling didn't show any fear as he laughed. One is unwilling to lose to me, so he found an excuse. The other is unwilling to lose to my father, so he also found an excuse. Is the Fire Ancient clan full of shameless people? He had already guessed that the first elder would make things difficult for him after returning to the city wall, so he wasn't surprised. What a joke, I'm still ranked first. How did I lose to you? Lin Aofing sneered. He was a 5th grade talent with a gold emperor spirit body and had the demeanor of an emperor. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? You killed 3 waves of demonic beasts, but I only defended 1 wave. There's only 1 demonic beast difference between our rankings. Whether you lost to me or not, everyone knows it. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words made many people nod. This was the truth. If Lin Ling and Lin Aofing had the same amount of time to kill the demonic beasts, Lin Ling's ranking would definitely be above Lin Aofing's. Even if that's the case, so what? You should be using poison to kill the demonic beasts, right? Lin Aofing's face turned ugly, but he still said coldly. He really did use poison. For the beast tide, he had been preparing for a long time. No matter what, as long as I, Lin Nanshan, am here, Lin Ling can't possibly become a candidate to become a main clan disciple. Lin Nanshan continued. He affirmed Lin Ling's unorthodox ways, and at the same time he did not recognize Lin Ling's ranking. The surrounding people were whispering to each other. However, Lin Ling's ranking was indeed very difficult to prove. The great elder's words were not without reason. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of a tiger's roar came from afar. It was deafening. Over at Mount Zhongnan, the sky turned icy. The Demon King is here. Someone said in a dignified voice. After the 4th wave, the 5th wave was the Demon King. It was said that the Demon King had the strength of a 1-star martial spirit realm cultivator. Usually, the Demon King was killed by the elders of the Fire Ancient clan. Icy Void White Tiger. Not long after, a white tiger the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This tiger's eyes were round and full of killing intent. Its entire body was covered with a thick layer of frost. If a body transformation realm martial artist were to look at this white tiger, they would feel a chill that seeped into their bones. Wherever the Icy Void White Tiger walked, the ground would be covered in frost. Icy Void White Tiger, the Demon King that attacked the 9 Nether Flame Sparrow. I didn't expect to meet it here. Lin Ling stared at the white tiger and his eyes narrowed. The white tiger's ferocity was naturally not comparable to the 9 Nether Flame Sparrow, but it had succeeded in attacking the little flame sparrow. However, for Lin Ling, since he met it here, he could avenge the little flame sparrow. Lin Aofing, you only have 1 more demon beast than me. Let's compete now. Whoever kills the Icy Void White Tiger will be number 1. Lin Ling's gaze fell on Lin Aofing and his words were full of provocation. Are you crazy? The Icy Void White Tiger has the strength of a 1-star martial spirit realm cultivator. Can a body refinement realm cultivator kill it? Impossible, this is a battle above your level. Yes, the Demon King has always been killed by the elders of the Fire Ancient clan. Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people's eyes widened. Lin Aofing's expression changed drastically. Even he was a little afraid of the Icy Void White Tiger. How could he dare to kill it? Why don't you dare? This is the courage of being number 1. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His words caused Lin Aofing to grit his teeth in anger. Lin Aofing, was the strongest among the 98 disciples, but now he was being forced into a corner by Lin Ling. Haha, you're trying to goad me into killing the Icy Void White Tiger. Then after I die you'll be number 1. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is wrong. But soon Lin Aofing sneered as if he had seen through Lin Ling's intentions. Trash. The Emperor Gold Sky Suppressing Flame has the name of an emperor, but it doesn't have the strength of an emperor. You don't even dare to kill a demon beast and you still think you're number 1? Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then he shook his head. Goad me? If you don't dare to go, then so be it. Why find excuses? Since you don't dare to go, then I'll go. Whoosh. Lin Ling did not say anything else. Holding the resurgent sword, he walked step by step toward the Icy Void White Tiger. Lin Aofing furrowed his brows, his heart raging with anger. Earlier, Lin Ling had stepped on him in front of everyone because he did not dare to go. Humph, you're just overestimating yourself. Often you're right not to go. Unless you're in the martial spirit realm, anyone who goes against the icy void white tiger will die. He's only in the 9th level of physique tempering, and his spiritual body is mediocre. Lin Nanshan comforted him with a gloating smile. At this moment, everyone was staring at Lin Ling. They knew about Lin Ling's talent and strength. Did he really think he could kill the icy void white tiger? Not long after, Lin Ling stopped with an indifferent look on his face. He pointed the sword of brilliance resurgence at the icy void white tiger and said, "A monster king of the martial spirit realm should be intelligent. You should know about the 9 secret flame sparrow, right? Today, I'm here to avenge my little flame sparrow." His voice was extremely cold and there was no fear on his face. On the city wall, many people saw this scene and nodded secretly. Compared to Lin Aofing, Lin Chen's son had the demeanor of an expert. He had Lin Chen's shadow on him. Senior Lin Chen used to laugh at the 8 great ancient clans alone. He suppressed the geniuses of the 8 great ancient clans alone. Back then he shook the entire Cloud Sea city. Today his son is still the same. Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes had a dreamy feeling. That young man was too similar to Lin Chen. The icy void white tiger stopped. Its blood-red eyes swept across the people on the city wall, making them feel as if they were in an ice cellar. Then the icy void white tiger looked at Lin Ling. It was intelligent. Although it was not as intelligent as a human, it understood Lin Ling's words. Chapter 106. First Slaying Demon Kings. The icy void white tiger's eyes were filled with disdain. It opened its huge mouth, which was the size of a small house. White, dazzling cold air condensed. The next moment, with a roar, a cold light beam shot out from the tiger's mouth. Having reached the martial spirit realm, the icy void white tiger was not only strong in its demonic body, but also in its demonic aura. Pa. Wherever the icicle passed, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. The icicle shot straight at Lin Ling. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as Lin Ling was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. However, the icicles continued to bombard the city walls, causing the city walls to freeze as well. What a terrifying demon king. Many people were shocked. Then they looked at the ice sculpture below the city wall and sighed. Lin Chen's son is dead. Humph, this is the result of overestimating your capabilities. Lin Aofing smiled faintly. The icy void white tiger was so strong that even he did not dare to face it head-on. Lin Ling dared to kill it. He was indeed courting death. Bastard. You've received orders from Demon Emperor Zhongnan Mountain to attempt to take over Ocean of Cloud City. Do you still intend to kill today? The Great Elder also sneered, then said righteously, "Men, kill the Demon King." Wait, the matter is not over yet. Why is Great Elder in such a rush? At this moment, a voice came from the city wall. Everyone looked carefully and saw that it was the Lin clan's 14th elder, Lin Li. However, everyone was puzzled. What did Lin Li mean when he said that things were not over yet? Ka. At the same time, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. Lin Ling's ice sculpture began to crack, and a turbulent aura began to spread out. Not dead yet? The crowd gasped. Bang. The ice sculpture exploded. Along with it, a blue flame soared into the sky, burning a corner of Mount Zhongnan, making it look like a fiery hell. Blue flame, 9 underworld's heavenly flames. Lin Li's eyes narrowed as he let out a cry of surprise. He had only rushed over after the battle had ended, but he hadn't expected to see such a shocking scene. As a disciple of the Fire Ancient clan, he was naturally familiar with all kinds of fire-type spirit bodies. That blue flame was the 9 nether heavenly flames. How is that possible? Isn't he a 3rd stage mixed fire body horse? Lin Nanshan opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Not far away, Lin Aofing looked as if he had lost his soul. The 9 nether heavenly flames was a 5th grade spirit body, which was on the same level as his talent. No one would have thought that Lin Ling, this mixed fire physique, actually possessed the 9 nether heavenly flames' innate spirit physique. The sudden change caused the people on the city walls to fall silent. As I said, I will avenge little flame sparrow. You have 3 breaths of time to escape. At this moment, a cold voice came from the blue flames. The frozen void white tiger's eyes suddenly flashed. From the blue flame in front of it, it felt an innate pressure. That was the flame of the 9 secret flame sparrow. It finally understood why the young man wanted to take revenge on it. The icy void white tiger turned around and ran away. Wherever it passed, the world seemed to shake. Flaming heaven cross // Endless blue flames suddenly jumped up as if they were being sucked in by something. They formed a flaming cross in the air, and then with an explosive sound, it slashed towards the icy void white tiger. In everyone's eyes, the flaming heaven cross slash was extremely terrifying. It could follow the icy void white tiger across the sky like a heavenly punishment. Swoosh! The icy void white tiger was cut into 4 pieces. At the same time, there was an explosive sound, and the broken limbs were blasted into powder, slaying a monster king in one move. Silence. At this moment, many people's eyes fell on the burning blue flames, and for a moment, they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling killed a monster king in one move. At this moment, who would still think that Lin Ling relied on unorthodox methods to guard against a wave of monster kings? The monster slaying leaderboard has changed. Lin Chen's son has killed the last monster king, surpassing Lin Aofing to become number 1 on the monster slaying leaderboard. At this moment, someone stared at the sky and exclaimed. In reality, Lin Ling and Lin Aofing should have the same ranking after killing a monster king. However, if he killed a monster king, then the situation was different. A monster king was comparable to an entire monster tide. Moreover, Lin Aofing did not dare to go up against a monster king. This meant that Lin Ling was stronger than Lin Aofing. Lin Ling walked back step by step. His breathing was slightly hurried. The flaming heaven cross slash had used up all the spiritual qi in his dantian to liquefy before he killed the monster king. However, at this moment, his gaze was extremely firm as he stared at Lin Aofing. Brother Lin, thank you for giving me the chance. If you had attacked earlier, I would have had no chance at all. His voice was calm, but there was a strong sense of mockery in it. Was he giving? Previously, Lin Aofing did not dare to go up at all. Everyone knew what he meant, and they looked at Lin Aofing with mocking gazes. Lin Aofing said that Lin Ling had used poison to get to number 2, but Lin Ling had given him a chance to kill the monster king. However, Lin Aofing did not dare to go up, and Lin Ling attacked and killed the monster king in one move. This made Lin Aofing's previous excuse extremely laughable. Lin Aofing was also speechless. He was a prodigy and possessed the Tier 5 Gold Emperor Heavenly Suppression Flame. From the beginning to the end, he did not even bother to look at Lin Ling. However, his pride was now completely suppressed by Lin Ling. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Ling was not weaker than him. In terms of spiritual body, Lin Ling was not weak either. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was stronger than him. What else could Lin Aofing say? There is always someone better than you. You look down on others just because you have a little bit of talent. Such a person will not go far on the path of martial arts. Lin Ling said calmly. His calm words made Lin Aofing's face pale. Lin Ling, you deserve to be number 1. You are now a descendant of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Nanshan finally spoke. Lin Ling had obtained number 1 in front of everyone. What other excuses could he find? Therefore, he could only acknowledge Lin Ling's qualifications. However, even so, he still felt as if he had swallowed a fly. It was as if he could see Lin Ling stepping on his head in the past. I refuse. However, in response to Lin Nanshan's words, Lin Ling slowly shook his head. He was unwilling to accept this. Was the Fire Ancient clan like the Guyan sect? Those in power could not differentiate right from wrong. If that was really the case, then it was fine if he did not join the Fire Ancient clan. What? The crowd was shocked. Becoming a descendant of the clan was every descendant's dream. However, the Great Elder had acknowledged his qualifications, but Lin Ling refused? His rejection was the same as rejecting the dreams of many of the Lin clan's disciples. I killed the Demon King to prove myself, not to prove to you. Now, you want me to become a descendant of the clan and I have to agree? As a descendant of the clan, I don't need charity. Lin Ling looked calmly at Lin Nanshan. Lin Nanshan had lied. He could not back down now, so he agreed. However, could Lin Ling agree? If he agreed, then Lin Ling had been toyed with. Don't push your luck. Lin Nanshan was furious. So what if I push my luck? With my potential, even if I don't join the Fire Ancient clan, I can still grow. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and calmly said, moreover, with you in charge of the Fire Ancient clan, it can only decline step by step. Chapter 107. Become a disciple of the clan. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They were secretly shocked by Lin Ling's frivolity and courage. However, Lin Ling's words weren't without reason. With Lin Ling's potential, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. However, this potential wasn't valued by Lin Nanshan. This made people doubt the vision of the Fire Ancient clan's ruler. He's not the ruler of the Fire Ancient clan. He's only in charge of daily affairs. You don't need to be afraid of that. At this moment, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears. In the next moment, many people were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. A name rose in their hearts: Ancestor Extreme Flame. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't know who this person was, but he guessed that it was a big shot from the Fire Ancient clan. He shook his head and said, "Why would I come back?" The owner of the voice stared blankly for a moment, then said helplessly, "What a strong little kid, just like Chen. Then what do you think it will take for him to come back?" "I'm strong because I've experienced too much." Lin Ling laughed self-deprecatingly. His nature was not strong, but he had been soft-hearted too many times, which led to a lot of regret. So how could he not be strong? He said firmly, "Let Lin Nanshan apologize." The owner of the voice was stunned again. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Chen's son was so domineering, he didn't give the great elder any face, he even wanted him to apologize. Lin Nanshan was also stunned. As the grand elder of the Fire Ancient clan, he actually had to apologize to a junior? Was that even possible? He couldn't help but laugh. "Don't you see yourself clearly? You think you can do whatever you want just because you got a good ranking? It's not that I can't recognize myself. On the contrary, I can see myself more clearly than anyone else. It's just that wrong is wrong and right is right. You, Lin Nanshan, as the Grand Elder, are in charge of the Beast Tide, but you used your own selfishness to decide the rankings. This was originally wrong, and since it was wrong, then you should apologize." Lin Ling said with a calm face. Then he laughed and said, "As for your selfishness, it should be because you lived under my father's shadow in the past, causing your temperament to become somewhat distorted." "You." Lin Nanshan's face alternated between red and green. This was a sore spot in his heart. Now that Lin Ling had pointed it out, it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, with Lin Ling's words, others would think that he was narrow-minded. "Nanshan, a mistake is a mistake, apologize." Right at this moment, the voice sounded out once more. "Ancestor I." How could Lin Nanshan accept this? "Apologize." The voice still sounded out. It was calm and without ripples, but there was an unquestionable pressure. Lin Nanshan's body trembled. In the past, he had lived under Lin Chen's shadow and had always been suppressed by Lin Chen. After Lin Chen's death, he could finally hold his head high. But now, he had to apologize to Lin Chen's son and beg him to return to the ancient clan. To him, this was a huge humiliation. But he didn't have the chance to refuse. "Lin Ling, I was reckless before. I hope you won't take it to heart and return to the Fire Ancient clan." Taking a deep breath, Lin Nanshan said with difficulty, "Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you." Lin Ling said calmly. Anger. Surging anger boiled in Lin Nanshan's heart. Lin Ling was toying with him just like how he had toyed with Lin Ling in the beginning. "Lin Ling, I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have casually decided your ranking. I was wrong. You should return to the Fire Ancient clan." Lin Nanshan raised his voice and gritted his teeth. As he said this, his heart was bleeding. "You were too loud this time. You didn't have to be so loud. I could hear you. Since you're begging me to return to the ancient clan, then I'll just accept it." Lin Ling sneered and said indifferently. His words angered Lin Nanshan so much that veins popped out on his forehead. The surrounding people all had interesting expressions. Lin Chen's son was just like his father, arrogant and awe-inspiring. "Lin Ling, from now on you're a member of the Fire Ancient clan. I hope you can inherit your father's pride." The vast voice sounded out again and then disappeared. Many people sighed in their hearts. Although Lin Chen's son was arrogant and domineering today, with his strength and talent, he was indeed worthy of such treatment. No wonder Ancestor Extreme Flame stood out to support him. As for Grand Elder Lin Nanshan, he felt a little embarrassed. He knew that Lin Ling had obtained first place and killed a demon king, yet he still wanted to obstruct him. Wasn't that just courting death? However, many people were puzzled. When did Lin Ling become a rank 5-9 Underworld's flame spirit body? Could it be that there was something wrong with the talent testing stone? It won't be long before I surpass him and take back my pride from him. Lin Ling gnashed his teeth when he saw that the limelight today had been stolen by Lin Ling. Today was supposed to be his day of pride, but Lin Ling rose like a comet and caused him to be trampled on. However, he firmly believed that he would surpass Lin Ling. "It seems that my previous advice was indeed superfluous." Lin Qingqing smiled bitterly. In Cloud Sea City, the Fire Ancient clan occupied a corner and lived in a very large area. Lin Ling followed the disciples into the ancient clan and was surprised to find that the ancient clan lived in an extinct volcano. The volcano was very large, like a town, and it was filled with members of the Fire Ancient clan. However, there were more disciples from the branch clans, while the main clan's disciples were the absolute core and protected the entire Fire Ancient clan. Young Master Lin, this is where you live. An old man cupped his hands respectfully to Lin Ling. He was very clear that the main clan's disciples were the future of the Fire Ancient clan. Without these experts, the Fire Ancient clan wouldn't be able to live in peace and would have been swept away by outsiders. Lin Ling nodded and said, "Right, find a girl called Yu at the restaurant I pointed out and bring her to me." "Yes, young Master Lin." The old man left respectfully. Lin Ling sized up the small courtyard he lived in. It was very clean, and there was a parasol tree planted in the courtyard. When the wind blew, the leaves would fall, and it looked very artistic. "Ah Ling, our 14th uncle is proud of you today." At this moment, Lin Li arrived with another person. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but laugh. 14th uncle. Lin Ling greeted politely. When his gaze fell on the other person, his expression changed and he hurriedly knelt down. "Disciple greets master." It was Hua Leitang. After Hua Leitang was brought back to the Fire Ancient clan by Lin Li, his old injuries had been suppressed. Although his strength hadn't recovered, at least he was awake. "Young master, I don't deserve this." Hua Leitang was shocked and he was slightly touched. Lin Ling was a main clan disciple, but he didn't have the arrogance of a young master. He still treated himself as his master. This was extremely rare. Lin Ling shook his head and kowtowed. He didn't care about young masters or main clan disciples. He only knew that when he was at his weakest, the one who saved him and helped him was Hua Leitang. Hua Leitang was his master and he would always be his master. Chapter 108. Conflict. Come in and have a seat. From now on this will be your home. Yes. Lin Ling laughed as he stood up, causing Lin Li and Hua Leitang to laugh as well. Not long after, Yu arrived as well. When the little girl saw that Hua Leitang had awoken, she was so excited that she couldn't speak. And then she began to pace around the courtyard, happy for Lin Ling. "Brother Ling, I want to plant some orchids here." "Yes." "Oh, this piece of land is very big. We can make a small pond to raise fish. Brother Ling, what do you think?" "Yes." Yu had already treated the courtyard as her home. Here she felt a sense of security. "Of course you have the final say here," Lin Ling said with a smile. Only when he was with his family would he show the cheerful smile that a young man should have. Although the reunion of several people was not lively, there was a faint warmth. "Strength brings respect." "Yes." Night fell. Lin Ling sat in the house, looking at the bright stars in the sky. He sighed in his heart. Unknowingly he had been in this world for a year. Lin Ling had been insignificant in the beginning. Now he had become a member of the Fire Ancient clan. This huge contrast made it difficult for people to react. However, what brought all of this was the increase in strength. "I am currently at the peak of the 10th realm of body transformation. I am only one step away from the martial spirit realm. Perhaps I will break through soon." "Yes." Lin Ling secretly guessed. Next, he would be able to receive the cultivation resources of the clan. It was said that each person would receive 1,000 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. This kind of resources was simply the sum of the cultivation resources of the entire Guyan sect. Flame arts. Lin Ling took out the stone book to check. Unfortunately, he still could not open the second page. Perhaps it would be possible only after he reached the martial spirit realm. If he opened the second page, Lin Ling would be able to learn the method to upgrade the Nirvana flame. Helplessly shaking his head, Lin Ling put away the stone book and then evaluated his own body. Currently he was a 5th grade 9 nether heavenly flame. However, in reality his innate spirit body was a 6th grade 1. Because the 9 nether heavenly flame and 9 dragon strength had already mutated. And the 9 nether heavenly flames were Lin Ling's current trump card. Unless his innate spirit body was of a higher grade, he did not fear any opponent of the same realm. Among my martial arts, only the flaming sky cross slash can be used. Martial arts like the reverse blood technique and the tyrant dragon seal are not very effective. As for cultivation techniques, I have the blazing flame technique, so I don't lack cultivation techniques. Lin Ling nodded inwardly and began cultivating. 3 days passed quietly, and today was the day for the clan's disciples to receive their cultivation resources. Early in the morning, Lin Ling was dressed neatly. He carried the Brilliance Resurgent sword on his back and left. Yu and Hua Leitang were at the door to send him off. Lin Ling was a member of the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, when members of the Fire Ancient clan saw Yu and Hua Leitang, they would treat them with respect and courtesy. Yu and Hua Leitang knew that all of this was caused by Lin Ling. "I'll be back soon." Lin Ling waved his hand and slowly left. "Hello, young Master Lin." Along the way, many members of the Fire Ancient clan bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. His expression did not change as he continued walking. "Young Master Lin is the son of Lin Qin. Like father, like son." "Far from it. Far from it. Young Master Lin is only a disciple of our clan, but Lin Qin was a genius of the ancient Flame clan back then." "Yes. I heard that young Master Lin only has a 5th grade innate spiritual body. He can't be compared to Lin Qin." The branch clan disciples discussed animatedly. Although Lin Ling was currently ranked first in the Beast Tide, they felt that it was impossible for him to reach Lin Chen's level. "Brother Lin Ling." "Yes." Not long after Lin Ling started walking, a beautiful figure walked over. It was Lin Qingqing. In fact, Lin Ling was younger than Lin Qingqing. It was just that Lin Ling looked more mature. Lin Ling looked back and smiled politely. Today Lin Qingqing was not wearing a skirt. Instead she was dressed in blue. Although she was not as beautiful as before, she was still exceptionally beautiful. She exuded a faint aura and gave people a sense of tranquility. Especially her clear eyes, which did not have a trace of dust. They were like the amethyst in the depths of the sea. "You're going to collect cultivation resources, right? Great, let's go together." Lin Qingqing smiled and gave people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. "All right." Lin Ling nodded. The two of them walked together. Along the way, Lin Ling occasionally asked a few questions. From Lin Qingqing's words, he knew that the Fire Ancient clan was very powerful. They had more than 100 sects of various sizes and were spread throughout the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They also owned mines, markets, restaurants, and other businesses. All of these businesses needed to be protected by experts. Hence, the clan's disciples were highly valued. The ancient clan would provide them with cultivation resources continuously. Of course, they had the cultivation resources, but the clan's disciples had to become stronger. Only then would they be respected. The place to collect cultivation resources was the core of the Fire Ancient clan. It was guarded by powerful martial artists. It was also the place to refine elixirs. Due to the fire attribute astral body, many members of the Fire Ancient clan were powerful alchemists. After collecting 1,000 bottles of essence-gathering elixirs, Lin Ling was delighted as he slowly left with Lin Qingqing. "Brother Tian, it seems like the training outside didn't increase your strength much. You are so weak. You are really a disgrace to our clan's name." "Lin Xinhai, don't be too arrogant." Right at this moment, several figures came from the front. On a street, a large number of people were gathered. In the middle were two youths who were around 17 or 18 years old. One of them was sitting on the ground and had an expression of unwillingness. The other youth was younger but was looking at them with arrogance. "It's Lin Tian and Lin Xinhai." Lin Qingqing whispered into Lin Ling's ear and then slowly explained. The two of them were also disciples of the ancient Flame clan. In the ancient Flame clan, most of the disciples who were over 20 years old did not stay in the ancient Flame clan. Most of them went out to train. The two of them were quite famous among the disciples of the ancient Flame clan. Their cultivations were not weak. They were both in the martial spirit realm. At the same time, the two youths had some conflicts. In the past, Lin Xinhai was stronger. But now, for some unknown reason, Lin Tian's strength had suddenly increased and he had stepped on Lin Xinhai, who was older than him. With this step, the humiliation in Lin Tian's heart could be imagined. He had lost to a younger disciple who had been defeated by him in the past. How would others talk about him? "The next time you see me, take a detour. I'll spare you today." Lin Tian laughed proudly and left under the respectful gazes of the crowd. On the ground, Lin Xinhai gritted his teeth and stood up. He angrily shouted at the surrounding crowd, "What are you looking at? Scram! Scram!" The surrounding Lin family disciples did not dare to speak and left silently. Although Lin Xinhai had lost, he was still a disciple of the clan. He was not someone they could provoke. No matter where you are, strength brings status. This principle has never changed since ancient times. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. Lin Xinhai had lost and was unwilling to accept it. Therefore he vented his anger on the weak. "Scram! If you block my way again, I'll teach you a lesson." Chapter 109. An elder of the clan. Lin Xinhai's attitude was overbearing and rude, causing Lin Qingqing to frown. "Brother Xinhai, I know you've lost, but don't vent your anger on strangers. What's more, we're also disciples of the same clan. So, yo, give me some face and you're sticking your butt out." Lin Xinhai couldn't help but laugh. He lost shamefully and wanted to vent. Even disciples of the clan have differences in strength. You two juniors have the qualifications to be compared to me? If you have the ability, then fight with me. Don't think that just because you're good-looking, I won't dare to teach you a lesson. Sigh. Lin Qingqing was so angry that her face turned red. She had only been a disciple of the clan for a short time, and she was still young. How could she be Lin Xinhai's opponent? Moreover, Lin Xinhai had been a disciple of the clan since he was young, while Lin Qingqing was only a branch disciple. Her cultivation resources couldn't be compared to the former. You just lost a match, yet you're biting people like a mad dog. The Fire Ancient clan provided you with status and cultivation resources, not for you to bully the clan members. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned and spoke. He was too lazy to care about this kind of thing, but Lin Ling vented his anger on them, telling them to scram like servants. Lin Ling couldn't accept this kind of anger. Who do you think you are to talk to me like this? Sigh. Lin Xinhai raised his eyebrows. Although I lost a match, I'm still not someone you juniors can compare to. Sigh. Is that so? Sigh. Lin Ling smiled coldly. His aura erupted and blue flames boiled. He took a step and pounced towards Lin Xinhai. Wherever he passed, there was an explosion and footprints appeared on the ground. Blue flames boiled on the footprints. Against an arrogant person like Lin Xinhai, it was a waste of saliva to talk. Beating him down was the best result. Tyrant Dragon Seal, 9 dragons contend for hegemony. Sigh. Lin Xinhai slapped out with his palm, and a surging blue flame exploded out. 9 blue dragons pounced towards Lin Xinhai, causing Lin Xinhai's expression to change. He had not expected Lin Ling to attack without any fear of him. Moreover, Lin Ling's flames looked extraordinary. Insignificant skill, elemental spear. Lin Xinhai roared. He possessed a 4th-grade flame, the 5-colored true fire. This type of innate spirit body, if it were to mature, would be extremely powerful. Because it was related to the 5 elements, it could restrain and reinforce each other. However, it was clear that he did not possess such strength. His only advantage was that he was a 1-star martial spirit realm cultivator. However, to reach the martial spirit realm at the age of 18, even in the Fire Ancient clan, he was considered a person with extraordinary potential. At the very least, there weren't many people of the same age who could defeat him. Pa. A 5 elements imprint appeared. It was condensed from 5 colored flames. After the spear stabbed out, the street was filled with sand and stones. Many people's expressions changed as they retreated one after another. Rumble. The 9 blue dragons crashed into the 5 elemental imprint. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart, and the 2 types of flame attacks disappeared. How is that possible? This brat can actually shake my 5 elements spear. Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. The people in the distance were also shocked. They stared at Lin Ling. They recognized him as Lin Chen's son, but they never thought that he would be able to withstand a single attack from Lin Xinhai at the age of 16. Nothing is impossible. Flaming Heaven Cross / Bang! Lin Ling's expression was calm. His right hand moved quickly, and his movements were pleasing to the eye. In midair, the resurgent sword appeared in his hand. On the sword's body, blue flames boiled, forming a cross of flames. With an explosive sound, it slashed towards Lin Xinhai. The most terrifying thing about the 9 nether heavenly flames was its explosion. Rumble. This slash caused the ground to explode and surge violently. Lin Xinhai's eyes widened. That cross slash actually caused him to feel fear. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Bang. At the critical moment, Lin Xinhai waved his long spear. His entire body erupted with 5 colored flames. The long spear stabbed into the ground. Instantly the earth trembled. A 5 elements imprint with a radius of 10 meters appeared under his feet, firmly protecting him. Bang bang bang. The flaming heaven cross slash collided with the 5 elements imprint like a firecracker. The surrounding people could only see the resplendent sparks. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumble. With a final explosion, the 5 elements imprint shattered like glass. The remaining power hit Lin Xinhai, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. Although his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, his flame talent was obviously weaker. Swoosh. Just as Lin Xinhai's body fell to the ground, a figure appeared beside him. A large sword fell beside his neck. I thought you were older and stronger. Turns out you're only a so-so. Swoosh. This figure was Lin Ling. Looking at this scene, the street was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened, challenging someone of a higher realm. Lin Ling is really abnormal. Looks like when he killed the Demon King he really relied on his real strength. Swoosh. I know you don't dare to kill me. If you have the ability then tell me your name. Swoosh. Lin Xinhai sat on the ground, veins popping out on his face. He lost again. Not long ago he lost to Lin Tian. His anger was boiling and he wanted to find a soft persimmon to vent his anger. In the end he kicked an iron plate. This unfamiliar young man made him lose again. It's not that I don't dare but I don't want to. Moreover, compared to killing you, making you lose is more satisfying. Lin Ling stared at Lin Xinhai from above and shrugged. You? Lin Xinhai's face twisted with anger. He lost again and again. How shameful. If you're not convinced, come find me next time. Let me give you a word of advice. Next time you want to vent your anger, it's best to first inquire about the opponent's strength. Otherwise you'll lose face. My name is Lin Ling. Sigh. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. He put away his large sword and turned to leave. Lin Chen's son is just as arrogant as his father. Sigh. The crowd looked at Lin Ling's figure and sighed in admiration. Then they looked at Lin Xinhai, all of them secretly laughing. However, at this moment, on the street, a figure approached from the distance. His footsteps were steady and there was a smile on his face. However, this smile was a bit twisted, as if because of the scene in front of him, his anger surged. Lin Chen's son is still so arrogant. Do you want to follow in Lin Chen's footsteps? Like father, like son. Sigh. A calm but angry voice came from that person's mouth. Many people looked at that person and their expressions changed. This was the 8th elder Lin Junlu. In the Fire Ancient clan there were 15 elders. Each of them was a person of virtue and prestige. They were the pillars of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling stopped and looked at this person. His heart froze. This person's strength was very strong. He actually couldn't see through him. At the very least he was stronger than Gu Yen sect's leader. However, he wasn't afraid. In front of so many people, he didn't believe that this person would dare to do anything. Indeed, like father, like son. That's your son, right? He's losing face right now. Lin Ling raised his chin and replied indifferently. Lin Junlu's eyes narrowed. Especially when he saw Lin Ling humiliated on the ground, he immediately became angry. Lin Ling was mocking him. His son was so humiliated, he wouldn't be any better. Chapter 110. The old ancestor requests an audience. Father, teach him a lesson. He's just a bastard. He's as useless as his father. On the ground, Lin Xinhai screamed as he stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of hatred. Today, Lin Ling had humiliated him for the second time, and it was even more humiliating than the first time. If he did not get back some face, how could he stay in the ancient flame clan in the future? Bastard. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He rushed towards Lin Xinhai and placed the resurgent sword on Lin Xinhai's neck again. Try saying that again. I'm all ears. This move was so fast that no one could react in time. Even Lin Junlu was caught off guard. He didn't think that Lin Chen would dare to be so arrogant in his presence. He even threatened his son's life with a sword. Little bastard, let go of my son. Otherwise I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Junlu roared angrily. His aura burst out like a furnace and soared into the sky. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead he laughed calmly. Ah, don't scare me. I'm not a person who can withstand scares. If I go soft and kill your son, that won't be good. You. Veins appeared on Lin Junlu's forehead. He didn't think that a fatherless person who was abandoned by the Fire Ancient clan would be so daring today. Lin Ling, I know you don't dare to kill me. I advise you to stop doing useless things. Otherwise things will get more complicated. No one in the Fire Ancient clan will be able to save you. Lin Xinhai's heart skipped a beat when he saw the sword hanging on his neck. However, he was still unyielding. Trying to scare me? Sorry, you found the wrong person. What I've experienced is not something you can imagine. Lin Ling smiled coldly. If it was anyone else, they would have apologized and bowed when they saw the 8th elder. However, Lin Ling was too experienced. He had been through life and death so many times that he had no fear in his heart. As he spoke, the sword in Lin Ling's hand moved closer, leaving a mark on Lin Xinhai's neck. Blood flowed out, scaring Lin Xinhai so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. His pants were even leaking out. Indeed, my father is already dead and your father is the 8th elder. I don't have a backer like you in the Fire Ancient clan, but I'll kill you and then be punished by them. With you buried with me, I won't be bored in hell. Lin Ling said with a slight pout. Don't, I was wrong. I shouldn't have vented my anger on you. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lin Xinhai panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. He was scared. Although he was the 8th elder's son, he was nothing if he died, so he didn't dare to take the risk. He didn't have Lin Ling's courage. Haha, when you lost, you were arrogant and didn't put anyone in your eyes. Now that you're about to die, you're begging for mercy. How ironic. Lin Ling laughed and looked at Lin Junlu. He tilted his head and said, like father, like son. You. Lin Junlu was so angry that his hair stood on end. He glared at Lin Xinhai. He had spoiled his son too much, causing him to lose face today. If you want me to let you go, it's not impossible. Let me hear you call me father. You. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling whispered in Lin Xinhai's ear. Lin Xinhai's eyes narrowed and he subconsciously said, in your dreams. You. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword moved closer. Blood flowed out from the wound on his neck again. This life and death situation made Lin Xinhai cry out in grievance, Father, I was wrong. Are you? Father. Hearing those words, Lin Junlu almost spat out blood. His son had called someone else father in front of him, and there were so many people watching. Where would he put his face in the future? He couldn't help but stare coldly at Lin Ling. He wanted to know how Lin Ling was going to deal with this arrogant and domineering person. That's a nice way to call me father. Father. Lin Ling put away his sword and patted Lin Xinhai's cheek with his left hand. Then he looked at Lin Junlu and said, I know you're thinking about how I'm going to deal with this. However, I'm not thinking about how I'm going to deal with this. I only know that with so many people watching, justice is in everyone's heart. If the Fire Ancient clan is unjust, then I'll withdraw from the Fire Ancient clan as well. Father. His words were extremely calm. However, the surrounding people had complicated expressions. They had seen everything from the beginning to the end and knew that Lin Xinhai had only himself to blame for everything that had happened. If he hadn't been so arrogant as to vent his anger, how could such a thing have happened? And the 8th elder was an elder. After arriving, he didn't ask whether the matter was right or wrong. He directly wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. He was a disgrace to his position as an elder. This was indeed a disgrace to the bloodline. You don't have the chance to withdraw from the Fire Ancient clan. Because I won't let you go today. Lin Junlu said coldly. At this moment, Lin Xinhai had already crawled towards Lin Junlu. He pointed at Lin Ling and said, Father, you must not let him go. Father. Facing Lin Junlu's cold attitude, Lin Ling ignored it. He smiled faintly. His calmness made the people around him secretly admire him. But at this moment, an old man walked over from afar. Lin Ling, the old ancestor wants to see you. Father. The appearance of this old man caused the street to become silent. What? Father. Staring at the old man, Lin Junlu was shocked. Old man Tiango, what is the meaning of this? Old ancestor. He naturally recognized this old man. He was the old ancestor's servant. He had followed the old ancestor for many years. But he couldn't believe it. Why did the old ancestor Extreme Flame want to see Lin Ling at this time? I'm just a messenger. If you have any questions you can ask the old ancestor. The old man smiled faintly. Lin Ling smiled. It seemed that the old ancestor Extreme Flame had been paying attention to him ever since he returned to the Fire Ancient clan. But it was also good. He could meet this old ancestor and ask why his father died back then. He wasn't surprised by this scene. The old ancestor Extreme Flame had helped him last time. He guessed that the old ancestor Extreme Flame didn't treat him as an ordinary disciple of the clan. That was why he was so unbridled today. Sorry, you won't have the chance to teach me a lesson. Old ancestor. Looking at Lin Junlu mockingly, Lin Ling nodded at the old man and left with him. The old man walked a few steps and suddenly stopped. He looked at Lin Junlu. The old ancestor said that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Father. Hearing this, Lin Junlu's expression changed and he smiled bitterly. Father, why did you let him go? I'm so embarrassed now. Father. Lin Xinhai still didn't seem to know what had happened. He roared unwillingly. Shut up. Father. Lin Junlu slapped Lin Xinhai and sent him flying. He was furious. Today Lin Xinhai had made him lose face. Even the old ancestor Extreme Flame had noticed it. The old ancestor Extreme Flame's words were that he was not straight, so his son was crooked too. Then Lin Junlu looked at Lin Ling's back and frowned. The son of Lin Chen was so unbridled. Did he know beforehand that the old ancestor Extreme Flame wanted to see him? Chapter 111. The Guidance of Ancestor Taiyan. On top of a mountain peak, An old man gazed into the distance. This old man had white hair and a youthful complexion. He wore a loose robe and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. It was as if he could see through this world. Next to him was a chessboard. The black and white pieces on the chessboard were clearly visible. They were arranged in a single word, game. Not long after, Lin Ling appeared on the mountain peak. He first looked at the old man who was carrying him on his back, then looked around. The scenery here was very good. Clouds and mist were drifting about. This was the highest point of the Fire Ancient Clan volcano. Standing here made one feel relaxed and happy. Then he looked at the old man who was gazing into the distance. His eyes flickered slightly. "Can you see the chess game?" The old man was still looking into the distance, but his calm voice rang out. Lin Ling looked at the chessboard and saw the character game on the board. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly he had an epiphany. Game, the chessboard, it means the situation, it also means the situation. Ancestors' meaning is that the overall situation is more important. Ha! The old man turned around and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He clearly didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to see through the chess game. It had to be known that he had asked many rising stars about this chess game, but none of them had been able to answer. "It seems you have inherited your father's intelligence." The old man stared at Zhang Xian silently for a moment before he suddenly smiled. His smile was filled with gratification. Lin Ling also smiled, but in his heart he muttered, "It's not that I'm very smart, but the game of chess is like life, like a battlefield." He had seen this phrase many times in his previous life, so when the ancestor laid out the word game, coupled with the ancestor's identity, it wasn't difficult for him to guess the meaning of this word. "I know you have a lot of questions, but all the answers are in the game." The patriarch sighed and lamented. Lin Ling frowned. He did have some questions. He wanted to know how his father died and where his mother was. Moreover, when his father died, why didn't the Fire Ancient Clan save him? The answer was in the game. This accident was limited by the overall situation. His father couldn't escape from the game, so he had to die. The Fire Ancient Clan wasn't a single person but a clan. Who is the enemy? Lin Ling replied indifferently. His mother wasn't from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and if there was anyone who objected, it would definitely be someone from the Cloud Sea Empire. The Great Flame Ancestor sighed. If that person was simple, he would have already gotten his revenge. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he nodded. He did not dwell on this topic. He knew that when his strength reached a certain limit, the answer would definitely surface. Calm. Even if Ancestor Extreme Flame wanted to help Lin Ling and Lin Qin, he had to consider the entire clan. He couldn't let the clan decline for one person. Suddenly, Lin Ling didn't hate Patriarch Extreme Flame. He knew the bitterness in his heart and the responsibility he shouldered. On the day of the test, you were a third-grade innate spirit body, but perhaps the innate talent testing stone was wrong. You are actually a fifth-grade innate spirit body. Ling, your potential is not weak. If you can grow up in the future, I will be your backer. Ancestor Extreme Flame suddenly said while calmly looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. The old ancestor meant that as long as he displayed his strength and potential, the old ancestor would support him. In other words, the old ancestor would give him a lot of authority in the Fire Ancient Clan. I've been waiting for you to say that. Lin Ling chuckled. Ancestor Extreme Flame was startled for a moment, then laughed. He didn't expect Lin Ling to understand his meaning. It seems that you are very different from your father. At least he is not as smart as you. He continued, but in terms of potential you can't compare to your father. This is a flaw. Lin Ling's smile remained unchanged. Potential? His father was a 9th-grade innate spirit body, and Lin Ling was currently a 5th-grade innate spirit body. However, Lin Ling's innate spirit body was Nirvana Flame, which meant that he could continue to improve in the future. Therefore, Lin Ling was very confident in himself. Come, sit down and play chess with me. Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand and said to Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. He really wasn't good at playing chess, but he didn't refuse. He sat down on the side of the chessboard and the old and the young began to play. Time slowly passed. Lin Ling's gaze was fixed on the chessboard. His expression was focused, and his eyes revealed a strong light. Ancestor Extreme Flame, from beginning to end, was as calm as the clouds and the wind, like an emperor looking forward to the world. One was strong and his chess style was unstoppable. The other was calm and he didn't change at all. On the chessboard, Lin Ling's black pieces gradually increased. He seemed to be in control of the situation, and Ancestor Extreme Flame's situation was being nibbled away. He was about to lose. Chess is like life, like martial arts. Lin Ling, your chess style is the same as your martial arts. Unstoppable, sweeping through the world. Ancestor Extreme Flame said indifferently. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame with a puzzled expression. Ancestor Extreme Flame smiled faintly. On the path of martial arts, bravery is indispensable. But sometimes too much is easy to break. It's better to use defense as offense, step by step. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He suddenly had a feeling that although Ancestor Extreme Flame seemed to be teaching him chess, he was also teaching him martial arts. He frowned and said, using offense as defense is putting one's life on the line, fighting with one's back to the river. This can stimulate a martial artist's potential even more. Lin Ling did not agree with Ancestor Extreme Flame's point of view. Ancestor Extreme Flame smiled. He held a white piece in his hand and gently placed it down in an inconspicuous place on the chessboard. This move did not seem to have much effect on the surface, but it seemed to have changed the entire situation. Lin Ling's expression slightly changed. He couldn't help but increase the power of his offense. However, after the white piece was placed down, the situation quietly changed. Ancestor Extreme Flame gently placed the white piece again, and Lin Ling's offense was disintegrated. Moreover, Lin Ling's situation was even worse. What? Lin Ling's pupils became serious. Using defense as offense, Ancestor Extreme Flame's chess skill was clearly more exquisite. It was completely different from his own heavy sword style of using offense as defense. You lost. Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling. There was no need to continue playing chess. Lin Ling would not be able to reverse the situation. It was settled. Fire Ancient Clan, Imperial Fire Clan. However, Huoyan is not bold and fierce, burning everything. Sometimes, it is easy to destroy the enemy but difficult to control the enemy. Huoyan is the same. You lack finesse. Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He had to admit that Ancestor Extreme Flame's words were very correct. The Fire Ancient Clan had the ability to control fire, but it did not mean that controlling powerful flames would make a martial artist stronger. Having a powerful innate spirit body only meant that a martial artist had an innate advantage. The key to the Imperial Fire Clan was control. This required a delicate method of controlling fire, using one's innate flame to the extreme. Just like a chess game, blindly using the power of one's army to attack was not the best path. Only by being familiar with one's army and using the right medicine could one easily defeat the opponent. Quality is the most important thing in an army, not quantity. Chapter 112. Fire Controlling Technique. Ancestor, please enlighten me. Lin Ling said sincerely. You can be taught. Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lin Ling did not have the arrogance of a young man. He knew that he had lost, but he was not angry from embarrassment. Instead, he found his own weakness and worked hard to improve it. Look at the fire in my hand. Ancestor Extreme Flame extended his right hand. The flames he released were only ordinary yellow flames. However, his fingers were like butterflies as they danced gently. The flames seemed to have a mind of their own as they formed images in the air. A small deer made of flames, it is running in the sky. A tree formed from flames was swaying in the wind. In a small house, 3 little firemen walked out of the house and enjoyed the cool air outside the house. In a large city there was a restaurant in the city. The city was bustling with people. All of this was formed from fire. Other than the yellow color, it was vivid and lifelike as if it had gained intelligence. What a powerful fire controlling technique. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Using fire to form these images, what kind of powerful fire controlling technique was this? When you can make your flames move as you wish, then you have already grasped the basics of fire controlling. Seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression, Ancestor Extreme Flame lightly nodded his head. Lin Ling also understood that if he had this kind of fire controlling technique, then even if his realm did not increase, his strength would definitely increase greatly. In the past, his fire controlling technique was too crude. The martial arts used in the martial spirit realm are profound rank martial arts. My Fire Ancient Clan also has a corresponding flame technique. They are the first generation flame technique, the second generation, and the third generation corresponding to the 10th grade of profound rank martial arts. If you can control the instinct of fire controlling, then I will teach you the third generation flame technique, which is equivalent to the 4th grade of profound rank martial arts. Ancestor Extreme Flame said with a smile. The instinct of fire controlling was an ability that the experts of the Fire Ancient Clan had to master. However, in history most of the disciples who learned this ability were in their 40s or 50s, and there was only one young person. Therefore, Ancestor Extreme Flame also gave Lin Ling a reward. It was the third-generation flame technique. What is the key point of the instinct of fire controlling? Lin Ling asked. Follow your heart, but your flames are like your left and right arms, they can move according to your heart's desire. Patriarch Extreme Flame said calmly. Lin Ling nodded and remembered the key points of cultivation. Then he pondered for a moment and took out the Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill recipe from his rune bag. He handed it over to Ancestor Extreme Flame. Ancestor, this is a pill recipe I obtained by luck. I hope it will be helpful to the Fire Ancient clan. Pill formula? Old Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't place the pill recipe in his eyes. He thought it was just some ordinary pill recipe. After all, the Fire Ancient clan controlled fire and had many alchemists. Ordinary pill recipes were also very common. Ancestor, I'll go back first. Thank you for your guidance today. Lin Ling didn't care whether or not Great Flame Patriarch valued him. He gave the recipe only because he didn't want to owe Great Flame Patriarch a favor. Then he bid farewell and left. The Extreme Flame Ancestor looked deeply at Lin Ling and suddenly said, Next month is my birthday. You must come. Also, when you leave, won't you call me Grandpa? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was stunned. Although Great Flame Ancestor was indeed his grandfather according to seniority, he didn't expect Great Flame Ancestor to value this title so much. He couldn't help but bitterly smile and say, Grandpa. Hearing this, Great Flame Ancestor was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but smile. He was somewhat in the wrong for this stubborn grandson of his. However, to hear this grandson call him Grandpa instead of respectfully calling him Ancestor, he felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. He didn't know why he called him Grandpa. Then, with embarrassment, he disappeared from the mountain peak. Chin, your son looks very much like you. Looking at him is like looking at you. You and him are very similar. Among all the children, you are the one I dote on the most. Great Flame Ancestor sighed and turned around to look into the distance. Lin Chin was the pain in his heart because Lin Chin was his favorite son in the past. Unfortunately, so after Lin Ling returned, he used all his guilt to compensate this grandson of his. He hoped that when he died he wouldn't have any regrets. Pill formula, this stubborn child. I'm afraid he won't owe me a favor. Unfortunately, my Fire Ancient clan has countless alchemists. How could we lack a pill formula? Shaking his head, Great Flame Ancestor looked at the pill formula in his hand. He didn't treat it as a pill formula, but as a gift from his grandson to his grandfather. Spirit Cleansing Pill? No, it's the Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill. Heavens, isn't this the rumored Spirit Cleansing Pill? Suddenly, Great Flame Ancestor's eyes narrowed. His hand that was holding the pill formula suddenly became heavy. He had naturally heard of the Heavenly Spirit Cleansing Pill. It was said that it was a pill that began the conversion of spiritual energy at the 7th stage of body transformation. It greatly increased a martial artist's success rate in breaking through to the body transformation realm. It could be said to be priceless. With this pill formula in hand, it could allow the Fire Ancient clan to cultivate a large number of martial spirit realm experts. It could increase the entire Fire Ancient clan's combat strength. My old eyes are blurred. Great Flame Ancestor was excited. He never thought that the pill formula Lin Ling gave him would be so valuable. What was laughable was that he had thought it was an ordinary pill formula. It seems that the favor he repaid me is more than what I gave him. Instead, I owe him a favor. However, how could a brat like him have such a precious pill formula? Great Flame Ancestor smiled bitterly. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face by a brat. After returning to the small courtyard, Lin Ling immediately entered a state of cultivation. Right now he had 1,000 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. The cultivation resources were enough. Moreover, in order to enter the martial spirit realm, Lin Ling had prepared for a long time. Therefore he was determined to break through this time. After swallowing the spirit-gathering pill, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged over and poured into Lin Ling's body like a raging sea. What rich spiritual energy! It seems that the Fire Ancient clan's spirit-gathering pill is better than the ancient face sects. Lin Ling was overjoyed. The 9 spirit energy liquids in his body were also surging at this moment. Gradually, the 10th spirit energy liquids quietly appeared. At first, the spiritual energy was as thick as a strand of hair. However, after absorbing the spiritual energy around his dantian, it gradually became as big as a water droplet. Time slowly passed. The 10 streams of spiritual energy were like pearls, constantly spiraling as if they were about to fuse together. Once the fusion was successful, Lin Ling would become a 1-star martial spirit realm expert. Almost. Lin Ling crazily swallowed the spirit-gathering pills. As time passed, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. An ocean appeared in his dantian. That was the spiritual energy of the spiritual energy liquid. Rumble. At the same time, the house Lin Ling was in was attacked by the tyrannical spiritual energy and turned into dust. Fortunately, the small courtyard was big and there were many houses, so it did not attract anyone's attention. Bang, bang, bang. In the broken house, a whirlpool appeared in Lin Ling's body. It was a spiritual energy whirlpool that was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gradually, his realm slowly stabilized. At the same time, because of the solid foundation of the body refinement realm, his realm was the most stable among all the 1-star martial spirit realm experts. Chapter 113. Terrifying Realm. The body refinement realm and the martial spirit realm are indeed the dividing line. The spiritual energy of the martial spirit realm is much stronger than that of the body refinement realm. Lin Ling secretly comprehended. Then he took out the stone book and opened it with the blue spiritual energy in his body. Swish. After reaching the martial spirit realm, the second page of the stone book was opened. Taking a closer look, it was the method to raise the 9 nether heavenly flames. It meant that the innate spirit body with the 9 nether heavenly flames wanted to raise its cultivation realm. How could it be this? Lin Ling was somewhat disappointed. He had thought that the second page would be a method to obtain a higher level of flame than the 9 nether heavenly flames. However, who would have thought that it would still be the cultivation method of the 9 nether heavenly flames? However, Lin Ling thought about it and understood. Perhaps, if he wanted to know a higher level flame cultivation method, he would have to make the 9 nether heavenly flames stronger. Only then would he be able to rebirth the other flames. I have to eat one bite at a time. Let's see how this 9 nether heavenly flames innate spirit body cultivates. Lin Ling looked carefully. If a spirit body with the 9 nether heavenly flames wanted to raise its cultivation realm, it had to consume the blue soul dark pill. Of course, there were other methods as well. However, consuming the blue soul dark pill was the best method. As for the method to refine the blue soul dark pill, it required several precious medicinal herbs to suppress the 9 nether heavenly flames within the pill. After consuming it, one's strength would increase. I'm afraid that the medicinal herbs for these pills are all very valuable. Furthermore, they require the 9 nether heavenly flames. It seems that I have to go to Mount Xuanhuan again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had just broken through, so he wasn't in a hurry to find spirit herbs. His thoughts fell on the Imperial Fire Instinct. If he could learn the Imperial Fire Instinct, his strength would greatly increase. Coupled with a 5th grade innate spirit body, an ordinary 1-star martial spirit realm would not be his match. He was even confident that he could defeat a 2-star martial spirit realm. After all, there weren't many martial artists with 5th grade innate spirit bodies. Follow your heart? Flames follow your heart. Lin Ling frowned and extended his finger. On the tip of his finger, a blue flame appeared and began to boil. He tried to use the flames to condense animals, but he failed. The flames quickly disappeared and could not stay in the air. This also meant that the enemies Lin Ling had defeated before had relied on the power of flames and not fire-controlling techniques. His fire-controlling techniques were very crude. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Currently, most of the members of the Fire Ancient clan were like this. After all, the ability to control fire wasn't something that could be easily learned. There were even some people who couldn't even touch the threshold in their entire lives. They could only rely on the power of flames to defeat their enemies. Heart. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He stretched out his finger and once again used flames to draw a deer in the air. However, he still failed. He hadn't even drawn the deer yet, but the image of the deer had already appeared in his heart. It was just like drawing an ordinary painting. He had a sketch in his heart, a general framework and appearance, but after drawing it out, there was a different kind of effect. It seems that my fire and heart do not resonate. Lin Ling closed his eyes slightly. This time he tried to use his soul force to control the fire. At the same time his hand moved slightly. At first it was a little clumsy, but this time he drew a deer in the air. Although it wasn't lifelike and didn't have any spirituality, at least it didn't disappear. So the ability to control fire is also related to soul force. However, Lin Ling was delighted. He had vaguely found a way. The heart was related to the soul. If he could make the flames move according to his heart, he could also make the flames move according to his soul. Again. Lin Ling's finger moved again. This time, a deer appeared in the air. It gradually had spirituality. This deer seemed to have transformed from Lin Ling's heart. His ability to control fire was gradually not as crude as before. Again, Lin Ling continued to experiment. Time passed by just like that. A month passed. Lin Ling was still cultivating in the broken hut. This kind of cultivation was dull and tedious, but Lin Ling was addicted to it. The broken hut had become a world of fire. But this fire didn't burn aimlessly. Instead, beautiful pictures appeared in the air. There were animals, plants, people, mountains, rivers, cities. These pictures were vivid and lifelike. What was most shocking was that these pictures were not dead, but moved as if they had a spirit of their own. When I first saw Ancestor Extreme Flame's painting, the things inside were also moving. I finally reached this realm. Lin Ling was like a master painter with uncanny workmanship. He carefully examined his own work. If Ancestor Extreme Flame were here, he would be so shocked that he wouldn't be able to close his mouth. He had taught Lin Ling the ability to control fire. He had thought that Lin Ling would need at least several years to learn. But not only had Lin Ling learned it, he had even mastered it to the point of perfection. He had made the painting come to life. This was the most terrifying realm. Up until now, in the Fire Ancient clan, there were no more than 5 people who could use the ability to control fire to bring a painting to life. And those 5 people had only achieved it after 100 years of cultivation. Their ability to control fire had already reached the realm of fine detail. The so-called fine detail was the control of fire. The level was the power of the tiniest bit. Soul force is indeed related to the ability to control fire. After a long time, Lin Ling waved his right hand and all the flame pictures disappeared. He stood there with a smile. At present, although his cultivation realm hadn't increased, his strength had greatly increased. He could learn fire-related martial arts much faster. Therefore, he was looking forward to the 3rd generation flame technique that Ancestor Extreme Flame spoke of. A flame technique that could be passed down from generation to generation in the Fire Ancient clan was definitely not weak. Patting his clothes, Lin Ling walked out of the dilapidated house and came to the small courtyard. In the small courtyard, Yu was planting flowers. This scene made Lin Ling slightly stunned. Yu's long black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Her jade-like cheeks were dripping with sweat. She was as beautiful as a lotus flower. Her long eyelashes, straight nose, and rosy lips made her look as beautiful as an ethereal lotus flower. Unknowingly, Lin Ling discovered that the little girl who used to follow behind him had gradually grown up. Big Brother Ling. Big Brother Ling. Yu also saw Lin Ling and immediately let out a joyful cry. Yu, how have you been this month? Big Brother Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. That Big Brother Ling made him feel very comfortable. It was like hearing a relative call him, making him feel like he was at home. Yu was Lin Ling's first relative in this world. Every time Lin Ling was bullied, it was Yu who took care of him. Even if Lin Ling offended the whole world, Yu still followed behind him without any complaints or regrets. It was as if Yu's life mission was to take care of him. As for Lin Ling, every time he was walking between life and death, Yu was also his motivation to live on. Silly girl, you're sweating all over. I'm now a disciple of the clan. I can ask the ancient clan to call a maid to help. You don't have to be so busy. Lin Ling scratched Yu's nose and said. Yu sniffed, I'm still not used to it. Moreover, I still like to take care of Big Brother Ling and Master by myself. Sigh. Lin Ling helplessly smiled and said, Master? Yes. He went out with 14th Elder. It seems that he'll be back tomorrow for Ancestor Tai Yan's birthday celebration. Yu said, Birthday celebration? Yes. Lin Ling suddenly remembered that as a disciple of the clan, he had to attend Ancestor Tai Yan's birthday celebration. Yu, prepare some birthday gifts. We also have to attend the celebration. Yes. Chapter 114. The Ancestor's Birthday. The next day, Lin Ling was ready to leave with Yu, Huoleitang, and the others for Ancestor Tai Yan's birthday celebration. Ancestor Tai Yan was the #1 expert of the Fire Ancient clan. All the important figures in Cloud Sea City had to give face to his birthday celebration, so all of them came. This day was obviously bustling with noise and excitement. The disciples of the Fire Ancient clan who had gone out to train had returned. The 3rd generation disciples, 2nd generation disciples, and 1st generation disciples had all arrived. In the Fire Ancient clan, the 16-year-old disciples were called 3rd generation disciples, the 17 to 18-year-old disciples were called 2nd generation disciples, and the 19 to 20-year-old disciples were called 3rd generation disciples. In the grand hall, there was a hubbub of voices as people streamed in from the entrance. Lin Ling and a few third-generation disciples walked into the hall. These third-generation disciples were Lin Qingqing, Lin Aofing, Lin Changqiang, and the others. When they saw Lin Ling, they all snorted coldly. Especially Lin Aofing. He sneered, "Lin Ling, the beast tide is just the beginning. It doesn't mean the end. In the days to come, I'll show you what it means to be a genius." Although he lost to Lin Ling in the last beast tide, he guessed that Lin Ling must have had a fortuitous encounter on Mount Zhongnan, which caused his strength to increase greatly. However, fortuitous encounters were short-lived. Lin Ling couldn't keep growing. Therefore, Lin Aofing believed that Lin Ling couldn't compare to him at all and would soon surpass him. "I'll reach the martial spirit realm faster than you." Lin Changqiang stared at Lin Ling as well. His eyes were filled with the desire to fight. "You're crazy." Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He stared at the crowd in the hall and walked in. Lin Qingqing had been by Lin Ling's side. She'd noticed that Lin Ling's aura had changed. It had become much more powerful. It was difficult to see through a body refinement realm cultivator's cultivation. Only after reaching the martial spirit realm would one's spirit energy be too strong, causing it to overflow. "Brother Lin Ling, you've reached the martial spirit realm?" Lin Qingqing was shocked. She quickened her pace to catch up with Lin Ling and asked the question in her heart. "Yes, I just reached it yesterday." Lin Ling turned around and smiled. "Whoosh." Lin Qingqing sucked in a cold breath. The confident faces of Lin Aofing and the others froze at this moment. Their eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. The martial spirit realm was the first realm for martial artists. Even for the geniuses of the ancient Yan clan, it would take them at least a year to half a year to reach this realm. Even if it was half a year, they would still be able to dominate their peers. After all, 16-year-old martial spirit realm experts were extremely rare in Ocean of Cloud City. However, Lin Ling had only been around for a month. At that moment, Lin Aofing and Lin Changqiang looked at each other. The unwillingness in their eyes grew stronger. They had wanted to reach the martial spirit realm faster than Lin Ling and regain their dignity. However, they had lost to Lin Ling again. The hall was filled with people. Only members of their own clans and the great figures of Ocean of Cloud City were qualified to enter. In Ocean of Cloud City, the 8 ancient clans fought openly and secretly for territory and cultivation resources. However, there were also some ancient clans that formed alliances with each other. The Fire Ancient Clan was allied with the Anji Ancient Clan, the Wind Ancient Clan, and the Mountain Ancient Clan. Today, those 3 ancient clans had sent representatives to congratulate the Fire Ancient Clan. "Ancestor, congratulations on your birthday. May you live as long as the mountains. Congratulations. May your fortune be as boundless as the ocean. Congratulations." Congratulatory voices rose and fell within the hall. Ancestor Taiyan sat at the highest seat and spoke politely to the guests. Fine wine and delicacies were placed on the tables all around. Everyone congratulated the Fire Ancient Clan as they ate. After a few rounds of wine and dishes, an elder from the Anji Ancient Clan stood up and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. "Ancestor, I heard that a genius of the Fire Ancient Clan has returned today. Why don't we celebrate with martial arts and have some fun?" "Congratulations." As soon as he finished speaking, the representatives of the Wind Ancient Clan and Mountain Ancient Clan chimed in with agreement. They wanted to see how strong this genius of the Fire Ancient Clan was, because it represented the future of the Fire Ancient Clan. If this genius possessed extraordinary potential, then they would continue to form an alliance with the Fire Ancient Clan. If this genius merely had an empty reputation, then the Fire Ancient Clan would definitely decline in the future, and they would reconsider whether or not to form an alliance with the Fire Ancient Clan. If the younger generation of a vast ancient clan was weak and couldn't take over, then the ancient clan would decline and fall into desolation. That was the final outcome. "All right. I saw the geniuses of your ancient clan during the Anji Ancient Clan's ancestor's birthday. Since it's my turn to celebrate today, then I won't be stingy." Ancestor Taiyan roared with laughter, and then he gazed at one of the seats below. "Lin Ming, everyone wants to see you, so why don't you display some of your strength?" "Good." A young man stood up with a smile on his face. He was very tall, had a fair complexion, and had a long whip tied into a ponytail. Moreover, his eyes were bright and spirited, and if one looked into his eyes, one would be attracted by the charm they emanated. He was the strongest disciple of the Fire Ancient Clan's first generation, Lin Ming. He was 19 years old this year and had the strength of a 5-star martial spirit realm. He possessed the same innate spiritual body as Great Elder Lin Nanshan, the 6th grade underworld lightning fire. Everyone looked at Lin Ming and many of them had reverence in their eyes. "The first generation's disciple is only 2 years older than us, but he has already reached the 5-star martial spirit realm. As expected of the Fire Ancient Clan's genius. In the 3rd generation seats, Lin Qingqing also looked at Lin Ming, and her voice was filled with envy. Indeed, he is very strong, but that doesn't mean that we can't surpass him. Our advantage is that we are younger. Lin Ling drank a cup of wine and said lightly. His words made Lin Qingqing's beautiful eyes light up. Originally, she felt that Lin Ming was an existence that she had to look up to. However, Lin Ling's words gave her confidence. At the very least, she had hopes of surpassing him. She still had the advantage of being younger. Lin Aofing and Lin Changqiang were dissatisfied with Lin Ling's words. They felt that Lin Ling was blindly confident. However, it was a pity that Lin Ling was stronger than them. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had no right to say anything. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to be compared with brother Lin Ming? At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the table next to them. Lin Ling and the others turned around and saw that the people who spoke were all 2nd-generation disciples. These people treated them as juniors and newcomers, and were extremely disdainful. Didn't you all come from the 3rd generation as well? What is there to be proud of? Lin Changqiang was somewhat dissatisfied. Proud? Just based on the words 2nd generation and 3rd generation, we are more proud than you. At the table next to them, a young man drank a mouthful of wine and laughed disdainfully. However, his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling, and there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling naturally recognized this young man. If it wasn't Lin Xinhai, who else could it be? This Lin Xinhai was actually a 2nd-generation disciple? A mere 2nd-generation disciple had actually lost to him. How shameful. Lin Ling disdainfully shook his head and said indifferently, a 2nd-generation disciple losing to a 3rd-generation disciple? Looks like the 2nd-generation disciples have an undeserved reputation. Haha. Don't be too complacent. Last time you were just lucky. Haha. Lin Xinhai's expression became unsightly. Lin Ling's words were like rubbing salt in his wound. Many people didn't know about the street fight last time, so after Lin Ling's words, several 2nd-generation disciples looked at Lin Xinhai with questioning gazes. Lin Xinhai didn't dare to mention it and continued drinking with a dark face. Chapter 115. The clan's disciples were sparring. Lin Ming, a prodigy of a generation, you're indeed a talent. At that moment, the elder of the ancient and clan praised Lin Ming. It was obvious that he thought highly of Lin Ming. The member of the ancient Wind clan also nodded and said, it's a pity that the young genius of the ancient Wind clan didn't come. Otherwise, we would have been able to exchange pointers with Lin Ming. That's right, but it's rare for us to come here. Lin Ming, why don't you show us some of your strength? How about we find someone to challenge him? The elder of the Anji ancient clan stroked his beard and said, that's a good suggestion. However, if we let the seniors fight, it would be unfair. Why don't we let the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples of the Fire Ancient clan fight? We can also see the rising stars of the Fire Ancient clan. Patriarch, is this feasible? Granted. Patriarch Extreme Flame nodded. He knew that the 3 ancient clans wanted to gain a better understanding of the strength of the younger generation of the Fire Ancient clan, and he had no reason to hide it. After all, he wanted to know the strength of the younger generation of the other 3 ancient clans as well, so he was just returning the favor. The difference in strength between the 1st-generation disciples and the 2nd and 3rd-generation disciples is too great. Why don't we compare notes with each other? Whoever can last 10 moves without being defeated will pass. What does everyone think? At this moment, the 2nd elder of the Fire Ancient clan suggested. Good. Everyone agreed. Lin Ming was too strong. Who among the younger generation could be his opponent? Even if they could last 10 moves from Lin Ming, it would still be very difficult. But from this perspective they could see just how strong Lin Ming was. I won't take advantage of everyone. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as my opponent, and I won't use the advantage of my innate spirit body to defeat my opponent. Lin Ming smiled when he heard the elder's words. Many people nodded in agreement. This could be considered a fair fight. After all, Lin Ming's cultivation level was too high. If he used his strength to suppress others, no one would be able to block a single move. Moreover, his innate spirit body, infernal lightning fire, was too powerful. No one could block a single move. Suppressing one's strength and only using one's combat experience and firefighting instincts, this was obviously much fairer. Let's start with the 2nd-generation disciples. An empty space was cleared in the middle of the hall. Lin Ming walked out step by step. His aura was steady and he had the demeanor of an expert. 2nd-generation disciples, who wants to go first? The 2nd elder's voice rang out. Everyone looked at the second-generation disciples. A moment later, a young man stood up proudly and said, "I, Lin Yifeng, will come." Lin Yifeng, a 3-star martial spirit realm expert, ranked third among the second-generation disciples. When he walked out, the crowd immediately started cheering, especially the second-generation disciples. They were filled with pride, as if Lin Yifeng represented the pride of the second-generation disciples. "Brother Yifeng, do your best, I will do my best," Lin Ming said calmly. "Brother Lin Ming, please enlighten me." After exchanging some pleasantries, the two of them made their moves. Buff, buff. For a moment, the hall was filled with heat waves. The two youngsters had displayed their insane strength. If it weren't for the fact that the elders had sealed off the spiritual energy in the center of the hall, the entire hall would have been reduced to ashes. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Lin Yifeng had a 4th-grade spirit body, the river diagram's water flame. This kind of flame was good at defense, and it looked like he would be able to withstand 10 moves and break the record. "I'm already familiar with your attacks. You'll lose in 5 moves." Lin Ming, on the other hand, was calm and collected from start to finish. He had a wealth of battle experience, and the most terrifying thing was that he had the ability to control fire. Although he had only just touched the threshold, his ability to control fire was extremely powerful. His attack and defense could steal his opponent's fire and then counterattack. The river diagram's 8 palms is a 2nd-grade profound class martial art. I haven't learned it before, but through your performance I've learned it. You'll lose in 5 moves. Bang! Lin Ming struck out with his palm. In front of his palm, a complicated and mysterious flame pattern appeared. It was like a river of fire, emitting the sound of water waves. Then he sent Lin Yifeng flying with his palm. "You're indeed a genius. You suppressed your strength and still won easily." Seeing this, the hall was filled with astonishment. "So powerful," Lin Yifeng said with a face full of admiration. "Next, I'm the strongest among the second-generation disciples, Lin Feng." As soon as Lin Yifeng walked out, a young man walked in. His entrance attracted everyone's attention. The strongest among the second-generation disciples and the strongest among the first-generation disciples, this was definitely the most exciting battle. Brother Feng will definitely be able to withstand 10 moves and break the record. The second-generation disciples were excited. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, in the center, 2 geniuses from different generations began to fight. The battle was more intense than Lin Yifeng's. Lin Feng's strength was also a 3-star martial spirit realm, but his talent was 5th grade, and his martial arts were extremely powerful. His attacks were like waves and meteors, bold and vigorous, making it impossible to guard against. Second-generation disciples, first-generation disciples, they're all so powerful. Among the 3rd-generation disciples, Lin Qingqing's eyes were filled with shock. These geniuses were much stronger than the 3rd-generation disciples. Among the 3rd-generation disciples, only Lin Ling was the strongest. Suddenly, Lin Qingqing looked at Lin Ling. "Brother Lin Ling, do you think Brother Feng can withstand 10 moves?" Lin Ling had been watching the battle. With his rich battle experience, coupled with his ability to control fire and soul power, as long as the difference in cultivation level was not too big, he could vaguely guess the situation. Of course it was just a guess. "No." Lin Ling shook his head. "What? Maybe he can't compare to Lin Yifeng because his offense is too fierce. Too strong, it's easy to break. Lin Yifeng, on the other hand, focuses on defense." Lin Ling spoke his opinion. "Who do you think you are? Brother Feng is not someone you can compare to." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xinhai's voice sounded from the side. It was filled with disdain. Moreover, several second-generation disciples also looked coldly at Lin Ling because Lin Ling was looking down on them, the second-generation disciples. "A loss is a loss. What's the difference between a second-generation disciple and a 3rd-generation disciple? Can you beat a 1st-generation genius?" At this time, Lin Changxiang curled his lips, full of ridicule. His words stunned Lin Ling. Lin Changxiang was actually speaking for him. When did the sun rise from the west? After Lin Changxiang finished speaking, what made Lin Ling even more surprised was that Lin Aofeng also said, "That's right, I'll bet that Lin Feng can't withstand 5 moves. If you have the ability, why don't we play?" After saying this, Lin Aofeng saw Lin Ling's strange expression and immediately said, "I'm not helping you. I just don't like the second-generation disciples." Lin Ling smiled. This Lin Aofeng was really arrogant. Unconsciously, he didn't hate Lin Aofeng as much as before. "Bet." "Sure, what bet?" "I'm afraid that you 3rd-generation disciples are all poor bastards and can't take out anything." The second-generation disciples were immediately dissatisfied. Let's bet 10,000 bottles of spirit-condensing pills. Do you dare? Lin Changqiang said. Why wouldn't I dare? I Lin Xinhai accept this bet. Lin Xinhai smiled disdainfully. His straightforwardness made the second-generation disciples praise him. Afterwards, the crowd continued to watch the battle. The second-generation disciples were all full of confidence. Chapter 116. Fighting against the heavens' pride. Don't worry, if nothing unexpected happens, we'll win. Lin Ling glanced at Lin Aofing and the others. His words made Lin Aofing and the others laugh. At this moment in the battle, the third move, the fourth move. Little brother Typhoon, if I were as strong as you would have already won. You are stronger than little brother Yifeng, but unfortunately I am much stronger than you. Because of this gap, your attacks are not as strong as little brother Yifeng's. With the fifth move, I don't even need to make a move. At this moment, Lin Ming's voice rang out, causing the gazes of many people to freeze. At the center of the hall, Lin Feng's face paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He then sat down on the ground and shook his head helplessly. His attacks were too ferocious. Every move he made contained his full strength, even exceeding his limits. However, if his enemy's cultivation level was similar to his, he would definitely win. However, the difference in strength was too great. This kind of desperate attack became a shortcoming. Before his opponent was defeated, he was running out of spiritual energy. He couldn't compare to Lin Yifeng's meticulous planning. Therefore, before the fifth move was executed, he couldn't hold on any longer. We won. 10,000 bottles of essence-gathering pills. While the great hall was silent, the excited voices of Lin Changqiang and the rest rang out, even attracting the attention of Ancestor Tai Yen and the rest. Of course, given their status, they naturally ignored them. They could roughly guess that these little fellows were definitely gambling. As for the second-generation disciples, their expressions were ugly. 10,000 bottles of essence-gathering pills was not a small number. Although they could afford it, it was still a huge loss. Motherfucker, these third-generation disciples are really lucky. I'm so angry. I lost to these little brats who are still wet behind the ears. The second-generation disciples and the others shouted in a low voice. What? Are you trying to renege on your debt? Lin Changqiang raised his eyebrows. Don't get too cocky. If you have the guts, let's have another round. If any of you third-generation disciples can last more than 5 moves, we second-generation disciples will lose another 10,000 bottles of essence-gathering pills. If no one dares to go up, then the previous bet doesn't count. Lin Xinhai said coldly. You reneged on your debt. Lin Aofing and the others were instantly enraged. How was it possible for them, a third-generation disciple, to withstand 5 moves? This doesn't count as reneging on a debt. It's just a fair bet, that's all. We can't go up, but you third-generation disciples can't. One of the second-generation disciples snorted coldly, causing Lin Aofing and the others to gnash their teeth in anger. Alright, if you want to play, let's play big. If you can last 10 moves, not only will you lose another 10,000 bottles of essence-gathering pills, you'll also have to toast each of us. How about it? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. Although he did not have a close relationship with Lin Aofing and the others, he did not like these second-generation disciples. After all, from the beginning to the end, it was the second-generation disciples who came looking for trouble. Yo, who do you think you are? I'll accept this bet on their behalf. Lin Xinhai laughed loudly, and the other second-generation disciples also laughed disdainfully. Even Lin Feng could not withstand 5 moves, so how could they, the third-generation disciples, possibly? I'll add another bet. Lin Xinfeng, your toast is to kneel down. Lin Ling smiled coldly and made another request. I'll agree on behalf of Lin Xinhai, and I'll also kneel and propose a toast. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, one of the second-generation disciples spoke up. Everyone looked carefully and saw that this person was Lin Feng. Lin Feng also knew about the bet. What made him furious was that these third-generation disciples were looking down on him, betting that he would not be able to last 5 moves. What qualifications did these third-generation disciples have to be so arrogant in front of him? You have guts. We won't take advantage of you. If you win, all of us third-generation disciples will kneel down and propose a toast. Lin Aofing stood up and said. Lin Aofing's attitude made Lin Ling stunned. This guy is really confident in himself. Lin Aofing thought to himself. Lin Ling, we can be considered friends from an exchange of blows, but now we're on the same side. You can't lose. Lin Changqiang patted Lin Ling's shoulder. This caused Lin Ling to smile again and pat his shoulder. I don't want to kneel down and propose a toast in front of everyone, so I'll make it through 10 moves. Third generation disciples, does anyone dare to come up and exchange pointers? At this time the second elder's voice rang out. However, many people in the hall were not interested. This was because the third generation disciples had not yet grown up. At most, they were only at the body refinement realm. Moreover, the representatives of the three ancient clans had wanted to see Lin Ming's strength. Now that they had achieved their goal, whether or not the third generation disciples dared to come up was not important. Brother Lin Ling, third generation disciple Lin Ling, please enlighten me. At this time Lin Ling walked out, causing many people to be slightly puzzled. Lin Chen's son? However, he has the qualifications to come up. I heard that he obtained first place in the strength assessment. He was just lucky. In terms of talent and potential, he can't compare to Lin Qingqing and Lin Aofeng. In the hall there was a lot of discussion. The eyes of the representatives of the three ancient clans brightened. They could vaguely hear that this youth was Lin Chen's son, the former genius Lin Chen. His name was like thunder to their ears. However, Lin Chen's son did not seem to be as dazzling as his father. It seemed that the exchange between Lin Ming and Lin Chen's son would not be very exciting. Only Extreme Flame Ancestor faintly smiled. His interest was piqued. Lin Ling. Lin Ming smiled as he watched Lin Ling walk out. He did not look down on Lin Ling arrogantly. Your courage is better than many people. However, it is difficult for me to suppress my strength to the body refinement realm. How about this? If you can withstand 100 moves, you win. How about it? Everyone knew that the third generation disciples were at most in the body refinement realm. Lin Ming's attitude made Lin Ling respect him. He smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Lin Ming, you can suppress your strength to the one-star martial spirit realm. Moreover, I have an appointment with someone. I must withstand 10 moves. You've reached the martial spirit realm? Lin Ming's eyes brightened. When he saw Lin Ling nod, he could not help but smile in appreciation. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Lin Ling had only become a disciple of the clan for a month. In a short period of time, he had surpassed his peers and was the first to reach the martial spirit realm. It had to be said that his potential was amazing. Even Extreme Flame Ancestor nodded his head at this result. Obviously he was very satisfied. Only Great Elder Lin Nanshan's face was gloomy. From Lin Ling he seemed to see Lin Chen's rise step by step. Although I still took advantage of you, you have an appointment with someone? Then the rules will be the same. Lin Ming laughed. His body's aura faintly changed, becoming one-star martial spirit realm. Although his strength was the same as Lin Ling's, no one thought that Lin Ling would win. After all, Lin Ming's combat experience and ability to control fire were not comparable to an ordinary one-star martial spirit realm. Begin. Lin Ling also released his aura and punched out with ease. He did not use his full strength in the first move. It was just a test. Lin Ming smiled indifferently and faced it with a palm. He was also testing. Chapter 117. The ability to control fire. The fist and palm collided and a heat wave surged out. Lin Ling retreated a few dozen steps. He found that Lin Ming was extremely calm and steady. He was like a mountain, giving him a feeling that he could not climb up. The second move, I'm making my move. Lin Ming took a step forward, and an indescribable aura accompanied his palm. His palm was like a red-hot iron and flames were boiling on its surface. This palm seemed calm, but it was actually an essence. Lin Ling discovered that this palm had sealed off all of his escape routes, forcing him to meet it head-on. Lin Ming was indeed very strong. Even when he suppressed his strength, he was already so strong. If he used his full strength, he might not even be able to block a single move. However, if he suppressed his strength, it meant that he was only at the one-star martial spirit realm. Lin Ling was not afraid of this realm. Reverse blood technique. Without saying anything, Lin Ling used his martial arts and increased his attack power by 1 point. Bang! With the second palm strike, Lin Ling was pushed back, but he was still safe and sound, which made many people's eyes light up. Interesting martial arts. However, I also know the reverse blood technique. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He imitated Lin Ling and used the reverse blood technique. His aura immediately became stronger than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Right now, Lin Ming's combat experience was too terrifying. With just one exchange, he immediately knew how to use the inverse blood technique. Right now, he had to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage in the third move. Tyrant Dragon Seal, 9 dragons contend for supremacy. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and a blue ball of light appeared in his palm. He took a step forward and struck out with his palm. Rumble. The 9 dragons roared furiously, like shooting stars crossing the sky. What ferocious attack power. If it weren't for the elders guarding the surroundings to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out, this move would have destroyed the main hall. Many people were secretly shocked. Lin Ling, this third-generation disciple, was not weak. Your martial arts are very interesting. It's the first time I've seen them, but I also know them. Lin Ming laughed heartily. At the same time, a lightning ball appeared in his right palm. Similarly, there were 9 dragons circling around it. Those were lightning dragons. Evidently, he had learned Lin Ling's moves again. Bang! The two forces collided and spiritual energy surged. Lin Ling withstood the third move, but he didn't gain any advantage. However, from the looks of the situation, he still didn't have the possibility of withstanding more than 10 moves. You're much smarter than Lin Yifeng and Lin Feng. You know that the goal of this battle is to last 10 moves. That's why you haven't used your full strength since the beginning. Lin Ling said in praise. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand towards Lin Ling. Before, you used your body transformation martial arts. Now try my body transformation martial arts, rapid lightning finger. He pointed out with his finger and the sound of thunder rang out. An electric snake appeared in the air, weaving back and forth. It didn't shoot straight at Lin Ling, but rather, it was constantly conducting, as if it wanted to strike Lin Ling from different angles and defeat Lin Ling. This martial art was clearly Lin Ming's most powerful martial art when he was in the body-tempering realm. It seemed that Lin Ling did not hold back against Lin Ming. His ferocious attacks were completely different from when he had fought Lin Feng and the others. This was something that many people had also noticed. What a fast electric finger. Lin Ling frowned. Then he stretched out his right hand. His entire arm was covered in blue flames. He raised it high, drew a cross in the air and slashed down. Flaming sky cross slash. Shio. After reaching the martial spirit realm, this slash could not only be used with the sword but also with his arm. Lin Ling could use it, and its power was even stronger than when he was in the body transformation realm. Because Lin Ling's spiritual energy was more vigorous, he could release 2 slashes at the same time. Shio. 2 cross slashes were released. It's useless. This martial art can't harm me much. Lin Ming shook his head. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that his rapid lightning finger had been broken. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. So your goal wasn't me but my rapid lightning finger. Moreover, you used the flaming sky cross slash. This martial art has the power to track and just enough to break my rapid lightning finger. Lin Ming was shocked. Lin Ling's battle experience was richer than he had imagined. My goal is to last 10 moves, not to defeat you. Lin Ling smiled. You really have the ability. Next, I'll be serious. Lin Ming also let out a hearty laugh. He no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. He knew that if Lin Ling had the same cultivation level as Lin Feng, he might be even stronger than Lin Feng and the others. 4 rapid lightning steps. Nameless lightning. 5th move. 6th move. 7th move. Many people looked at the battle and realized that Lin Ling had started to take the initiative to attack. But every time Lin Ling looked like he was going to lose, he would narrowly survive until the 7th move. This was simply terrifying. A 3rd-generation disciple against a 1st-generation genius, and he could survive until the 7th move, breaking the previous record of the 2nd-generation disciples. The 2nd-generation disciples all had ugly looks on their faces. However, Lin Feng gave a cold snort. Lin Ming hasn't used his full strength yet. In any case, he won't be able to last more than 10 moves. Lin Ming has his pride, he won't go easy on him. True. Indeed, as a 1st-generation genius, Lin Ling was arrogant. He would not let Lin Ling win. At this moment, he opened his arms and faintly showed that he was going to use more strength. Next, you're going to lose. Chi. At this moment, the air in the main hall was restless. The fire spiritual chi seemed to be rushing towards Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming still suppressed his cultivation level to the 1-star martial spirit realm, it was obvious that his strength had increased. Fire controlling instinct. Chi. The representatives of the 3 ancient clans were shocked. The fire controlling instinct was also called spiritual chi resonance. For example, the geniuses of the ancient wind clan could also use the wind controlling instinct to let the spiritual chi in the wind resonate with the martial artist. Without a doubt, resonance was the first step of the fire controlling instinct. The next step was to follow one's heart. However, among the younger generation of the fire ancient clan, there were very few who could achieve resonance. Rumble. Lin Ming's body emitted a huge amount of spiritual chi. At this moment he was like the ancestor of flames. Obviously, the fire-controlling instinct had pushed his flame ability to the limit. 8th move. Qi. An ordinary punch was thrown, but the power was stronger than before. Although the spiritual Qi realm did not change, the temperature of the flame was higher. Brother Lin Ming, you should prepare for the 9th move. Yes. Lin Ling's face was calm. At the same time, half of the fire spiritual Qi in the main hall rushed towards him. He also threw out an ordinary punch, but the temperature of the flame had reached the limit. He also knew the fire-controlling instinct. Bang! The two fists collided. It was a tie. Looking at this scene, the main hall was silent. The fire-controlling instinct. This little guy also learned it? Yes. In the silence, Ancestor Tien could not help but be surprised. Previously, he had taught Lin Ling how to use the fire-controlling instinct. However, he did not expect that in just a month, Lin Ling had found the way. This Lin Ling's potential is not much weaker than Lin Ming's. The elder of the ancient Anji clan was also surprised. Lin Ling's spiritual body was weaker than Lin Ming's, but in other aspects they were equal. It could be seen that although Lin Ling might not surpass Lin Ming in the future, he would not be much weaker. Haha, interesting. When I learned the fire-controlling instinct, it took me a whole year. That was when I was 17. I did not expect you to succeed at 16. 9th move, Flaming Kingdom. Haha. Lin Ming was stunned at first. Then he laughed. His fighting spirit had been aroused. He raised his hands slightly and the flame in the air was dazzling. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, forming a picture. It was an ancient city wall. Chapter 118. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. The flame's momentum suddenly increased, pressing down on Lin Ling. It was obvious that Lin Ling had increased the power of his fire mastery skill in order to defeat Lin Ling. Painting? Me too. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He waved his right hand and like a flame monarch, small trees appeared in front of him. They swayed in the wind and blocked the incoming momentum. Carving with his heart, his fire control ability has actually reached such a level. Even more people were shocked when they saw this. They thought that Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of resonating with flames, yet they never imagined that Lin Ling had even attained the level of following his heart. 10th move. If there is a wall, there must be a house. If there is a house, there must be a person. There must be a spirit. Lin Ming's expression turned solemn. His hands moved rapidly, displaying the talent of the flame domain. Flaming images appeared in the air. Within the city walls, there were restaurants, palaces, and people. It was like a city. The painting came to life. I didn't expect that Lin Ming would use his full strength when facing a third-generation disciple. With such an ability to control fire, coupled with his strength, I'm afraid he can even defeat a 6-star martial spirit realm. When they saw this scene, the members of the 3 ancient clans sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected that they would be able to see Lin Ming's true potential through this battle. Old Ancestor, the Fire Ancient Clan has a successor. Today, not only did we see 2 juniors with the ability to control fire, we also saw Lin Ming's terrifying flame ability. The representative of the Ancient Wind Clan praised. That might not be the only one. Perhaps the other one is not weaker than Lin Ming. But Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled faintly. His eyes were bright and full of expression as he stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was quietly standing there, but his entire body was emitting an indescribable aura. His soul force was surging all around him, and an image quietly appeared in his mind. Following his soul force, he communicated with the fire attribute spiritual energy in the air, gradually outlining a massive fire painting. Where there's a tree, there's a land. Where there's a sky, there's a genius. Lin Ling's hands slowly moved. Although they seemed slow, they gave off a pleasing feeling. In front of him, a picture of the world appeared. There was heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, trees, and even spirits. This painting had also come to life. Moreover, it seemed to have formed the rules of heaven and earth, giving birth to animals and forming the laws of birth, old age, sickness, and death. A painting with a spirit. Lin Ling used fire to give life to his fire painting, drawing out heaven and earth. Rumble. Compared to the Howren diagram of heaven and earth, how could Lin Ling's city be a match for it? Not only did it fail to suppress Lin Ling, but it was also sucked into Lin Ling's Howren diagram of heaven and earth, becoming a part of it. Fire Mastery Instinct, Microscopic Realm. Whoosh! Patriarch Extreme Flame stood up. To reach such a level at the age of 16, how terrifying. The representatives of the 3 ancient clans also stood up. Delicate and meticulous, in the entire hall, everyone stopped eating and drinking as they looked at the gorgeous painting in the center of the hall in shock. Delicate and meticulous, this meant that Lin Ling's ability to control fire had reached the microscopic realm. He was only one step away from the soul formation realm. It was certain that if Lin Ling cultivated the same martial arts, his martial arts would be more delicate and powerful, and the speed of learning would be faster. If the innate spirit body was compared to a sword, Lin Ling's sword was not as powerful as Lin Ming's, but his level of sword control was higher than Lin Ming's. How is this possible? Again. Lin Ming's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. His hands moved frequently and new flame paintings appeared one after another, suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face gradually turned pale. Lin Ming's paintings were more and more, and the power of the flames was stronger, making it difficult for him to absorb them. Alright, Lin Ming, he has already withstood 20 moves. Moreover, with your strength of a 1-star martial spirit realm, you will never be able to defeat him. At this moment, Ancestor Tai Yan's voice came out, which made many people confused. Lin Ming reacted, then his face was embarrassed and he smiled bitterly. Unknowingly, he no longer suppressed his strength, but used the strength of a 2-star martial spirit realm, or even a 3-star martial spirit realm, and the spiritual chi was even stronger. Lin Ling naturally found it harder and harder to withstand. But Ancestor Tai Yan's words were true. If Lin Ling kept his cultivation level at 1-star martial spirit realm, he would never be able to defeat him. This also meant that not only could Lin Ling withstand 10 moves, but he could also withstand 100 or even 1,000 moves. Brother Lin Ming, you let me win. The rolling spiritual chi around gradually disappeared. Lin Ling let out a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Admit it? You let me win, Brother Lin Ling. You are really terrifying. Even I have to admit that you have the ability to control fire. Lin Ming regained his calmness and could not help but admire. It's just the ability to control fire. But in terms of strength, I am no match for Brother Lin Ming. I can't even withstand 1 move. Lin Ling smiled. Lin Ming shook his head and said meaningfully, when you reach my level, perhaps your strength will be above mine. Alright, you don't have to say anything. The sparring is over. Let the birthday banquet continue. Don't be rude to the guests. At this moment, Ancestor Tai Yan smiled. It seemed that he did not want Lin Ling and Lin Ming to show too much of their strength and potential in front of outsiders. Of course, even so, the people from the 3 ancient clans were already solemn. One Lin Ming was already very terrifying. Who knew that there would be another Lin Ling, a supreme talent who wasn't any weaker than Lin Ming? The ancient Flame clan was going to rise in the future. They knew that this news must be reported to their respective ancient clans' ancestors, so that they could pay more attention to whether the Fire Ancient clan would surrender or remain in a state of open strife. The birthday banquet continued. Lin Ling walked back to his seat. Lin Qingqing and the others stared at Lin Ling as if he was a monster, especially Lin Aofeng. They thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than them, but now it seemed that the gap between them and Lin Ling was getting wider and wider. I have nothing to say to him. Lin Xianxia sighed and looked at Lin Feng. He finally understood what Lin Feng meant when he said that Lin Ling was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, he is a 3rd-generation disciple. If he was a 2nd-generation disciple, we would have lost today. Lin Aofeng knew that it would be difficult to surpass Lin Ling, so he did not hesitate anymore. He then looked at the 2nd-generation disciples. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. The 2nd-generation disciples and the others all paled. Today they had lost a total of 20,000 essence-gathering pills. This was not a huge loss but bankruptcy. Moreover, in the previous bet, all of them had to toast the 3rd-generation disciples. Even the 2nd-generation disciples, Lin Xinhai and Lin Feng, had to kneel and toast. This was a huge humiliation to them. Where it's possible to make mistakes, we should be lenient. We can afford the soul-gathering pill and we can even offer you a toast. But if you have to kneel down and offer us a toast, then forget it. Lin Feng frowned. Do you think that is possible? If I lose, will you show mercy? Chapter 119. Spiritual Herbs. It's better for you to know your place. My family's elder is Lin Nanshan. Today you're indeed in the limelight. However, if you offend me, you won't be able to get away with it. Furthermore, you want to borrow your father's name to ensure your safety in the ancient Flame clan? Lin Feng said coldly. Lin Ling sneered, don't talk nonsense with me. Are you respectful or not? You. Lin Ling's strength made Lin Feng frown. He wanted to use his status to pressure Lin Ling, but he did not expect Lin Ling to not buy it. This is the 2nd generation of the Fire Ancient clan? Fine, you can go back on your words. At most, we will tell others about the bet. Let's see who the ancestors and elders will speak for. Lin Aofeng was also tit for tat. Apart from him, the third generation all followed Lin Ling and coldly looked at the second generation. You have guts. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He had to toast. With the ancestors here, if he did not admit his loss, he would be disdained by the ancestors and the others. The Fire Ancient clan had always been known to do what they said. If he went back on his words, it would only be shameful. Haha, come, brother Xinhai. I have been waiting for this toast for a long time. Brother Typhoon, you're a second-generation Heaven's Chosen, and you're toasting your cousin? That's too much. Why are you kneeling to toast? You really flatter me. The second-generation disciples all went to offer toasts. Lin Feng and Lin Xuanhuan even knelt down to offer toasts. This made the third-generation disciples laugh loudly and tease them. As for the second generation, their faces were ashen, especially Lin Feng and Lin Xinhai. Their eyes were filled with coldness. This toast naturally attracted the attention of many in the hall. Everyone was stunned at first, but they could roughly guess what was going on and could not help but laugh. Gambling was not uncommon in the Fire Ancient clan. It seemed that the second generation lost the bet between the third generation and the second generation. As for Great Elder Lin Nanshan and Eighth Elder Lin Junlu, they were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole and hide their faces. One was the descendant of the Great Elder and the other was the son of the Eighth Elder. This meant that their bloodline had lost face. If it was any other place or time, they would not allow their bloodline to lose face. They would teach the third generation a lesson. But with Ancestor Extreme Flame here, they did not dare to speak. They could only be angry. This little fellow is just like his father, a restless lord. Ancestor Extreme Flame indifferently glanced at Lin Ling. With his status, he naturally couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. However, he was pleasantly surprised because Lin Ling's ability to control fire had actually reached such a level. Looks like I, as his grandfather, will have to fulfill the promise I made with him last time. Ancestor Extreme Flame Ancestor secretly smiled. Last time he said to Lin Ling that as long as Lin Ling showed his strength and was worth nurturing, he would be the backing of Lin Ling. He would give Lin Ling anything he wanted. The stars and the moon would not be a problem. At that time he said this to encourage Lin Ling. But he did not expect that after a month, Lin Ling would not disappoint him. Instead he was pleasantly surprised. Lin Ling had shown his strength and potential. He, Ancestor Extreme Flame Ancestor, could not be stingy. If he wanted the stars and the moon, he would at most pay with his old life and pluck them from the 9 heavens. He had already missed his son. He would not miss his grandson. Thinking this, Ancestor Extreme Flame Ancestor's mood suddenly became very good. Second brother, come, let's not go home until we are drunk? Ancestor, it's not like we are not going home until we are drunk. It's not like you don't know how much you can drink. You won't do me the honor? Since Ancestor has said so, how would I dare? But Ancestor seems to be in a good mood today. Okay. The banquet quietly ended. Lin Ling and the third generation disciples left. Lin Qingqing and the others were all smiles. Today they had made a big profit. Each of them could get more than 1,000 bottles of essence gathering pills. Awesome, haha, I have long heard that the second generation disciples are arrogant. Who would have thought that they would lose to us, the third generation disciples? Okay. Lin Ling, well done. Although we had a grudge in the past, no discord, no concord. From today onwards, I will not make things difficult for you. I will let you go. Okay. Well, since Lin Xianxia has already said so, if I continue to make things difficult for Lin Ling, then I'll be seen as petty. Okay. Lin Aofeng, Lin Xianxia and the others laughed. Lin Ling rolled his eyes. Make things difficult? You have the strength, don't you? I should be the one making things difficult for you. But he did not care. Then I thank the two of you. Okay. Lin Qingqing laughed. Naturally, she knew that Lin Aofeng and Lin Xianxia were not willing to lose face. After all, in terms of making things difficult, how could they be Lin Ling's opponent? After exchanging a few words, they parted ways. In the bet, Lin Ling received more than 1,000 bottles of essence gathering pills. However, they were not of much use to him. If he wanted to advance, he needed the Indigo Soul Dark Pill. Of course, essence gathering pills were useful to cultivators all the time. They were also the most common currency. If Lin Ling wanted to get his hands on spiritual herbs, the essence gathering pill was a must. As for spirit herbs, the Fire Ancient clan had their own market in Cloud Sea City. Therefore Lin Ling planned to go and take a look. When Lin Ling left, several youths from the Fire Ancient clan were walking forward. Their faces were ashen and their eyes were filled with anger. These youths were the second-generation disciples. Merely third-generation disciples. If it wasn't for the elders, I would have dealt with them a long time ago. Brother Typhoon, now that everyone in the ancient clan knows that we have lost face, how are we going to survive in the future? We can't take this lying down. The more the second-generation disciples spoke, the more indignant they felt. Lin Aofing, Lin Changqiang, Lin Feng roared. The most important one is Lin Ling. Lin Xinhai reminded them, causing the second-generation disciples to be even more furious. It was Lin Ling who made them lose. I heard that he has a little maid. Since he has lost face, we will make him look bad. We will teach his little maid a lesson, and then we will teach him a lesson. One of the youths recalled. Good, this suggestion is not bad. We can't let Lin Aofing, Lin Changqiang, and the others off either. They were only branch disciples in the past, but my bloodline is from the main clan. They can't compare to me. Lin Feng nodded. Hearing this, Lin Xinhai sneered. My father is one of the 8 elders. Why should we fear them? We will teach them a lesson. My apologies, young master. We don't have human-faced blue crystal grass or sea-rending dragon whale soul here. In a spirit herb market, a middle-aged man looked respectfully at Lin Ling. Do you have spirit crystals? Lin Ling frowned and continued to ask. This was the territory of the Fire Ancient clan, and this market was opened by the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling was a member of the main clan, so it was much cheaper to buy spirit herbs here. We do have spirit crystals, but the market price is 10,000 bottles of spirit gathering pills. Since young master is a member of the main clan, you can enjoy a 30% discount. 7,000 bottles will be enough. The middle-aged man continued to speak respectfully. 7,000 bottles? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Human-faced blue crystal grass, sea-rending dragon whale soul, 9 nether heavenly flames, and spirit crystals were the spirit herbs needed to refine the indigo soul dark pill. Chapter 120. The mantis stalks the cicada. I won't buy the spirit crystals for now, but do you know where I can get the human-faced blue crystal grass? Lin Ling continued. If it's in terms of cultivation of spirit herbs in Ocean of Cloud City, then the ancient Deadwood clan is the best. Young master, if you want to obtain the human-faced blue crystal grass, then head to the northeast of the outer city. You might be able to find it at the market there. The middle-aged man reminded. Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the market. Ocean of Cloud City was huge, and the outer city was divided between the various powers. Moreover, the ancient Deadwood clan was one of the 8 great ancient clans. So, it was obviously very difficult for the members of the Fire Ancient clan to survive there. After all, the 8 great ancient clans were in a state of open strife and secret strife. So, Lin Ling pondered deeply for a moment before he withdrew the ghost face mask from his talisman pouch. At the same time, he changed his clothes and continued forward. In this way, others wouldn't know that he was a member of the Fire Ancient clan, and it would save him a great deal of trouble. A long time later, Lin Ling arrived at another bustling area. The streets here were filled with cultivators, and most of them were selling spirit herbs and medicinal materials. Lin Ling found the largest market and asked about it. You've come at the right time. We just happen to have a human-faced blue crystal grass here. I'll give you a price. 1,000 bottles of energy-gathering pills. Pay up. An attendant spoke indifferently. This market was opened by the ancient Deadwood clan, so besides members of the ancient Deadwood clan, the attendants wouldn't show a very good attitude when other cultivators came to purchase things. As for the human-faced blue crystal grass, it was an extremely rare spirit herb as well, but it didn't have a wide range of uses, so its sales were usually mediocre. Lin Ling paid no attention to the attendant's attitude, and he nodded indifferently. I'll take it. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew the energy-gathering pills from his talisman pouch. However, he just placed them on the table when a voice resounded from behind him. Wait. I'll take this human-faced blue crystal grass. All right. A handsome young man appeared behind Lin Ling. He didn't even look at Lin Ling. Instead, he looked at the waiter. As for the young man, he had an icy cold expression, silver hair, and a white robe with the character water embroidered on the chest. Obviously, he was a disciple from one of the 8 great ancient clans, the Zhang clan. That ancient clan was called the Water clan, and everyone in the city recognized that symbol. It's the young master of the Zhang clan, and it seems he's a member of our clan. The waiter's face changed slightly and then he nodded, money in one hand, goods in one hand. Although he only gave face to the ancient Deadwood clan in the market, he didn't want to rashly provoke the ancient Deadwood clan's Zhang family for fear of causing trouble. Moreover, he also knew that the ancient Deadwood clan and the ancient Deadwood clan were currently in an alliance. Therefore, if she had to choose between Lin Ling and young Master Zhang, she would naturally choose young Master Zhang. In this business there's always first come, first served. I seem to be the first to arrive. Lin Ling frowned. Ah, have you gone stupid? Is there such a thing as first come, first served in the city? If I like it, then it belongs to me. Fuck off. The white-clothed young man grunted coldly, and he didn't take Lin Ling seriously at all. What an idiot. Lin Ling glanced coldly at him, and then he didn't speak any further. He turned around and left to look at the other spirit herbs. How ignorant. The white-clothed young man laughed coldly with ridicule. As far as he was concerned, that masked cultivator was simply like a novice who just stepped into the martial Tao, and he didn't even know who he could offend and who he couldn't in the city. Such a person wouldn't live for long. However, his complacency didn't last for long because a young man around the age of 16 walked over slowly. Haha, the Water Clan? How impressive. You actually dared to come to our territory to buy things. You're quite bold. However, your luck isn't good. I just happen to need a human-faced blue crystal grass today, so you'll have to return in disappointment. Ah. The young man was handsome and elegant, and he held a white jade fan in his hand as he spoke in a carefree manner. Ha. The white-clothed young man frowned as he stared carefully at the young man's clothes. He knew that the young man was a disciple of the ancient Deadwood clan. Obviously, he wasn't lucky today and just happened to encounter a member of the ancient Deadwood clan who'd taken a liking to the human-faced blue crystal grass as well. There's always a first-come, first-served rule in the trade. I seem to have arrived first, right? The white-clothed young man spoke in a low voice. Ah, are you an idiot? Is there such a thing as first-come, first-served rule in my territory as well? If I like it, then it belongs to me. Fuck off. The young man seemed to have noticed the arrogance of the white-clothed young man just now, so he returned the white-clothed young man's words to the young man. Of course, he wasn't venting for Lin Ling's sake. It was even to the extent that he didn't even know that Lin Ling was a member of the Fire Ancient clan. He just happened to need a human-faced blue crystal grass and just happened to witness the scene from before. Compared to an ordinary cultivator like Lin Ling, he naturally couldn't even be bothered to step on Lin Ling, and he would step on the disciples of the Water Clan. Yo. The white-clothed young man almost wanted to attack, but he knew that this territory didn't belong to his Zhang family. If he caused trouble here, then perhaps he would have to leave lying down. You're so young, yet you're so domineering. Don't worry. The white-clothed young man also left. As for the young man, he proudly whistled, causing the white-clothed young man's face to turn as black as the bottom of a pot. You dare provoke me, Zhang Jian? I'll make you regret it. I don't dare offend you here, but if you leave this place, then you'll die. Ah, you're too young to see the world. Don't you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? The white-clothed young man didn't go far. He watched as the young man swaggered away after buying the human-faced blue crystal grass, so he secretly followed him. Clearly, he planned to assassinate him and then take back the human-faced blue crystal grass. Although his previous words had been very quiet and no one else had heard them, Lin Ling's spiritual strength was extremely sharp. He had long since heard what he had said, and a sneer appeared on his face beneath his mask. The white-clothed young man's thoughts were exactly what he was thinking. The only difference was that his previous target had been the white-clothed young man. Who would have thought that the human-faced blue crystal grass would be taken away by the withered wood ancient race? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately for you, you're not the oriole. Lin Ling also quietly left the city. The streets were filled with people. The white-clothed young man was extremely patient. He slowly walked forward, clearly looking for an opportunity. But there were just too many people here. As for the young man in front of him, he was still as playful as ever. As he walked, he would play around with everything he saw. Occasionally, he would flirt with the women on the side of the road. An hour later, the young man passed by a group of brick houses. That was the slum district. Most importantly, there were very few people here. The white-clothed young man who had been secretly following the young man sneered. His body transformed into a white light, blocking the young man's path. Under an ancient tree, Zhang Jian stood with his back against the tree. He sneered, "My human-faced blue crystal grass isn't so easy to take." With his back against the tree, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. The young man and his guards' expressions changed. They were clearly surprised. "It's you?" The young man quickly let out a startled cry. Chapter 121. Who is the oriole? Aren't you afraid of causing a war between our two clans? The youth frowned. Our two clans are allies on the surface, but we are still afraid of each other. Your death won't cause a war between our two clans, so be obedient and accept your death. Zhang Jian walked out step by step. The youth's face turned ugly. "Ah Mu, kill him. Ah." He anxiously shouted and ran to the other side, wanting to rush out of this uninhabited area as soon as possible. "I am a second-generation disciple of the ancient water clan, a 2-star martial spirit realm. Your guard is only a 1-star martial spirit realm, how can he stop me?" Zhang Jian sneered, his body turned into an ice mist and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was behind the guard. He opened his hands and an extreme low temperature burst out. Kaka. The guard's pupils constricted, and in the next moment he was frozen into an ice sculpture. "Next it's your turn." "Ah." Zhang Jian gently pushed the statue. With a bang, the statue fell and shattered into pieces of ice. Zhang Jian's body moved, shooting towards the youth. At this moment, the youth's face was anxious and full of fear. He ran and shouted, "You can't touch me, my father is the 5th elder of the ancient Deadwood clan. If you touch me, you can't leave here." "Ah. You're about to die and you still want to use your clan to scare me?" "Ah." Zhang Jian stepped forward and caught up with the youth. He stretched out his right hand and an extreme high temperature burst out. "Icy realm." "Ah." Snow and frost fell from the sky as if winter had arrived. The ground was covered with a thick layer of frost. But that youth was only at the 10th stage of body transformation. With his strength, how could he possibly block Zhang Jian's methods? Of course, although his cultivation level was low, his strength was not inferior to that of the guard. Under the frost, vines emerged from beneath his feet, firmly protecting him. However, this kind of protection only extended the time. As expected of the clan that controls thousands of plants. "Unfortunately, you're still not my opponent. I sword." "Ah." Zhang Jian smiled lightly. His right hand pulled the air and a sword made of ice appeared. He stabbed with the sword. The sword was like 10,000 years old ice. It pierced through the youth's vines and stabbed into the youth's heart. The youth's eyes became unfocused and he finally fell down. "Hee, the things that I, Zhang Jian, want are not so easy to take. If you dare to compete with me, death." Zhang Jian faintly laughed. He searched the youth's body and took out a talisman pouch. Then he smiled proudly. "Well done, go home." Just as he turned around, a cloaked figure quietly leaned against the tree he had been standing on. That person was like a ghost. He wore a mask and was completely silent. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Too bad you're just a mantis." A cold voice drifted out from that person's mouth. This person was Lin Ling. "It's you?" It was the masked man from before. Zhang Jian's eyes narrowed, and when he saw the man's mask, his heart was filled with anger. Previously he was complacent about his plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who would have thought that the ghost-masked youth in the market would have the same thoughts as him, and take him as the mantis? "You want the human-faced blue crystal grass? Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to obtain it," Zhang Jian said coldly. His body turned into ice and floated toward Lin Ling. Amidst the frost there seemed to be a hazy mist, but in reality, there was a murderous intent hidden within. It was a sword formed from ice. 2-star martial spirit realm? Lin Ling smiled indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and pulled out the brilliance resurgent sword. He looked at the mist and slashed. Kacha. This slash seemed to be aimless and casual, but it accurately hit the sword. "Haha, your complacency has come to an end. You know that I am from the powerful water summoner tribe, but you still dare to fight me head-on. It seems like you're really a newbie who doesn't know anything." Zhang Jian laughed loudly. His voice was filled with the complacency of his scheme succeeding. Lin Ling's brilliance resurgent sword touched the ice sword. A wave of frost spread toward the brilliance resurgent sword. The brilliance resurgent sword was frozen, and the ice followed the sword and spread toward Lin Ling. It was obvious that Zhang Jian's innate spiritual body was not weak. However, Lin Ling was not weaker than him. In fact, he was stronger. "Sorry, I've already killed one of the water summoner tribe's bloodline. You're next." Chi. T. On the brilliance resurgent sword, a blue flame rose. Everywhere it passed, all the ice was burned. Boom. At the same time, the blue flame burst out. Behind Lin Ling, a giant bird formed by flames appeared. It was the illusion of the 9-nether flame sparrow. Lin Ling's fire-controlling ability was perfect. He could condense any form with the help of flames. The 9-nether flame sparrow was condensed by him. "You're from the Fire Ancient clan." Chi. Zhang Jian sucked in a breath of cold air. From the aura of the young man in front of him, he felt a kind of horror that could burn everything. The ice that he controlled seemed to have melted. Moreover, the flames were constantly exploding. Those who were close to him were injured by the flames. This young man was only at the 1-star martial spirit realm. However, his fire controlling ability was stronger than his water summoner tribe's ability. In terms of fire control, he surpassed him. Moreover, his innate spiritual body seemed to be stronger than his. He finally understood what it meant to be a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He thought that he was the mantis, and that he had the strength to kill the young man from the dead xianxia clan. However, who knew that the real oriole was hiding in the dark and had the strength to kill him? Moreover, it was not an ordinary oriole but the 9-nether flame sparrow. Run! Chi! Bang! Zhang Jian's body exploded and turned into ice mist, scattering in all directions. No one knew that his figure was hidden in the mist. My human-faced blue crystal grass is not that easy to take. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The sword in his hand trembled. The blue flames on the sword surged even more violently. It was as if he was holding a huge ball of flames. Then he slashed in the air. A huge flaming cross appeared in front of him, constantly emitting explosive sounds. Then another flaming cross appeared. Bang! 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 The 2 flaming crosses slashed towards a ball of frost on the left. Flaming Heaven Cross Slash. If it were other martial artists, they would naturally not be able to find an opponent in the face of Zhang Jian's escape move. However, Lin Ling's soul force was extremely sensitive. When Zhang Jian used that move, his soul force sensed it and instantly locked onto it. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 flaming crosses slashed over. Wherever they passed, the ground would also burn and explode. Fire Ancient Clan. Roar! Zhang Jian roared. The life-chasing slash behind him frightened him. His appearance was the same as the previous Dead Tree Ancient Clan youth. Then he was cut into 4 pieces and the rest of his body was burned by the flames. With the ability to control fire and my innate spirit body, I can even defeat a 2-star martial spirit realm. Roar! Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction. He moved his feet and arrived in front of Zhang Jian's corpse. He stretched out his right hand and the blue flames turned into a rope. He pulled out the 2 rune bags and put them away by Lin Ling. The unforeseen event here will soon attract the experts of the Dead Tree Ancient Clan. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He searched the place and then cleaned up the traces of battle on the ground. However, this cleaning did not include Zhang Jian's traces of battle. After a moment, his figure disappeared from the place. At the same time, the death of the Dead Tree Ancient Clan youth was noticed by the Dead Tree Ancient Clan, especially the 5th elder of the Ancient Clan. At this moment, he looked at the broken jade token in his hand and was furious. This jade token was his son's life token. Now that it was broken, it meant that his son was dead. In the territory of the Dead Tree Ancient Clan, someone actually dared to kill his son? Chapter 122. Vast and Mighty. Lock down the entire city. Murderer, if he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. After all, the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City was extremely huge. Just a single area of the city was the size of a city. Once it was sealed off, then an unimaginable situation would arise, and it caused everyone to be filled with panic. 5th Elder Young Master died here. As for the place where the battle had taken place, the Dead Tree Clan's 5th Elder naturally went to take a look. The traces of the battle there were frost, especially the corpse of the Dead Tree Clan's youth, which was still frozen. When it comes to controlling frost, only the Zhang clan of the ancient races can do that. You dared to kill my son? Zhang clan, you and I cannot live under the same sky. 5th Elder, please calm down. This matter is not a small matter. We need to think about it at length. Shut up. Even if the murderer is the Celestial Emperor, he will still die in our territory. Everyone, pay attention to the ancient race's Zhang family. As long as they're in our territory, lock them up. As a result, the entire area was sealed off even more severely. No one could leave. All the martial artists had to be interrogated, and their belongings had to be searched. Lin Ling was trapped in the area. He was secretly surprised. He never thought that the ancient race would be so strong. He couldn't leave for a while, so he could only stay in a restaurant for the time being. At night, Lin Ling opened the rune pouch and couldn't help but be overjoyed. First of all, Zhang Jian's rune bag contained over 5,000 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, as well as various kinds of martial arts. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about martial arts. He didn't have a water attribute spirit body, so it wasn't very useful to him. Of course, Zhang Shen could sell it. After all, it was a martial art from the ancient race's Zhang clan. As for the rune bag of the ancient Withered Tree clan youth, that was a precious treasure. Over 10,000 bottles of essence-gathering pills. Learn some martial arts. How many spiritual herbs were there? Most importantly, the human-faced blue crystal grass. This spirit grass was blue in color and sparkled like crystal. It exuded an extraordinary spirit chi. However, what was extremely strange was that the leaves of this spirit grass had human faces and facial features. It was as if someone was looking at it. At first glance, this grass seemed to be mostly evil grass. No wonder it didn't have many uses. But to Lin Ling, his blue soul dark pill's first medicinal ingredient was gathered. And what surprised Lin Ling the most was that there was a small transparent stone in the rune bag. This stone seemed to be condensed from spiritual energy, and it emitted a thick spiritual pressure. This was the essence of the world's spiritual energy, a spirit crystal. Spirit crystals were very useful. They could be used to concoct pills, cultivate and forge weapons. There were even some places that required spirit crystals to open. This spirit crystal was worth 10,000 bottles of essence-gathering pills. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is indeed a good way to make a fortune. Lin Ling chuckled. He realized that this was the richest time he had ever been in this world. Of course, they had found the money, but how to leave with it was a little troublesome. The ancient withered tree race had countless experts. This time they were clearly furious. They sealed off the area, and everyone had to be interrogated and searched. Lin Ling had a lot of treasures on him. If one of them was found, he would be in trouble. Right now, many of the withered wood ancient clans people still haven't returned, all of them training outside. We have to use this opportunity to leave, or else it will be even harder to leave. Lin Ling secretly decided. After packing up, he planned to leave overnight. At this moment, there were few people on the street. No one dared to go out casually. They hid in restaurants or inns. The only figures were the withered wood ancient clans people. Lin Ling took off his mask and put on the clothes of the fire ancient clan. Without fear, he swaggered towards the northeast city gate. As long as he walked out of the city gate, he would be out of the withered wood ancient clan's territory. When he returned to the fire ancient clan, even if the withered wood ancient clan knew that he was the oriole, there was nothing they could do. Stop. You are not allowed to leave the city at this time. Stop. At the city gate, a large number of withered wood ancient clan's experts were guarding. The weakest was a 5-star martial spirit realm expert. What? I came here to buy things. Do you want to restrict my freedom? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. There was a hint of anger on his slightly childish face. If I tell you to stay, you stay. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll cripple you. A disciple of the withered wood ancient clan coldly said. How awe-inspiring. But what if I insist on leaving the city? Lin Ling coldly smiled. Not only was he not afraid, he was even more aggressive. His aggressiveness caused the eyes of the withered wood ancient clan's people to flicker. This was the territory of the withered wood ancient clan. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? However, this young man knew this, but he was still arrogant and unscrupulous. Could it be that he had some identity that made people respect him? You are. Yes. One of the older disciples of the ancient clan asked. A disciple of the fire ancient clan, the son of Lin Ling in the past, Lin Ling. Lin Ling proudly said, This time I came here to buy herbs. However, I received an order from Ancestor Tai Yen to immediately return to the ancient clan. You stopped me, which is equivalent to provoking Ancestor Tai Yen. Do you have the qualifications? Yes. Son of Lin Shin? Yes. The expressions of the members of the withered wood ancient clan changed slightly. Lin Shin was a genius of Ocean of Cloud City in the past, and he was renowned. If he hadn't perished all those years ago, the fire ancient clan would have become the leader of the 8 clans. So, Lin Chen's son obviously had an absolutely high status in the fire ancient clan. It wasn't impossible for him to be doted on by Ancestor Tai Yen. Even though their 2 ancient clans were in conflict, how could they afford to offend an ancestor of the fire ancient clan? If the slightest carelessness caused even greater conflict between their clans, then they would be sinners. Young master, we've received orders from the ancient clan to not allow anyone to leave the city. If you want to leave, then allow us to interrogate you. You can leave once we confirm that there's nothing wrong with you. One of them spoke politely. They were clearly fearful when Lin Ling mentioned Ancestor Tai Yen. Interrogate? Who do all of you think you are? I have the treasures Ancestor Tai Yen gave me. Can all of you afford to compensate me if I go missing? Step forward. Lin Ling took a step forward and spoke in a fierce voice. The members of the withered wood ancient clan laughed bitterly. This young man was too domineering and too arrogant. They wanted to teach him a lesson yet didn't dare to. After all, the young man seemed to be favored by Ancestor Tai Yen. However, they were still unwilling to give up. Fuck off. Fuck off. Lin Ling took a large step forward and walked over fearlessly. All of you know how protective Ancestor Tai Yen is. If you offend me and Ancestor Tai Yen makes things difficult for you, then I think the Withered Wood Ancient Clan might give up on you and hand you over to my Fire Ancient Clan. Fuck off. In any case, I'm leaving the city right now. I'll fucking slap anyone who dares to stop me. Fuck off. As he finished speaking, Lin Ling grew even more arrogant and swaggered about like a spoiled profligate son of a rich family. It made the members of the Withered Wood Ancient Clan want to cry but have no tears to shed. Let him go. It's mainly the Zhang clan this time. Fuck off. One of them sighed and stepped aside. Lin Ling was still playing the role of a profligate son of a rich family. After walking out of the city gate, he laughed complacently. I think the sealed area is only so I can enter and leave as I please. When I go back, I'll brag to others that no one in the Withered Wood Ancient Clan dares to stop me. His words made him sound even more like a profligate son of a rich family, and a brainless one at that. Chapter 123. Fury. Not long after, a figure approached the city gate from afar. Did something happen at the city gate? Yes. Fifth Elder, everything is fine. However, a member of the Fire Ancient Clan left the city. Yes. Who told you to let him out? So what if it's the Fire Ancient Clan? Do you think our clan is afraid of them? Yes. But that person is Ancestor Extreme Flame's favorite grandson, Lin Ling, the son of Lin Chen. Yes. Ancestor Extreme Flame? Yes. The Fifth Elder frowned. There were many members of the Fire Ancient Clan. Ancestor Extreme Flame would not be able to take care of every single one of them. However, his favorite grandson was different. Ancestor Extreme Flame would not let anything happen to him. Therefore, it was fine for him to let that disciple out of the city. Yes, you did the right thing. Ancestor Extreme Flame is someone the ancestor of the Dead Tree Ancient Clan should face. The Fifth Elder nodded. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Lin Chen's son? I heard that Lin Chen let down the Fire Ancient Clan. Lin Chen's bloodline is not favored in the Fire Ancient Clan. His son is only a branch member of the Fire Ancient Clan. Why would Ancestor Extreme Flame favor him? Yes. Did we fall into his trap? Yes. You bunch of trash. Yes. The Fifth Elder flew into a rage. It felt as if their Withered Wood Ancient Clan had been played by a junior. Forget it. I'll teach him a lesson the next time I see him. Remember, as long as he's a disciple of the Zhang family, don't let him out of the city. Not even a fly from the Zhang family is allowed to leave. Yes. The Fifth Elder left after saying that. The rest of the Withered Tree Ancient Clan's people were furious. They could only vent their anger on the Zhang family's people. At this moment, Lin Ling was rushing through the night. The area where the Dead Tree Ancient Clan was sealed off had nothing to do with him. It was just that the Zhang family was unlucky. After a long time, Lin Ling returned to the Fire Ancient Clan. He stood at the mouth of the huge volcano and looked at the winding staircase. Then he looked at the blurry lights of the town in the volcano. For some reason he suddenly felt a sense of belonging. It was as if he had returned to the safety of his home. The Fire Ancient Clan, the place where father grew up. Lin Ling smiled faintly and went down the stairs. Then he passed through many luxurious mansions and came to his own small courtyard. The small courtyard was still emitting a dim light, which made Lin Ling imagine that under the light, Yu was definitely mending clothes. In the past, when they were in the Ancient Face sect, they had fewer clothes. Every time they were torn, it was Yu who mended them. There was also his master, Huoletang. Now that he had regained his intelligence, he should be helping Yu take care of the courtyard. Jia. Pushing open the door of the small courtyard, Lin Ling looked around and was suddenly stunned. The small courtyard was still the same as before. It was filled with a peaceful aura. However, Lin Ling could still see that the small courtyard had been destroyed. The stone table that he used to sit on was no longer there. There were some broken stones on the ground. It seemed that the stone table had been broken by someone. There was a small pond far away from the small courtyard. It was no longer clear and muddy. The fish that Yu raised seemed to have disappeared. There was also the place where the flowers were planted. There were no more fragrant flowers. The flowers had all fallen. Someone had been to the small courtyard. Lin Ling's brows furrowed tightly. Brother Ling, you're back. At this moment, Yu walked out of the room. When she saw Lin Ling, she couldn't help but shout in surprise. Then, she ran in front of Lin Ling and touched Lin Ling's face, as if she was afraid that something had happened to Lin Ling. Young master, you're back. Huoletang also walked out of the room. Although his steps were steady, Lin Ling could still see that his feet were a little inconvenient. It seemed that he was injured and his face was a little pale. Although Hua Leitang hid it well, Lin Ling still noticed it. Obviously, his master didn't want him to know that he was injured. What happened? Lin Ling's voice was a little low. After coming to this world, Yu and Hua Leitang were his only family. When he was at a loss and helpless, Yu had always supported him. When he was bullied, Hua Leitang saved him. Both of them were Lin Ling's reverse scale. No, it's just like before. Brother Ling, you're thinking too much. Yu's slightly childish voice sounded, but Lin Ling could still vaguely hear that there was guilt in her voice. Young master, it's good that you're fine. We're fine. It's late, you should rest early. Hua Leitang laughed dryly. It seemed that they weren't worried about what happened to them, but were worried that something would happen to Lin Ling. Are you okay? Lin Ling's heart warmed. He sensed their concern and his tone couldn't help but become gentler. However, he looked at Yu. Yu, I remember that your hair wasn't combed like this. At this moment, Yu combed her hair down, blocking one side of her face. However, the previous Yu combed her hair up, making her look even cuter. Yu didn't expect Lin Ling to be so attentive. Lin Ling took a deep breath, took a step forward, and combed Yu's hair up on the right side of her face. Instantly, his brows furrowed. Yu's fair right cheek had a palm print. That slap was like a tattoo that didn't fade for a long time. It was extremely clear and dazzling. Obviously, Yu had been hit by someone. Yu clearly didn't expect Lin Ling's actions. She couldn't help but be shocked, and tears welled up in her bright and beautiful eyes. Not long ago, a few disciples of the ancient clans came. They vented their anger, and not only did they destroy the tranquil courtyard, they even hit Yu and Hua Leitang. One of the young girls was jealous of Yu's good looks, so she slapped Yu. The most vicious thing was that she used her spiritual energy. That slap left an ugly mark on Yu forever. Which young girl didn't like to be beautiful? Yu was the same. However, her face was left with an indelible scar. Moreover, those disciples of the ancient clans threatened that this was only the beginning. If Lin Ling didn't know how to behave, there would be more. Yu and Hua Leitang guessed that the other party's identity wasn't small. They didn't want Lin Ling to cause trouble for them, so they kept it a secret. Brother, it's all Yu's fault for making you worry. Yu lowered her head. At this moment, she felt extremely inferior, as if she had returned to the past. Silly girl, why didn't you tell me? Lin Ling's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was touched, but at the same time he was furious. That anger was like his 9 underworld's heavenly flames, burning wildly. However, although his heart was raging, his gaze towards Yu and Hua Leitang was still gentle. No one could guess what he was thinking. Young master, we're just servants. This kind of thing is very common everywhere. Hua Leitang forced a smile. He was also injured and his left leg was broken. Previously, he had endured the pain and pretended to be fine. However, in reality he was almost unable to stand. He did this because he didn't want Lin Ling to worry. In that case, everyone should rest first. All right. Lin Ling smiled and took out some elixirs. He didn't say much and just handed them to Hua Leitang and Yu. Then he watched the two of them enter the room. Throughout the whole process, Lin Ling gave people the impression that he was very calm. It was as if it was normal for his servants to be beaten up. In order to not cause trouble, he was like all the other young masters of the Fire Ancient clan. He endured the humiliation. However, this was only on the surface. He didn't want Yu and Hua Leitang to worry about him. How could he let Yu and Hua Leitang fight for nothing? Chapter 124. Get justice. Standing quietly in the courtyard, Lin Ling clenched his fists. His eyes were cold and merciless. No matter who the other party was, he would not back down or compromise. Even if he had to turn the world upside down, he would get justice for Yu and Hua Leitang. He stood there quietly until the lights in Yu and Hua Leitang's room went out. Lin Ling then walked out of the courtyard. You're out so late. Looks like you have something to do. Yes. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, a voice came. He saw a young man leaning against a tree outside the courtyard. His figure was hidden in the shadows, but his words were extremely cold. Lin Aofeng. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. I know what happened to your family. The people who attacked you are the second-generation disciples, Lin Nanshan. Lin Feng is the descendant of great elder Lin Nanshan. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better keep the peace. Lin Aofeng walked out of the shadows. Thank you for the reminder, but what does it have to do with me? Yes. Lin Ling's voice was cold and unmoved. Interesting. So you want to get back at them? What a guy who isn't afraid of death. But I like it. Today my family was also messed up. My parents are injured. They are not of the same bloodline and have no dignity. Tonight I want to get back at them. Are you interested in joining me? Lin Alfing laughed. His laughter was bloodthirsty. His family was also disturbed. His father's leg was broken, and his mother's arm was broken. As a son, how could he swallow his anger? Lin Ling froze for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Sure, but don't drag me down. Yes. Oh, instead of sleeping, you're talking about things that are not suitable for children. You two are really restless. Yes. Just then another voice sounded. He walked out along a wall. His steps were steady, but his aura was gloomy. It was Lin Xianxia. In Shisha, I've always been the bully. I've never been bullied. I grew up without parents and my grandmother brought me up. If anyone dares to touch her, I'll pull out my beard even if it's the emperor himself. And me Lin Feng. Another figure walked over. These youths had obviously been bullied by the second-generation disciples. None of them could take this lying down. They had been promoted from branch family bloodlines to main family disciples. They did not have the arrogance of main family disciples, but they were still men. Haha, no discord, no concord. Let bygones be bygones. Today we are partners. No matter what happens tomorrow, whether we die or are punished, we only seek justice today. Otherwise our family's blood will be shed in vain. Lin Ling laughed heartily and strode forward. Lin Ling, don't get stage fright later. We'll take care of you. Lin Alfing and the others also laughed loudly before following Lin Ling. They didn't want to think about tomorrow's outcome, and there was no need to think about it. They only wanted to seek justice for their loved ones, and that was enough. Even if they were no match for him, what was there to be afraid of? Hold me back. What a joke. Leave Lin Feng to me. I'm going to beat him up until his mother can't recognize him. Night fell and the moon hung high in the sky. The fire ancient clan in the volcano was still peaceful. Only 4 figures stood under the moonlight, casting long shadows. In the fire ancient clan, as long as one was a main family disciple, they would have their own mansion. Lin Feng was the descendant of first elder Lin Nanshan, and the mansion he owned was extremely luxurious. At this moment, the 4 youths were walking towards the luxurious mansion under the night sky. Who's there? Just as they arrived at the gate of the mansion, an angry roar was heard. At the gate, 2 guards were guarding it. They were both Lin Feng's subordinates. As a second-generation disciple, Lin Feng's status was obviously more precious than the others. Bang! The 4 youths did not say much and answered with their fists. Lin Ling punched out and one of the guards spat out blood and fell down. Lin Alfing also attacked like lightning and subdued the other guard. Then the 4 of them walked in. This guy's mansion is very luxurious. Yes. But no matter how you look at it, there's an unpleasant smell. Brothers, what do you think we should do? Tear it down. The 2 guards who had fallen down were still confused. They could only vaguely hear the words of the 4 youths as they walked in, and those words caused their pupils to constrict. These 4 guys were here to trample on their territory. In the Fire Ancient clan, there were actually people who dared to trample on young Master Lin Feng's territory. This was too inconceivable. Moreover, the 4 of them did not use any tricks, and directly swaggered in without any hesitation. This courage was too terrifying. How did the 4 of you get in? There were many guards in the mansion, and when they saw Lin Ling and the other 3, they were all stunned. The 4 youths' expressions were unrestrained, and they looked unfamiliar. No one had informed them that there were guests, so when they appeared in the mansion, all the guards were dumbfounded. Are you all idiots? Of course you walked in. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. Of course I know you guys walked in, but why didn't I hear the guards report? One of the guards said with a serious expression. Because they had already fallen, and there was no time to report. Lin Ling stretched his neck and coldly looked at the guard. Ah. All of the guards were stunned. Did he just fall? Could it be that the 4 of them defeated the guards and then walked in? This was too bold. This was young Master Lin Feng's home. Other than the elders of the ancient clan, who would dare to not report their name and come in uninvited. Well, do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Moreover, you casually injured our guards. You're quite bold. All the guards were as if they were facing a great enemy, and their anger surged. Not only did we injure them, we'll injure you guys as well. Lin Ling smiled at the guard, and his smile actually gave off a bloodthirsty feeling. His home was torn down and his family members Yu and Hua Leiteng were injured. Since this was the case, he would also tear down the other party's home and beat up the other party's family members. A total of 30. I Lin Ling want 20. The remaining 10 are yours. Lin Ling, you want to take it all for yourself? No way. No. Lin Ling and the others walked forward step by step. All the guards were dumbfounded. Not only did they come to their mansion to trample on them, but they also treated them as prey and openly shared the spoils. This was going too far. Catch them. Bang, 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 bang. In the mansion, a chaotic battle broke out everywhere. The strength of these guards was not weak. Each of them was a one-star martial spirit realm. If they were placed in the 100,000 mountains, they would be formidable characters. Unfortunately, their innate spirit bodies were not high. Facing Lin Ling and the others, they were not a match at all. Not to mention Lin Ling, he wasn't even afraid of a 2-star martial spirit. As for Lin Aofing and the other two, although they were only at the peak of the 10th realm of body tempering, they were able to become disciples of the clan. Naturally, they had the qualifications to be proud. It was not difficult for them to fight above their level. The chaotic battle was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. In just an incense stick of time, all the guards were lying on the ground. If this was not the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling would have already killed them. Where is your young master? Chapter 125. Second generation disciple Lin Feng Feng. It's in Little Maple Forest. Go east from here and you'll see the Maple Forest. The guard wanted to cry but had no tears. He had worked in this mansion for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Someone had openly come to pick a fight, and the whole place had been destroyed. Brothers, Little Maple Forest. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and walked east from the mansion. Lin Ling, I killed 12. Humph, you want to take advantage of me? No way. Hee hee. I'm not weak either. 11. Hee hee. Damn, Lin Xianxiang lost the most. Only 3 won't do. I don't like this house. Tear it down. Tear it down. The 4 of them continued forward, but wherever they went, as long as it was a luxurious mansion, they would tear it down. Rumble. The fallen guards looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. These 4 youths were simply demons. Their actions were not only provoking young Master Lin Nanshan, but also provoking Great Elder Lin Nanshan. Rumble. Buildings, pavilions, and bamboo buildings were all torn down by Lin Ling and the others. Their eyes were burning with vengeance. This was an eye for an eye. Since Lin Feng dared to touch their family, they would give him a taste of his own medicine. Little Maple Forest. This was the most tranquil and beautiful place in Lin Feng's mansion. The surrounding maple leaves were like a sea. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled. It was extremely artistic. In the small courtyard, several second-generation disciples were drinking wine, looking satisfied. Brother Feng Feng, today's anger has been vented. You're still the best. Hee hee. I think Lin Ling and the others must be fuming right now. Humph, daring to offend us, they should take a look at themselves first. Hee hee. This is just the beginning. In 2 days we'll teach them a lesson. Hee hee. The few of them drank and chatted. It was as if all the anger they had suffered when they toasted Lin Ling that day had been vented. Lin Feng Feng also had a smile on his face. He kept imagining what Lin Ling's expression would be when he saw the servant girl and servant being beaten up when he returned. She must have some unspeakable difficulties. He wanted to get back at them, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He wanted to use his status as an ancient clan elder to make a comeback. Unfortunately, in the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling and the others didn't have anyone backing them. Even if they did, how could they compare to his granduncle, Great Elder Lin Nanshan? Lin Ling's maid was very beautiful, but I ruined her face. Brother X and hi, I'll teach them a lesson in a few days. A younger girl said with a pleased expression on her face. This was Lin Xinhai's younger sister, Lin Xinhua. This woman was also a second-generation disciple, but her strength was not strong. She relied on the halo of her brother and father. Moreover, she did not look good. She had a pointed nose and a face full of pimples, so when she saw a beautiful girl, she was very jealous. This time she had ruined a devastatingly beautiful little girl. She was overjoyed. In a few days? You won't have the chance. Bang. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then the door of the small courtyard was kicked open. The heavy stone door exploded, and the broken part was charred black as if it had been burned by fire. That violent explosion caused the maple leaves in the small courtyard to flutter and fall. At the same time, Lin Feng and the others stopped drinking and looked at the people who had come. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that it was actually Lin Ling's group of 4 that appeared here. Lin Ling and the others were only third-generation disciples, and most of them were branch disciples. They did not have any backing in the Fire Ancient clan. Only Lin Ling had the true bloodline of the clan. His father was also a sinner in the past. However, these 4 people still dared to come to their door. This result made them extremely shocked. How did you come in? Where are my guards? Lin Feng frowned and said in a low voice. Those trash have already fallen. Now it's your turn. Lin Ling said indifferently. He walked forward step by step. Behind him, Lin Aofing and the others followed step by step. Their faces were also cold. What? You defeated them all? Lin Feng's face turned ugly. Lin Ling and the other 3 had openly come to trample on young Master Lin Feng's territory. Not only did we defeat them, but we also tore down your house. I remember that there was a pond with beautiful rainbow fish. They were all roasted by my fire. Lin Aofing said with a shrug. Lin Feng's face turned even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, those were the rainbow heavenly fish that I bought with 1,000 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. Lin Aofing, I say you are vulgar. How can you casually roast other people's fish? I'm different. I saw a 2-meter-tall jade statue and my hands itched. I tore it apart and carved it into a turtle. How elegant. Lin Aofing, you should learn from me. Lin Xianxia stared at Lin Aofing. You all. Lin Feng's face was no longer ugly. He was so angry that he was as white as paper. He had asked a master to carve that jade statue. The jade was made of pure cloud void stone, priceless. The statue was carved by his granduncle Lin Nanshan. Originally, he had wanted to give it to his granduncle as a gift for his birthday. Who would have thought that these lowly branch family members would tear it apart and carve it into a turtle? These people were like needles stabbing into his heart. He was in so much pain that he found it difficult to breathe. You dared to touch my family. This is the result. Lin Ling sneered at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. His anger almost turned into killing intent. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But since you're here, you'll stay forever. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. But if I don't beat you up today, I won't leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. He knew that a big battle was unavoidable. Lin Ling, I'll leave Lin Feng to you. Leave the rest to us. Lin Aofing said. With just you? 3rd-generation disciples dare to be arrogant? On Lin Feng's side, the 2nd-generation disciples were all disdainful. Lin Xinhai's sister Lin Xinhua said sarcastically, Brother, these people are so arrogant. We must break all their limbs. Humph, it's just a little maid's face and they want to get back at us. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's gaze congealed, a flame of anger rose in his heart, for he knew that the ugly girl was the one who ruined Yu's appearance. Other than Lin Feng, leave that toad-like girl to me, I want to beat her until she won't have the face to see other people. Whoosh. After saying this, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Lin Feng. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're undefeated in the hands of brother Lin Ming. Today I'll show you what it means to be a 2nd-generation disciple. Lin Feng's aura exploded. A spirit body like wind and fire appeared, making him invisible like the wind. He also rushed towards Lin Ling. Bang. 2 fists collided. The courtyard was like a meteor crashing down, and the surrounding walls collapsed. So strong. The heat wave hit their faces. Everyone's face changed slightly. This level of battle was beyond their imagination. What surprised them the most was that Lin Ling was strong. Everyone knew that, but Lin Ling was also strong. Lin Feng was a 3-star martial spirit realm cultivator, and he had a 5th-grade spirit body, Red Flame Hurricane. 2 stages higher, but in the first confrontation, Lin Ling did not suffer much damage. This showed how strong Lin Ling's combat power was. Haha, we also have to work harder. Lin Aofing and the others were more confident. In fact, if Lin Ling did not come today, they would not have enough confidence. Even if they came, they would at most be defeated. Because none of them was a martial spirit realm cultivator. Chapter 126. The True Essence of Fire. I've defeated many in the martial spirit realm, but this is the first time I've fought someone with a powerful innate spirit body. I hope you won't disappoint me. Fight. Lin Changqiang and Lin Feng were also in high spirits as they looked for their opponents. Rumble. In the small courtyard, sand and pebbles were flying as the temperature rose to the sky. The battle between Lin Ling and Lin Feng Lin was the real core of the battle. Lin Feng Lin's innate spirit body was extremely terrifying. Every move he made was filled with violent wind. The most amazing thing was that the wind was hot as if it came from a volcano. However, Lin Ling's 9 nether heavenly flames were not weak either. Although it looked like a 5th-grade flame, it had actually reached the 6th grade after fusing with the 9 dragon's strength. In addition to Lin Ling's rich battle experience and fire control ability, He was on par with Lin Fenglin. Boom. The resurgent sword collided with Lin Fenglin's wind and fire fists. Like meteors, flames flew in all directions. Wind wall exhibition. Fight. Lin Fengfeng's entire body was wrapped in wind, and any attack could be deflected. However, what angered him the most was that Lin Ling seemed to be unable to hurt him, but he couldn't take Lin Ling down either. Flaming sky cross slash. Fight. Swoosh. Lin Ling's attacks were endless, forcing Lin Fenglin to retreat. Lin Ling, do you only know how to run? Fight. Lin Fenglin clenched his teeth in anger. He wanted Lin Ling to meet force with force. My goal this time was to destroy your place. From the looks of it, it's about time. Fight. Not far away, Lin Ling sneered. He saw that all the maple trees in Little Maple Forest had collapsed. The entire area had turned into a sea of fire. When Lin Feng saw this scene, white smoke came out of his nostrils. The anger in his heart was no less than the flames on his body. If this continued, his mansion would be completely destroyed. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's combat power was so formidable. Last time, Lin Ling did not lose to Lin Ling because Lin Ming had suppressed his strength. If he went all out, how could Lin Ling be his opponent? Therefore, Lin Feng did not put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. However, he didn't know how powerful the fire controlling ability was. Not only was it a technique to control fire, it also allowed the martial artist's innate spirit body to unleash its full potential. Otherwise, among the tens of thousands of young people in the Fire Ancient clan, there wouldn't be only one person who knew how to use it. If Lin Feng was a 2-star martial spirit realm, I could defeat him with the advantage of my innate spirit body. However, a 3-star martial spirit realm cultivator's spiritual chi is too dense. If it wasn't for my 9 secluded heavenly flames explosion, which disintegrated part of his attack power, and my 9 dragon strength strong recovery power, I would have lost this battle. On the surface, Lin Ling looked calm. However, in his heart he knew that Lin Feng was indeed very strong. If he wanted to defeat him, he had to increase his strength. If he wanted to increase his strength, he had to increase his cultivation level. However, how could he increase his cultivation level in a day? Therefore he could only rely on martial arts. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current martial arts was only the flaming sky cross slash. However, it didn't seem to have an obvious effect. Fire controlling ability, I have already reached the minute subtlety realm. I can unleash the flames to the limit, but I don't seem to have grasped the true essence of fire. Bang, 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 bang. After fighting a few more times, Lin Ling's mind was frantically thinking. Fire also had different levels. The most common was the innate spirit body. The higher the level of the innate spirit body, the hotter the flame. In addition, for the same level of innate spirit body, the deeper the flame, the higher the temperature. This was also one of the fire controlling ability. Lin Ling knew very well that if he wanted to defeat Lin Feng, the only way was to use the 9 nether heavenly flames. Heaven had its own pulse, earth had its own breathing, and fire had its own rhythm. If one could comprehend the rhythm of fire, they would be able to touch upon the true essence of fire. The special characteristic of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames is explosive. Lin Ling felt something in his heart. His soul force crazily gushed out, constantly searching for the characteristics of his flames. During this process, Lin Ling Feng's confidence grew stronger and stronger. He continued to attack and suppress Lin Ling. Blazing Hurricane Divine Palm. Wind and Fire Wheels. Lin Ling's martial arts were all mystic 2nd level, and they were extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling's 9 nether heavenly flames had merged with the 9 dragons' energy, the current Lin Ling would have lost already. But even so, Lin Ling didn't look like he could hold on for much longer. Lin Aofing and the others were also watching the battle. At first, they were very surprised that Lin Ling wasn't defeated, but they also knew that with the gap between their realms, unless one was a true genius, no one could turn the tables and turn defeat into victory. I thought you were something, but this is all you've got. You dare to challenge us with this little strength? You're just as stupid as your father. Lin Ling Feng was full of confidence, thinking that he would win without a doubt. At first, Lin Ling could still block a few of his attacks, but his low realm was his weakness, and his chi couldn't hold on for long. It's over. Blazing Hurricane Divine Palm. Boom. With a loud shout, Lin Ling Feng's entire arm turned into a terrifying tornado, with flames in the wind. At this moment he was like a wind god, like a fire god, looking at Lin Ling and punching out. This punch was like the creation of heaven and earth. From afar, it looked like a tornado made of flames was sweeping towards Lin Ling. Boom. In the sky above the Fire Ancient clan, it was like a firework explosion, extremely bright. Many people saw this scene and were shocked. When they saw the location, they all knew that it was young Master Lin Feng's flames. What was going on over there? Who was so bold to cause trouble at young Master Lin Feng's residence? Oh, we're all from the same clan fighting? What a scandal. On a mountain peak far away, Patriarch Extreme Flame frowned. His gaze seemed to pass through the layers of buildings and landed on Lin Ling Feng's residence. However, when he saw that one of them was Lin Ling, his expression changed. Are you looking for death? You're from the same clan but you dare to kill someone. Ling is in trouble. He was anxious and quickly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Lin Nanshan also noticed the change in the situation. He slowly walked towards Lin Feng's residence. His speed wasn't fast, and it was clear that he planned to arrive after everything was over. Lin Ling dodged quickly. At this moment in the chaotic residence, Lin Aofeng and the others anxiously shouted. In their eyes, the terrifying flame tornado was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. What made them even more anxious was that Lin Ling was still standing there, indifferent. This kind of attack could destroy the heavens and the earth. A normal person would avoid it and not choose to meet it head-on. The true essence of fire. Lin Ling's soul force was constantly expanding, exploring the characteristics of the 9 underworld heavenly flames. At this moment, although he closed his eyes, he could still feel Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Now Lin Ling had 2 choices. 1, escape. 2, fight. If he escaped, Lin Ling would naturally be safe. However, he came here today to seek justice, so he chose to fight. Perhaps he couldn't block the terrifying flame tornado, but he would rather fight. In the past, Lin Ling's ability to control fire was due to his familiarity with flames, but he had not fully grasped the veins of the 9 nether heavenly flames. But now, Lin Ling was starting to fully understand his own flames. The 9 underworld heavenly flames were born in the 9 underworlds. It was the first flame that descended from the 9 underworlds. According to legend, the birth of this flame meant the destruction of the 9 underworlds. Time seemed slow, but it was only an instant. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force fused with the 9 underworld heavenly flames. He seemed to hear the 9 underworld heavenly flames explode. Explode. Chapter 127. A lesson. Bang bang bang. The most terrifying thing was that the blue sea of fire was not only hot, but it was also constantly emitting explosive sounds. Lin Ling unleashed the 9 nether heavenly flames explosion to the extreme. Although his cultivation realm did not rise, he became a little more familiar with his own flames. Bang bang bang. The sea of blue flames continued to move forward and collided with the flaming tornado. The 2 different types of flames were like natural enemies that burned each other. Although on the surface the power of the flaming tornado seemed to be slightly stronger, in terms of the temperature of the flames, it was the 9 nether heavenly flames. Soon the fire tornado gradually stopped. The flames were all absorbed by the blue flames, causing the blue flames to grow even larger. He's only a 1-star martial spirit realm cultivator. Why is the power of his flame so strong? Lin Ling's pupils constricted, his heart filled with disbelief. He could sense that Lin Ling's cultivation level had not increased, which meant that his strength had not increased, but the power of his flames had. This meant that Lin Ling's comprehension of flames was stronger than his. Boom. The blue sea of fire exploded like a bomb, destroying the entire mansion. At this moment, everyone looked in this direction, their faces filled with shock. Fire mastery instinct, divinity of flames. At this moment, Patriarch Extreme Flame sensed the flames in the distance and stopped in his tracks, his face filled with shock. The ability to control fire had several realms: resonance, free will, minute subtlety, and spirit transformation. Free will meant that the flames would move according to one's heart. Minute subtlety meant that one could control the flames to a minute degree, and spirit transformation meant that a martial artist could control their own flames like a god, bringing out the strongest potential of the flames. This flame is the 9 nether heavenly flame. It's Ling. Who would have thought that although Linger's talent wasn't as strong as Lin Chen's, her comprehension of flames was several levels higher than Lin Chen's. After the initial shock, Ancestor Extreme Flame became excited. A divine transformation realm expert with the ability to control fire. This also meant that as long as Lin Ling's cultivation increased, no one in the same realm would be his match. At the same time, the first elder Lin Nanshan's complexion turned ugly. His originally slow pace had now sped up a bit. That was because he sensed that the flames that erupted were not Lin Feng's. At that moment, Lin Feng's mansion had already turned into a sea of flames. The blue flames were boiling and Lin Aofeng and the others had already stopped fighting. They looked at the scene in shock. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. He stood where he was stupefied. In his eyes, a figure walked out step by step from the sea of blue flames. It was a shocking sight. That figure was covered in blue flames and emitted explosive sounds. That man was like a bomb. The innate suppression of fire caused Lin Feng's soul to tremble. His flames began to dim as if they might be extinguished at any moment. Terrifying. This was the only thought in Lin Feng's mind. He felt as though he was facing brother Lin Ming. With your strength, you dare to cause trouble at my house? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. He was getting closer and closer to Typhoon Lin. Lin Feng swallowed hard. He wanted to fight, but he didn't know why his legs were weak. He could only stand there like a fool. The innate flame suppression made him panic more and more. In reality, if he wanted to continue fighting, he might not necessarily lose to Lin Ling. However, he was afraid because he also had a fire attribute spirit body. When his flame met an even hotter flame, a kind of innate suppression would cause him to lose the will to fight. Kneel? Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. In your dreams. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted. Ping ping ping. The blue flames exploded like firecrackers, making Lin Feng's heart tremble. Putong. Lin Feng knelt down. Even though he didn't want to kneel, the fear in his heart betrayed him. Seeing that Lin Feng had been defeated without a fight, Lin Aofing and the others all sneered. As for Lin Xinhai and the others, they started to panic. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to defeat Lin Feng with just the aura of his flames. Of course, if it were them, they might also be suppressed by the aura of his flames. Unless they didn't have a fire attribute spirit body and couldn't sense the innate suppression of Lin Ling's flames, they wouldn't be afraid. When martial artists fight, mentality is the most important. Once you are afraid, you will lack the courage to advance and think that you will lose. Typhoon Lin didn't expect you to be so weak. Lin Aofing smiled disdainfully. The disciples of the main branch were pampered. Even if they had experienced battles, they rarely experienced life and death battles. Therefore, their mentality was fragile, like a flower in a greenhouse. The branch family disciples, on the other hand, had been training outside since young. They had been on the brink of death many times. Their mentality was firm. Even if they met an undefeatable enemy, they would fight with all their might. Even if they died, they wouldn't retreat. That was the difference. Bang. Lin Ling walked forward step by step until he was in front of Typhoon Lin. Typhoon Lin was trembling all over. He wanted to stand up, but he didn't have the strength. He didn't know why he was afraid. In any case, when his flames met Lin Ling's flames, they were extinguished. Second-generation prodigy? Other than having a good status and good talent, you really don't have anything to be proud of. Lin Ling's hand reached out and grabbed Typhoon Lin's neck, lifting him up. The scorching flames in his hand made Typhoon Lin's fear even stronger. Pa pa pa. Lin Ling reached out with his left hand and scratched Typhoon Lin. Typhoon Lin was the main culprit. He was a second-generation prodigy, and with the status of First Elder Lin Nanshan, he thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to come to him. He could only swallow his broken teeth. But he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so unscrupulous. During the day, Typhoon Lin beat up Lin Ling's people, and at night, Lin Ling came to him. This kind of courage, cutting off all means of retreat, was unparalleled in the Fire Ancient clan, at least. Pa pa pa. The sound of slapping continued, and the surroundings were silent. The second-generation prodigies were panicking. Typhoon Lin had also lost. How could they have the will to fight? If you had continued to fight, you might not have lost. But you were intimidated by my flames and didn't have the will to fight. What a piece of trash. Lin Ling tossed Lin Feng aside and strode towards Lin Xinmei, Lin Xinfeng's sister. His target today was Lin Feng, but Lin Xinmei was a slut who had hurt Yu. How could he let her go? You, what do you want to do? Lin Xinmei's face was filled with fear. The pimples on her face seemed to be jumping. It's not your fault that you're so ugly. But to come out and make a fool of yourself, that's your fault. You have no sense of shame and you dare to ruin others' looks. Is this caused by your inferiority complex? Lin Ling said coldly. His steps seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Lin Xinmei. At the same time, blue flames appeared in his right hand. He looked at Lin Xinmei and slapped her twice. Papa. These two slaps weren't very strong, but they had a strange effect. Lin Xinmei's already ugly face was left with two blue palm prints that couldn't be washed away. Brother, he hit me. Since I was young, even father has never hit me. He actually hit me. Lin Xinmei was stunned, then screamed as if she couldn't believe that she had been hit. Brother? I'll hit your brother too. Chapter 128. A Heaven's Pride of the Generation. Don't be too proud of yourself. Lin Xinhai's face turned ugly. So what if I am a loser? Lin Ling walked towards Lin Ling step by step, causing Lin Xinhai to swallow his saliva with difficulty. He was a one-star martial spirit realm, but he wasn't Lin Ling's opponent last time, let alone now. Alright, I admit defeat. We're all clansmen, so let's all take a step back. Lin Xinhai said in a low voice. Are you going to say that your father is the 8th patriarch? It's better if you don't use such an old excuse. It's not like I haven't seen your father before. Lin Ling remained unmoved. Lin Xinhai was furious. Although he was not as good as Lin Fengfeng, his courage was greater than Lin Fengfeng's. Even if he could not win, he would still give it his all. I'll kill you. 5-element spear. 5 colored flames emerged from his body, forming a giant flaming spear. It spun in the air and then shot toward Lin Ling. You're even more stupid than your brother Typhoon. Do you think this is going to work? But Lin Ling remained indifferent. He had comprehended the true essence of fire, and he could fully display the power of the 9 nether heavenly flames, causing the flames to reach the highest temperature possible. How could he be afraid of Lin Xinhai's attack? Break. With a low roar, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. Blue flames emerged from his palm and formed a mirror. When the 5-colored spear shot over, it exploded like a firecracker, causing the 5-colored spear to collapse. What was even more terrifying was that the blue flames absorbed the flames of the 5-colored spear, causing its temperature to increase by a notch. The explosion of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames was stronger than the strong, and it destroyed everything in its path. Plop. Lin Ling's face was pale and he sat down on the ground. Compared to the last battle, Lin Ling had won much more easily this time. It was as if he was torturing dogs. As fellow clansmen, don't say that I'm not giving you face. Do you want to slap your own face or should I slap it for you? Lin Ling stood quietly in front of Lin Xinhai and sneered. Hearing those words, Lin Ling was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, Lin Ling's powerful aura made him lose all will to fight. He simply clenched his teeth and slapped himself in the face. Rather than being hit by Lin Ling, he might as well do it himself. That was because he had seen that when Lin Ling slapped his face, not only did it hurt, it even seemed to leave a scar. Next, are you going to fight yourselves or do I have to do it? Lin Ling looked at the remaining second-generation disciples. Those second-generation disciples all had pale faces. They had never imagined that this year's third-generation disciples would be so strong. Let me do it. You dared to touch my parents. If I don't give you a few hundred or 1,000 slaps, I won't be able to vent my anger. If you dare touch my grandmother, I'll make you lick your shoes. Lin Ling was too lazy to teach them a lesson one by one, but Lin Aofing and the others were different. They wanted nothing more than to roll up their sleeves and vent their anger on them one by one. Pa pa pa. The 3 of them rushed into the second-generation disciples and began slapping them. Today their relatives had been bullied and humiliated. They had been suppressed in their hearts all this time. Now they could finally release their pent-up anger and seek justice for their relatives. Stop. Who gave you the guts? At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. It was an old man. Especially when he saw the miserable state of the mansion and the bullied second-generation disciples, his anger erupted like a volcano. It was the first elder Lin Nanshan who had rushed over. Originally, he had walked over slowly because he wanted Lin Feng to teach those arrogant people a lesson. Then he would appear and resolve everything. However, who would have thought that the people who were taught a lesson were the second-generation disciples? Moreover, the entire mansion had been destroyed. He was furious. If the news of the second-generation disciples losing to the third-generation disciples spread, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling, as a member of the Fire Ancient clan, you actually caused trouble out of nothing and destroyed the mansion of others. If I don't punish you today, I'm afraid it will be hard to convince the masses. The first elder Lin Nanshan stared at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Aofing and the others became serious. In fact, they were not surprised by this outcome. Since they dared to cause trouble, they would definitely be punished by the Fire Ancient clan. However, they did not expect that the first elder would punish them. However, even though they knew the outcome, they still did not hesitate. Youths were hot-blooded after all. Especially when their reverse scale was violated, they would not retreat even if they were to die. Compared to the serious expressions of Lin Aofing and the others, Lin Ling was calm. Cause trouble? A second-generation disciple was bullied by a third-generation disciple. If word got out, the Fire Ancient clan would be embarrassed for them. You still dare to be stubborn. Lin Nanshan was furious. He stretched out his hand and the wind and clouds surged. Dark clouds rolled and formed a thunderous force. The thunderous force carried fire as it attacked Lin Ling. It was a thunderous force formed by flames. This was the 7th grade spiritual body, Hell Thunder Fire. Lin Ling's ability to control fire had reached the soul formation stage. He had comprehended the true essence of fire and could fully unleash the power of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. However, he was clearly no match for Lin Nanshan, who was stronger. After all, no matter how strong a flame was, it still had to be based on one's cultivation level. If one's cultivation level was not high, no matter how strong the flame was, it could not withstand the suppression of quantity. Who dares to touch him? At this moment, a furious voice was heard. It shocked the entire Fire Ancient clan. Even the volcano shook. Everyone gasped. They knew that it was Patriarch Extreme Flame. In the sky, a huge human head appeared. It was majestic without being angry. It was obvious that Patriarch Extreme Flame had not rushed over, so he used some kind of magical power to look at the earth like a god. Patriarch. Patriarch. Lin Nanshan's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to attack and bowed respectfully. As far as he could remember, Patriarch Extreme Flame rarely got angry, nor did he get anxious. This time he was clearly anxious. Who dares to touch him? In the sky, the thunderous voice was heard again. Everyone knew that the him Patriarch Extreme Flame was talking about was Lin Ling. Patriarch, he violated the clan's rules and attacked a fellow clan member. He even destroyed someone's mansion. If we don't punish him today, I'm afraid we won't be able to convince the others. Grand Elder Lin Nanshan quickly said. Damn you. Curse. A curse came out, causing everyone to be taken aback. Today, Ancestor Extreme Flame was very abnormal. Lin Ling, you speak. The Patriarch's voice was heard again. Hearing the deafening voice in the sky, Lin Ling was also stunned. However, he was not a fool. He quickly explained why he came here. Did you hear that? These second-generation disciples provoked someone first. Today they were trampled on. This is an eye for an eye. Nanshan, you still want to stand up for them? Patriarch Extreme Flame's voice caused Grand Elder Lin Nanshan's face to turn pale. In fact, the second-generation disciples were arrogant and looked down on everyone. This was not a matter of a day or two. Normally, Patriarch Extreme Flame would not care about such trivial matters, so those who were bullied often had no choice. But today no one would have thought that Patriarch Extreme Flame would stand up for Lin Ling. Could it be that because Lin Ling was Lin Chen's son, Patriarch Extreme Flame doted on him a bit more? From now on, Lin Ling will be a generation's heaven's pride. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame's words shocked everyone to death. He made a huge decision. A generation's heaven's pride, this meant the future of the Fire Ancient clan. This status was equal to the other Grand Elders. Currently, the only one with this status was first-generation disciple Lin Ming. Chapter 129. The Patriarch's Mission. Old Ancestor, the pride of a generation, this matter is of great importance. Rashly making a decision without going through the Council of Elders doesn't seem appropriate. Lin Nanshan gradually felt uneasy. If Lin Ling became a heaven's pride of this generation, he wouldn't need to salute him in the future. That kind of feeling was like watching the old Lin Ling gradually surpass him. Elder Council my ass. If I say so, then so be it. Ancestor Extreme Flame cursed again. It seemed that he was not in a good mood today, causing many people to sigh. Ancestor Extreme Flame's cursing was something that happened many years ago. It would only happen when he was being bullied by other ancient clans. Lin Ling's innate spirit body may only be of the 5th grade, but his potential in controlling fire exceeds 90% of the people in the Fire Ancient clan. Even your great elder Lin Nanshan's ability to control fire surpasses yours. Ancestor Extreme Flame seemed to know that many people were confused, so he began to explain. However, his words made even more people puzzled. Lin Ling's ability to control fire surpassed that of great elder Lin Nanshan? How was this possible? The ability to control fire is divided into several realms: the carefree realm, the subtle realm, and the spirit transformation realm. At present, 90% of the members of the Fire Ancient clan have not reached the carefree realm, and the remaining 10% are only in the subtle realm. As for the legendary spirit transformation realm, there are only 2 people who have comprehended the true essence of fire. One is me, and the other is the 16-year-old Lin Ling, Ancestor Extreme Flame said coldly. Many people were taken aback. This was because many of them had yet to reach the divine transformation realm when it came to controlling fire. As such, they were not familiar with this realm and did not know how terrifying it was. After hearing what the Patriarch said, they faintly felt a little terrified. According to the legends, the soul transformation realm was a realm where one's comprehension of their own flames reached the limit, and they could display 120% of their combat strength. As long as one's realm increased, they would definitely be the most powerful of their realm. If Lin Ling could reach that realm, then he would indeed have the qualifications to become a proud son of heaven. So that's the deity transformation realm, which is achieved by comprehending flames with one's soul force. Lin Ling also came to a sudden realization. Nanshan, what do you have to say now? Ancestor Extreme Flame asked nonchalantly in the sky. Great Elder Lin Nanshan's face turned ugly. What could he say? Could he openly defying the patriarch? This reminded him of the past. Whenever he opposed Lin Qin, Patriarch Extreme Flame would also support Lin Qin. Lin Nan Lin. Said Lin Nanshan, their skills were inferior so they deserved to lose. A dignified second-generation disciple actually lost to a third-generation disciple. It's already good enough that I didn't slap their faces. Ancestor Extreme Flame coldly snorted. His words caused many of the second-generation disciples on the ground to turn red. In truth, they had lost a lot of face today. That's all for now. Lin Ling, come and find me. The others can do whatever they need to do. Very, very extreme soon. Extreme heaven of the everyone. Extreme flame, levels extreme Lin to this. Chooses to the point. To the end to extreme, TSS. Lin Ling froze for a moment, then walked towards Lin Aofing and the others. Lin Ling, you're really something. I knew following you wouldn't be any different. Yes. Today we third generations have gained face. Lin Aofing and the others were full of smiles. Today not only did they get justice, but the Fire Ancient clan also didn't punish them. This was good news for them. I already knew this result. Otherwise I wouldn't have followed Lin Ling So, I'm still very prescient. Lin Xianxia proudly puffed out his chest after his excitement. Nonsense. You were so scared that you peed your pants. Stop pretending. Lin Feng didn't give him any face. Lin Ling chuckled. He had become friends with these youths. He said politely, if it wasn't for you guys I wouldn't have succeeded. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling's words of gratitude made Lin Aofing and the others feel a bit embarrassed. Then Lin Ling didn't say anything else and quickly went to find Ancestor Extreme Flame. On top of the mountain peak, the sky was still gray. However, the old man standing at the top of the mountain had a face full of excitement. Ling, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your potential to be no weaker than your father's. Good. The more he looked at Lin Ling, the more pleasing he was to the eye. Ancestor again? Call me Grandpa. Ancestor Extreme Flame glared, causing Lin Ling to bitterly smile and respectfully call him Grandpa. Grandpa said that as long as you show your strength, Grandpa will fully support you. Since you did it, Grandpa can naturally do it too. The Extreme Flame Ancestor smiled and nodded. He was very clear about Lin Ling's potential. As a soul transformation realm expert who had grasped the ability to control fire, as long as his cultivation realm increased, his strength would definitely be very strong. It wasn't impossible for him to surpass the current elders. I already know about your maid. Don't worry, Grandpa will get someone to heal them. However, Grandpa has made you a generation's genius. There will definitely be many people in the Fire Ancient clan who won't accept this, so Grandpa wants to arrange a mission for you. All right. Ancestor Extreme Flame pondered for a moment and slowly said. Lin Ling had become a generation's genius, but he hadn't made any contributions to the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, there would definitely be many people who would be dissatisfied. Lin Ling had to use his actions to prove that he deserved this title. Mission. All right. Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't refuse. After pondering for a moment, he raised his own request. Helping the Fire Ancient clan complete a mission is fine, but I have a condition. I want the sea-rending profound dragon whale soul. Ancestor Extreme Flame was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to bargain. He scolded with a smile, you really don't want to lose out. However, what do you want the sea-rending profound dragon whale soul for? Alchemy. Lin Ling smiled. He was only missing the sea-rending profound dragon whale soul for the blue soul dark pill, so he was determined to get it. You know alchemy? Ancestor Extreme Flame was a bit surprised. In the Fire Ancient clan, all alchemists were trained from young and had a certain amount of talent. Very few branch family disciples could become alchemists. Lin Ling had been outside since young and hadn't cultivated systematically. He also didn't have the resources to squander, so his chances of becoming an alchemist were very low. Therefore, Ancestor Extreme Flame was surprised that Lin Ling knew alchemy. Also just a little. Lin Ling sweated a bit. So far he only knew how to refine two kinds of pills. One was the Heaven Tier Origin Restoration Pill, and the other was the Spirit Cleansing Pill. He couldn't be considered an alchemist at all. In that case, Grandpa agrees to your request. Ancestor Extreme Flame nodded without any hesitation. The sea-rending profound dragon whale soul was a kind of monster core. This kind of monster core could only be found in the South Sea. Moreover, it was tyrannical and even more ferocious than a martial spirit realm expert. Therefore, this kind of monster core was priceless. Ancestor Extreme Flame was already very generous to give one. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. However, your mission this time isn't easy. You have to assist your sixth uncle and guard the unearthing of the profound iron Oregon. This batch of profound iron ore will be handed over to Duke Duan. It's a very important matter, so you can't make any mistakes. Chapter 130. Refining Pills. Other than supplying Ocean of Cloud City with pills, the Fire Ancient clan also had its own mines. Occasionally, when they found a source of ore, the great powers of Ocean of Cloud City would come to trade with them. Now that the dark iron ores had been bought by the Duan family, what the Fire Ancient clan had to do was deliver the goods on time. If something went wrong midway, it would definitely incur the wrath of the Duan family and bring about a disaster. As for the Fire Ancient clan, all the elders had their own matters to attend to. Thus, they needed Lin Ling to assist the sixth elder, who was Lin Ling's sixth uncle. In Ocean of Cloud City, there are many powers that are eyeing our Fire Ancient clan covetously. You have to be careful of the ancient clans, the Zhang family, the Withered Tree Ancient clan, and the Ancient Yin clan. I hope you can complete the mission perfectly. Ancestor Tai Yen said. I'll do my best. Yes. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. He knew that this mission was of great importance. Not only was it related to his status, it was also related to the Fire Ancient clan. If he failed the mission, the Fire Ancient clan would definitely be greatly affected. Currently, the Fire Ancient clan was Lin Ling's father's clan. In addition, Ancestor Tai Yen had treated Lin Ling well. Thus, Lin Ling wanted to repay him. Ancestor Tai Yen patted Lin Ling's shoulder and didn't say anything else. He chose to believe in Lin Ling's ability. Then he pondered for a moment and said, Last time, Grandfather said that when you learn the fire controlling technique, Grandfather will teach you the third generation flame technique. Now you have the qualifications. Yes. Third generation flame technique? Yes. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The third generation flame technique is a profound rank level 4 martial art. This martial art can allow your combat strength to enter the mid-stage of the martial spirit realm. Patriarch Extreme Flame said proudly, making Lin Ling look forward to it even more. Old Ancestor Tai Yen is very satisfied with Lin Ling's expression. He waved his right hand and a fiery red jade slip appeared. He then handed it over to Lin Ling. With your ability to control fire, it is not difficult for you to cultivate the third generation flame technique. However, Grandfather hopes that you can cultivate it after reaching 2-star martial spirit realm. Lin Ling took the jade letter and discovered that it was boiling hot. Immediately he carefully kept it in his rune bag. The next day, as soon as Lin Ling walked out of the hut, an old man came to the courtyard. He smiled and gave Lin Ling a Yao core. It was the sea-cracking profound dragon's whale soul. Young Master Ling, the ancestor specifically instructed me to give this to you, the elder said respectfully. He knew that Lin Ling was a heavenly genius and the future of the Fire Ancient clan, so he was very courteous. Thank you. Lin Ling's heart warmed. Patriarch Extreme Flame remembered his request and delivered the sea-cracking profound dragon's whale soul to him early in the morning. Obviously, he thinks highly of him. Young Master Ling, the ancestor also said that you can leave for the West Goblin Mountain in 5 days. The old man said again and then respectfully left. West Goblin Mountain. Lin Ling nodded and returned to the hut. In the hut, he took out the sea-cracking profound dragon's whale soul and looked at it carefully. The Yao core was blue and sparkling like a crystal, emitting a mysterious aura. To cultivate the flame technique, ordinary pills can also be used. However, the Blue Soul Dark Pill has the best effect. Before going to the West Goblin Mountain, I should reach 2-star martial spirit realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling took out the stone book and opened to the second page. It recorded the characteristics of the 9 underworld heavenly flame and the refining method of the Blue Soul Dark Pill. These were the experiences of the Fire Ancient clan's first-generation ancestor. If he wanted to refine the Blue Soul Dark Pill, he could use the Emerald Cloud Pill to practice. Because the refining method of the blue soul dark pill was very similar to the emerald cloud pill, even if he failed he would not lose much. After he was familiar with it he could refine the blue soul dark pill. "You go get someone?" Lin Ling shouted. Not long after, Yu walked in with a disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. "Go to the Fire Dragon Hall to get these spirit herbs and tell them that I, Lin Ling, want them. Take as many spirit herbs as you can get. After the matter is done, these 100 bottles of spirit gathering pills will be yours." Lin Ling instructed the disciple. 100 bottles of spirit gathering pills. The disciple's eyes lit up. He quickly nodded and left respectfully. Right now, Lin Ling was already a prodigy of the generation. He enjoyed various privileges in the Fire Ancient clan. For example, he could receive some pills and spirit herbs without limit. This was the benefit of being a prodigy of the generation. A prodigy of the generation was equivalent to being nurtured by the entire clan. After the disciple left, Lin Ling kept checking the pill recipe and paying attention to the refining method. At the same time, on the other side, Great Elder Lin Nanshan was drinking tea in a small bamboo pavilion. At this time a confidant walked in. Great Elder, Ancestor Tian asked Lin Ling to go to the West Demon Mountain to assist the 6th Elder in completing the mission. West Demon Mountain. Great Elder Lin Nanshan was stunned. Then he revealed a cold smile. "Son of Lin Chen, I didn't have time to make things difficult for you. I didn't expect you to bump into the muzzle of the gun. You are really unlucky." "Great Elder, if Lin Ling fails this mission, it means that he doesn't have the qualifications to become a prodigy of the generation. At that time, even if the ancestor supports him, the entire clan will oppose him. The ancestor can only remove Lin Ling from his position." The confidant smiled. Great Elder Lin Nanshan nodded. The cold light in his eyes became denser. "But Great Elder, the Fire Ancient clan is where we grew up. It doesn't seem right to betray them like this." The confidant hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Hearing this, Lin Nanshan frowned. "You better not think too much. Just do your own thing. Don't forget your parents were saved by me. Your life is already mine." The confidant's expression changed. He didn't dare to say anything else. Lin Nanshan thought for a moment before comforting him. "The Fire Ancient clan treats us like dogs. When we are useful we are ordered around. When we are not, we are thrown aside. When Lin Chen was alive I lived like a dog. When Lin Chen died the Fire Ancient clan had no one to use. That was why I was promoted to the position of Great Elder. Now that Lin Chen's son has returned, I, a dignified Great Elder, can't even compare to the descendant of a sinner. This kind of ancient clan can only decline." "Good. In the future, when the Fire Ancient clan is reshuffled and I become the ancestor, you will be the Great Elder." "Good." Hearing Lin Nanshan's words, the confidant's hesitation gradually disappeared. What replaced it was a kind of determination. This time, the mission is to prevent the Black Iron ore from being handed over to Duanwang Mansion. If we are late, it will be equivalent to offending Duanwang Mansion. The situation is in our favor. Lin Nanshan said. "This subordinate swears to complete the mission." "Yes." On the other side, Lin Ling got the spiritual herbs he needed and began to refine the Emerald Sky Pill. The Emerald Sky Pill's spiritual herbs were the same as the Indigo Soul Dark Pill. There were also 4 kinds of spiritual herbs. However, the value of the spiritual herbs was lower, so it was more suitable for refining. With the medicinal herbs in hand, Lin Ling began to refine according to the pill recipe. Chapter 131. Third Generation Pyrotechnics. A day passed quietly. Lin Ling continued to refine the Clear Sky Dan. From the beginning he was unfamiliar with it, but he gradually became familiar with it. He only started to refine the Blue Soul Yudan when all the spiritual grasses were used up. The Indigo Soul Dark Pill was also made up of 4 ingredients: the Human Face Blue Crystal Grass, the Sea Cracking Profound Dragon Whale Soul, the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames and the Spirit Crystal. Lin Ling had already prepared all 3 kinds of spirit grasses. As for the 9 Nether Heavenly Flame, Lin Ling planned to go to Mount Zhongnan to complete the alchemy and get the 9 Nether Heavenly Flame on the way. As night fell, Lin Ling soon arrived at Mount Zhongnan. On the way, he greeted several 9 secret flame sparrows and finally came to the place where he had secluded himself last time. This time you can only succeed in refining the pill. Failure is not allowed. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to lose. He only had 1 set of all the ingredients and each one was priceless. If he failed, he wouldn't know where to find more. Continuously adjusting his state of mind, Lin Ling started refining the Blue Soul Dark Pill. All kinds of spirit herbs floated out, and Lin Ling's entire body emitted blue flames. At this moment, his soul force flowed out like water, and he carefully grasped all the details. Time passed slowly. Inside the cave, the blue fire flourished. The 9 underworlds' heavenly flame that was burning wildly in the center of the cave was being drawn out continuously, turning into blue dragons that surged into the cave. Taking a closer look, all the blue flames were continuously condensing and surging towards a blue pill. That blue pill was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing the blue flames in an endless stream. After a long time, the blue flames receded like the tide, but the sound of explosions continued to ring out in the cave. After the last explosion, the entire cave began to shake and large amounts of rocks fell. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent blue pill slowly floated down from the sky. Indigo Soul Dark Pill, a second-grade pill. It should be a heaven-ranked pill. Lin Ling opened his eyes slightly, his pupils filled with excitement. He had succeeded in refining the pill this time. Of course, the reason he was able to succeed on his first try was due to his constant practice. Moreover, his fire-controlling instinct had reached the point of perfection, and with the help of his sharp soul force, he was able to succeed by luck. The Blue Soul Dark Pill's spirit herbs are priceless. However, the effect is also very obvious. It should be enough for me to reach the 2-star martial spirit realm. Lin Ling was secretly satisfied. One had to know that it was more difficult for a martial spirit realm expert to break through than a body refinement realm expert. The difficulty of breaking through each stage was equivalent to breaking through from a body refinement realm expert to a martial spirit realm expert. However, Lin Ling was able to break through a stage with a single pill. It was undeniably enviable. After carefully examining the Indigo Soul Dark Pill, Lin Ling stuffed it into his mouth. When the pill entered his body, Lin Ling felt as if he had swallowed a flame. His dantian and his entire body began to heat up, and the 9 new heavenly flames in his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation at this moment. In addition, the dense spirit chi caused the sea of souls in his dantian to continuously expand. Time passed slowly as he cultivated. At a certain moment, Lin Ling opened his eyes. 2 flames flickered in his pupils as a powerful force surged out from his body. 2-star martial spirit realm. Now, Lin Ling's cultivation was finally on par with the 2nd generation of the Fire Ancient clan. However, he was younger than the 2nd generation. If I meet Lin Fengfeng again, I can defeat him in one move. Lin Ling was extremely confident. His advantage was that his innate spirit body was higher than Lin Fengfeng's. His means of controlling flames were also stronger than Lin Fengfeng's. Currently, 3 Lin Fengfengs might not be his match. 3rd generation flame art. Yes. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a fiery red jade slip appeared. The 3rd generation flame art was a martial art passed down from the Fire Ancient clan. It was suitable for martial artists with fire innate spirit bodies to cultivate. However, this martial art was very difficult to learn. One must first learn the ability to control fire. In the Fire Ancient clan, most people were not qualified to cultivate the 3rd generation flame art. Instead, they cultivated ordinary martial arts. If he could learn this martial art, Lin Ling was confident that even if he met a 3-star or 4-star martial spirit realm expert, he would still have the strength to defeat them. Gently opening the red jade slip, Lin Ling quietly looked at it. However, with just a glance he was stunned again. On the jade slip it was blank. There was nothing. Fake. Yes. Lin Ling blinked. However, he felt that it was impossible. He pondered for a moment and poured the spiritual energy in his body into the jade slip. The jade slip began to emit white smoke. The smoke floated in the air and began to form a picture. It was a picture of a martial artist using martial arts. It turned out that the 3rd generation flame art was not one but many. Furthermore, it had to be stimulated by the martial artist's innate spirit body. Only then would the jade slip show the most suitable 3rd generation flame art. So many. My eyes are dazzled. Wow. Lin Ling was slightly stunned. His gaze finally locked onto one of them. The reason why he chose that martial art was all based on intuition. Fire dance. Wow. This was a fire attribute martial art used in conjunction with the sword. The user burned the spiritual energy in his body, locked onto the enemy and attacked crazily. In the process of using it, the martial artist only had eyes for the opponent. Heaven and earth disappeared. And once the opponent was hit, it would produce 5 explosive flames. It was extremely terrifying. This move also had another characteristic, which was that it was fast like a fire dance. This is a close-range attack. However, after being hit, the opponent will be injured by the explosive flames. It is very suitable for my 9 nether heavenly flames. No wonder I chose this move. Sigh. Lin Ling nodded silently. Just as he memorized the cultivation method, the jade slip turned into dust and dissipated into thin air. Obviously, the third-generation flame art was of great significance. The Fire Ancient clan would not let it spread out casually. Calculating the time, there are still 2 days. I will learn it here before leaving. Sigh. Lin Ling returned to the cave where the 9 nether flame sparrow lived and took out the Sword of Brilliance Resurgence to cultivate. Fire dance was actually not easy to learn. To learn it, the prerequisite was to learn the ability to control fire. Once he learned the ability to control fire, this move would not be difficult. Controlling the flames and condensing them on the sword in my hand. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His soul force spread out like water and locked onto a stalagmite-like boulder in front of him. In the next moment, his figure was like a flame dance. One could only see the flames floating in the air. This speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Bang, bang, bang. The boulder in front of him was slashed by the Sword of Brilliance Resurgence. There were 5 sword marks on its surface as if it was burned by fire. In the next moment, the boulder exploded as resplendent as the sun. The large-scale explosion caused the entire cave to shake. The 3 9 nether flame sparrows in the distance also let out chirps. Obviously, the power of this move was very strong. In the midst of the explosion, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He frowned slightly and his face was pale. The fire dance of Brilliance Resurgence had consumed all the spiritual energy in his dantian. Moreover, although the fire dance of Brilliance Resurgence seemed to have succeeded, it was actually a failure. It was not a failure in the move, but a failure in locking onto the opponent. His previous target was the stalagmite-like boulder. However, after he drew his sword, his body shot out and then he slashed back and forth, but what he slashed was another boulder.